Greetings, my brother in horror. Here is one of the first stories that you've asked me to record for your special. It's entitled Random Man. So, you never got back with me about announcing the titles, so I will announce it. If you don't want it, you can remove it, okay? Here we go. Random man tried to get in my car late at night. This happened about 10 years ago. I was in graduate school at the time, working on my master's degree for clinical social work. My practicum... Oh boy, that's not what that says. Okay. My practicum was at a confidential shelter which housed women and children seeking shelter from domestic violence. Since I was an intern, I worked a lot of late-night shifts. After closing up the shelter, I headed home. It was after midnight, and the roads were fairly empty. I lived in a smaller town at the time, so this was not unusual. As I approached the stoplight, I noticed a man a few yards away, walking towards the crosswalk. I suddenly felt very anxious and had an unsettling feeling, so I immediately locked my car doors. This was before I had a car with automatic locks. I usually drove without locking my car doors as I had never felt unsafe while doing so. I felt better after having locked my doors and pulled up to the red light. Staring ahead, I noticed the man never crossed the street. I glanced to my right, where I had seen him earlier, and came face to face with his face pressed up against my passenger side window. I screamed, honked my horn, and told him to go away, but he continued standing there, staring right at me. Then he tried the handle of the door without success. I continued screaming at him, honking my horn and waiting for the red light to change. The man straightened, stepped away from the passenger side door and moved quickly to my driver's side door, trying the handle again, but without success. He stood with a wide stance next to my car, as though he was lunging. At that moment, I thought to myself, screw it, and slammed the gas to run the red light. The man kind of stumbled when I did this, and I think I ran over his foot in my escape. When I arrived home, I woke up my husband to tell him and called the police. The police never found the man, as by the time they sent someone out, he was gone. The police officer did commend me for running the red light, as well as for potentially running over the man's foot. So, to the creepy man who tried to get into my car in the middle of the night, let's not meet. Greetings, my brother in horror. You didn't get back to me about the title, so I will read it. If you don't want it, you can cut it out. So, here we go. He's got a knife. This isn't as scary as the others I've read out here, but this experience has been ingrained in my brain, and I feel like this is the place to share it too. Here goes. I was about 5 or 6. I went to my local kindergarten, and I was as carefree as a child can be. The greatest of my worries being if my forgets to pick up from school. She never does, and every day we walk from school home and vice versa, since it was a good walking distance. We lived in a compound that's kind of secluded and mostly inhabited by old people or boarding students who went to the university near it. This morning started out like any other. My mom picks me up and we're walking along the small path in our compound, along with 4 other people. 3 high schoolers, 2 of which were walking together, and a female college student. She was holding a handkerchief over her head because of the heat. The sun was high up and glaring in the middle of the day that you wouldn't expect anything to happen, but it did. We were quite far back from this group when I turn around and see a man join us. He's clearly not from there. He had a bright neon green bag in front of him which was slightly opened, one of his hands inside it. His clothes were kind of dusty, but most of all, he was glaring at us. It was just us five walking in this quiet compound, and my little self didn't think much of it, up until my mom squeezed my hand and started speed walking. At first, I was confused, but I knew the only thing that could trigger this was that there was danger behind us, and it came in the form of this stranger that was following us closely behind. I kept looking back discreetly, although I was probably obvious, and still, he kept staring at all of us, getting closer and closer. I looked up at my mom trying to ask what was going on, but her low murmurs didn't really translate well for me, except my ears picking up the word knife. That's when I felt my stomach drop. As a child, you only ever watched the scary situations happening on TV, never really thinking you'd be in any real danger. But I was now in one, and my stupid little legs weren't fast enough. Factor in my mom's older age, she was around 50, compared to our other companions. We were the easy target. We were pretty much at the back, but our house was near and I focused on that, because if I thought about the threat behind us, my legs would feel like jelly and I'd end up slowing down. Still, I couldn't resist looking back. He just kept getting closer and closer, shortening the distance between us. I remember thinking about how I wanted to scream for help, desperately looking at these houses that seemed empty, wanting to go inside, but my mom's firm grip kept me going. Anyways, we lived here too. I never really knew if the others were aware of it. Not much until later. One of the high schoolers left to a house over the basketball court, and further down the path, the pair veered off to a different trail that led to the main highway. So it was just us and the female college student. Goody. At this point, the man was also speed walking and catching up, but our apartment was merely a few steps away, and my mom and I dashed toward it, up the stairs and into the comfort of our own home. The man gave us one last glare as he continued to walk. My heart was pounding against my chest. My mom had left me to lock the door, while she stared out the window. She kept repeating, "He has a knife, I saw it. He's holding a knife." I run towards the window and catch a glimpse of the girl, still clutching that handkerchief above her head, looking behind her in fear and alarm as the man continued to follow her, his bright neon bag in front of him, now wide open, his hand still inside, as he kept getting closer and closer. I don't really know what happened after, only of my mom's recollection of the events. She had noticed the man suddenly come up behind us too, and her suspicions were raised when he didn't try to walk past us like the others, but maintained a close distance between us. And then she saw the knife, hidden in the bag, holding on to it as he stared at us. I hope that girl is okay, and that man was detained or something. But it's been years now, and I don't really know where to start. Don't really know if I'd like to. Sometimes I wonder what that girl must have been feeling, and if she had escaped, or what my mother had witnessed. If the knife had been sharp or stained with dried blood, glinting in the sunlight.
America Online was a big thing when I was 13, or in other words for my generation, AIM, which stood for, you guessed it, AOL Instant Messenger. It was around 2002, and I would have been a fresh 13 and in 8th grade. I had many times went into chat rooms by myself or with friends goofing around. Unfortunately, unsolicited photos were a thing then too, but usually you could stay clear of it by the chat room you entered. I didn't have any photos of myself, and back then you had to take a digital photo and upload it from your camera. Plus, I was 13 and self-conscious, which I'm sure anyone can relate with. But one day, a guy popped up on my screen wanting to chat. It went fine at first. I was naive back then, and we quickly fell into a pattern of talking. His name was Dave, and he lived in California. Eventually, him telling me he loved me, etc. But the problem was he was 19. Now, I wasn't proud of this, but at first, at 13, I just sent pictures of some random girl and said it was me. He instantly fell for me, telling me age is just a number and how mature I was. Now, at this point, he did not live in state, so there was never a chance of us meeting. Eventually, he told me he and his mom were moving up to a city that was about an hour and a half away from me. He started begging me to see me and go to a movie, anything. I had to break the catfishing truth and say those were not pictures of me, but of someone else. He was furious. He had been looking forward to a different type of child this whole time. Dave forgave me a few days later, saying, "I still want to meet you because I love you." All the things you say to a young girl to get her to swoon. I think back and I'm like, wow, I was 13. So I told my best friend everything I just explained above, and that I wanted her to go with me to meet him. There was a whole plan about him driving to see me and going to the movies to finally meet what I thought was the love of my life. I had been brainwashed into believing this was normal. I didn't tell my mom, of course, and honestly, she didn't notice any of it. She's never been too involved, if you catch my drift. So the day my friend and I were going to meet up with Dave, her mom came and picked us up from school. She said something that made my stomach drop into nothingness. She said, "Chrissy, you are not going to the movies. You are not going to meet that man. You are going to get seriously hurt or kidnapped, and I can't allow you guys to go." I cried and cried because I honestly thought I could handle everything and be fine. She told me she wasn't going to tell my mom. I had to promise to never speak to him again and never plan to meet a stranger online. He ended up showing up and was upset I wasn't there. He went on aim, flying off the handle like I hadn't seen at that age. It scared me how close I was to this man being near me. I never talked to Dave again, but I easily believe I would have been kidnapped or worse that day if my best friend's mom hadn't stepped in. My mom would have been none the wiser. I was none the wiser. But I am here today and learned a dire lesson. Nobody is what they seem, and make sure to keep your kids close.
So, this story happened almost 2 decades ago. I never had a place to tell it though, until this subreddit. Despite this makes up one of my core memories from childhood because of how creepy it was when I was younger. Apologies for formatting, I'm on mobile. It was around 2008. Me, my mom, my dad, and my brother were on a bus to go to a very popular and well-known mall when I was around the age of 4. At the time, we didn't have a car, so we had to take a few buses from where we lived to get to this mall. This one bus that we got on that led to this mall directly from one of the stops was super crowded. I mean, everyone was riding up on each other crowded. There wasn't much room for any of us to move, so my family and I had to stand. Sometime during the bus ride, when we were getting closer to the mall, I ended up getting separated from my parents, forced behind roughly 2 or 3 people, and unsure of where they, my parents, were. We were near the back, by the rear doors. I was standing just a foot or 2 away from the stairs, which led to the elevated area of the bus. And beside me was this old dude, who was sitting in the seat next to me. Something that my parents taught me when I was a kid was that whenever the bus was moving, you were to always hold on to the rails so you wouldn't get knocked around or go flying off. Due to my position on the bus, there was only a singular rail that I could hold on to. the one right in front of this guy's seat. Because of what I was taught, I naturally held onto it so I wouldn't bump into the people in front of me. This old guy, in response, grabs onto my hand, firmly, holding my hand against the rail so I couldn't let go or get away. This man looked like your average grandpa and appeared to likely be in his 70s, definitely able to overpower me, who was basically just out of toddler range. The facial expression this man made is forever engraved into my mind. I cannot ever unsee it. Instead of this gentle smile like an old grandpa would make at a child, his grin was much more sinister, and he laughed at me in response to me trying to get my hand free once the bus had stopped and the doors were open. In fact, when the doors opened, he held onto my hand even tighter to stop me from leaving. Thankfully, I was able to wriggle my hand free because of the position in which his hand was at. I've never had the chance to tell anyone this story, so Reddit, here you go. Old guy, let's not meet again.
I don't live in the best area, but it's close to my kid's school, and it's what we can afford. I was in line at a stoplight waiting for it to change so I could get to the school to pick up my older kids. I had my toddler with me. While I was waiting, I heard my passenger side handle move like someone was trying to open the door. I always lock my car doors out of habit. My car is older, so they don't lock automatically when I start the car like newer ones do. I look over, and there's an older woman aggressively trying to open my door. My window is cracked a bit for fresh air, but not all the way down. She reached up, trying to get the window to go down, but couldn't get her fingers in. The woman said to me, "Excuse me, I need you to help me out. I need a ride." Now I'm all for helping people, but not when they're trying to get in my car with no explanation. You just don't do that. I said to her, "Do you need me to call 911? She replied, "No, you need to help me. Let me in. Come on now, help me out," and pulls on the door again. Lucky for me, the light changed, and I told her, "Sorry, but I have to go. I can't help you." I drove off and haven't seen her since. It's the only way to get to my kid's school, so I have to drive that way about every day. Lady, let's not meet. Back when I was little, I used to have a friend Billy and his older brother Jack. There was a neighbor up above on a hill down the road from their house who was normally reclusive. As a friend who just came over every weekend, I wasn't really aware of his existence at first. One night, I heard creaking on their balcony outside while I was sleeping in the living room. The living room had 3 large windows facing the balcony next to the street and the door to the left. I was having trouble sleeping since me and the friends had been playing horror games. I looked out the window and saw the flash of a light from the balcony. I understandably flipped the fuck out, and the parents came running and ran out onto the balcony, where they caught a glimpse of a man sprinting away. We stayed up that night eating snacks, just kind of vibing while scared. The next weekend I was there, a man showed up at the door with a camera, recording us without us knowing for a few minutes. The father went out there and started yelling at him as he followed him up the road, and the police were called. I'll admit, the father didn't handle it the best, but hey, we were all stressed as hell, and it was becoming a lot. The man was identified as Daniel Vincent Kelly. The next weekend, we saw Daniel Vincent Kelly down in the far distance, in a large parking lot we could see nearby by a lake. He was riding his bike, shirtless, in circles under a large spotlight, sometimes looking up at the house. We were understandably horrified, and the man was clearly mentally ill. He vanished from the spotlight, and for the remainder of the night, we were holed up by the windows with weapons in case he tried to record us or break in. The next weekend, we woke up in the night to a loud noise. We found his bike sitting up against the edge of the house on the property. We grabbed weapons and kept an eye out that night and contacted authorities again. They found Daniel Vincent Kelly and informed us of a YouTube channel he had. This is the most chilling part to me by far, and the part that gives me extreme anxiety at night, almost every time I see a window. The most harrowing videos have been deleted due to legal troubles with being non-consensually filmed, but one video remained. In it, he walks around and claims that a hole in their screen door, which I can verify never existed, had allowed their dog to escape and attack his dog. He claims that within just a few minutes, my friend's mother replaced the screen on the door and is covering it up, which is obviously false. The deleted videos still make me sick to think about, as there were at least 20 videos of him secretly recording us. Some from long before my first encounter with him. One that I remember vividly was us in broad daylight. He was just laying down behind a hill, holding his phone up over it recording us, and calling me and my friend disgusting piglets as we played on the porch. At least 10 of the videos featured me, and almost all of them featured my friend. Some of them even had Kelly uttering threats, which was terrifying. Sadly, I wasn't allowed over the following weeks, and I don't know how it really ended. I have never seen Kelly again, and I don't know if he ever got arrested or simply moved away. I wouldn't exactly like to search through his now inactive channel to find out. Too long didn't read. A possibly deranged man with a camera stalked and filmed me and my friend's family, threatening us and doing creepy things at night.
Prowler looking into my window and panting. Hi, this only happened a few hours ago, so I'm shaken, but it's too early in the morning to phone and wake up friends, and I needed to talk to someone and get this out. I'm so creeped out and concerned, so I thought of coming here. Brief setting and context. I'm a woman in my 30s, caring for my elderly parents, so staying in a downstairs room in my childhood home at the moment. The window faces the main street, which is an average residential street in a fairly quiet area. The bed faces the window. I often leave the window open at night since I need it to be cool to sleep. And I haven't really worried about it, since there's a cabinet with an aquarium in front of the window area, not blocking the window from view, and I can reach to open and close it, but it would make it difficult for someone to climb in. My dog Sable, also, always sleeps in the room with me. While she's a sweet-natured, medium-sized dog who doesn't look the least bit threatening, she's a fantastic guard dog, in that she's always alert to any noises, and will stand her ground and bark and growl if she senses a threat. So I've never really worried about the open window. After tonight, I won't be able to do it again. It started at maybe 3:30 to 4 a.m. sometime. I was awake. Since I care for my parents, I often have disrupted sleep patterns, and I'm awake at odd hours. I was reading a book and heard Sable growl, low and deep. Then she jumped off the bed and began pacing a bit, looking up at the window, before jumping up at the cabinet by the window, barking. I shouted, "Hey! We're calling the police. Dog will bite." Just in case there was someone there, and went to look out of the curtains to the side. I didn't see anything. I pulled the curtains closed again and made sure to pull the right curtain over, then drew the left side curtain, the one that covers the open part of the window, all the way over, covering the right side curtain too, tucking it down so any wind wouldn't be able to move it. I wasn't really alarmed then, It's a fairly quiet residential street, but there are foxes around that we sometimes hear, and occasionally someone passing by or the neighbor's gate next door will make Sable growl or bark. But she doesn't usually react the way she did this time. She'll usually growl, but stay on the bed, and her reaction was much stronger than normal. I thought that even if it was someone scoping out the open window to potentially burgle, they'd seen now that the room was occupied by a person and dog, and would go find an easier target. But mainly, I guessed it was just a random noise she'd heard outside. I was wrong. It was a good half hour or more later that I'd relaxed and I thought I might doze off soon, that I heard her growl again. A really serious, deep, and low growl. And I listened. Again, thinking it might be foxes or something. But I heard what sounded like deep, horror movie breathing noises, like the heavy breathing sounds a pervert makes down the phone to his stalking victim in a film. I sat up, looked up at the window, and my heart stopped. The curtain had been pulled back and lifted at the bottom, like someone peeking under it, and I could still hear the heavy breathing. I shouted, "Hey!" again, and moved from the bed to the side of the window, so I could see past the curtain, and saw the figure of a man move away from the curtain to the right, towards the front door and the exit of the front garden. Too dark to make out features or clothing. It was just a dark male figure. Shaking, I immediately thought that since I knew he'd moved away and wasn't at or under the window, I reached and pulled it shut, grabbed my phone, and called the emergency services. One thing that creeps me out, in hindsight, is that it would have taken a few seconds for me to move from the bed to the side of the window, and that was after I'd shouted and he knew he'd been seen. But he must have stayed there, even knowing I'd seen him, until I moved the curtain and could see out. Then he moved away. The heavy breathing also had to be deliberate. It was so loud, like someone trying to frighten me. While on the phone with police, I went around the ground floor of the house, turning lights on, making sure the rest of the house was still secure. And it was. Very careful to lock doors and all the other windows at night, and everything looked undisturbed. 2 patrol officers came shortly before 5 a.m. and took the report. They suggested asking the neighbors if they have camera footage and to let them know of a potential prowler in the area tomorrow. And they went to drive around the area, saying that they'd be wanting to know what someone was doing wandering around at 5 a.m., the time the police arrived. Anyway, since the dark meant I only saw the shape of a person, no real description, I doubt they can do much. I couldn't even be 100% certain it was a man, but the breathing and the figure I saw instantly made me think male. The outline of his head looked smooth, so either bald or wearing a tight cap, and height would have been average, 5'8" to 5'10". I'm still shaken, but feeling angry and violated, and wishing we had a camera system now. We'll be looking into that. I never thought anything like that would happen. Don't have any enemies, no recent exes, no one I know of harboring any grudges, since I'm caring for my folks full-time now. I'm not out socializing or making any enemies, nor are my elderly and disabled parents. I'm at the wrong side of 35 and living in jeans or joggers and t-shirts, no makeup or fuzzing with hair most of the time, so not a likely target for a peeping Tom pervert. If it wasn't for the fact that it was my dog who alerted me to something both times. I'd wonder whether I was half asleep and dreamed it, that I'd imagined it. I have had hallucinations once as a result of a bad reaction to an antidepressant, but that was more than a decade ago. Hasn't happened before or since, and I learned how to test my reality in times I was worried about whether something really happened or not from a psychologist. When I asked how I could ever trust my own senses again after the reaction to the meds, they said that to be sure something was real, to see if other people can see or hear the thing too, or if it's a noise or voice outside. Can I see someone or something that explains the noise? If so, it's not likely to be an hallucination if both oral and visual perceptions match up. The dog sensed someone there first, and I heard and then saw someone. I wasn't dreaming or imagining it. I don't use drugs, and I almost never drink. Am scientifically minded and don't believe in ghosts. And while I love a good horror film, I'm rarely freaked out by them anymore. Too old and cynical. I have to think it was someone who was looking to burgle a house, but for the fact that they came back so much later. Maybe someone on drugs, or having a mental health episode, or, and this one bothers me most, someone who wanted to scare me. But why? Who? They know where we live. Are they going to come back? New fears keep popping into my mind. Like most nights, I'm up at some point late at night, or in the very early hours, and will let the dog outside into the back garden for a quick pee. And I'm suddenly aware of how easy it would to be attacked and gain entry then. There's a passage around the side of the house to go from the front to the back garden with only a small side gate, meant to keep the dog confined, not designed to keep others out. It would be easy for someone to access, then hide against the back of the house, completely hidden from view. They were bold enough to come back a second time, even knowing a person and a dog were in the room. Perhaps hoping I would have fallen asleep by then. They seemed to be trying to deliberately scare me when they returned the second time, doing that deep breathing noise, and stayed by the window even after I'd shouted. In those few seconds it would have taken from me shouting out until I reached the window and could move the curtains and see out. They could have moved and been long out of sight, but they stayed until there was a chance I could see them, only then moving away. The breathing noises and then the coldness that ran through me when I actually saw a man moving away from the window will haunt me, along with the question of their motives. Were they trying to scare me? Why? What's to stop them from coming back? Attempted Night Stalker experience. I found this thread, so I thought I would share my experience. This happened when the Night Stalker show was really big on Netflix, so it was fresh in our mind because we were watching it. Earlier in the day, I was in my room with my dogs and roommate when we thought we heard the door open. We didn't think much of it until my roommate left the room a few minutes later and started screaming, and I heard the dog that followed her going nuts. The front door was wide open and somebody saw her and fled. They had been in our house and presumably heard us in the room chatting while doing who knows what. The dog ran the person off. We were really startled, but we figured that it was over and started locking the door, and that was that. Later that night, as we were watching the last episode of the Night Stalker show, we heard the doorknob jiggle. It's like 2 a.m. So we paused and looked at the door, kind of shook and confused. When it registered what was happening, my roommate started to yell for them to go away and that the police were coming. My dumb self isn't too fond of calling the police, so I hesitated. But then they started banging something against the door to try and break it down. I grabbed my roommate, the dogs, and my partner, and we all rushed into another room to put more doors between us while the police were on the way. I also had to stop my partner from trying to go out with a sword because we didn't know what this person might have or be trying to do. Luckily, he couldn't break the door down before the police arrived, and he fled. They caught him and he fought, so he's in jail for a lot longer than he would have been. He admitted to police that he heard women when he came into the wrong house earlier, but no man, so he came back to find a friend. They never found the weapon he used on our door, and he won't say what it was, but it messed the metal up pretty badly.
A few years ago, I was working at a pizza chain in my hometown as a driver. I was 27, but made darn good money delivering. I had worked at a few other places, both local and chain, in a few years before, and still worked as a dasher on occasion even after this happened. Now, I chose to deliver in a much safer area for this reason. I got luckier than I could ever imagine. One night, I was working and had a double, 2 deliveries to take. Both were cash orders. I had $12 left in my bank, what drivers are given to use as change for cash orders so you don't have a ton of cash on you at all times. The first order went smoothly. The guy gave me $50 for a $35 order, so I was excited about the nice tip. I drove to the second delivery. It was at an apartment complex with multiple buildings. I had delivered there before. The sun was about to set, but it was still very light out. The chain I worked at had us drive company cars with the logo on it, all white sedans. This is important. I grab the order and go to the door to the apartment building. A young guy comes out, and much bigger, older guy was outside smoking a cigarette. The big guy went inside as the smaller guy came out. He looked around nervously and asked how much he owed me. The way he was looking around just made me very nervous. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I told him the amount, and he said that wasn't what he was told on the phone. Something was very wrong. I felt someone else walk out behind me from the door as the first young guy looked around down the parking lot, craning his neck as if he was looking for someone. I told him the amount again and broke down the order for him, trying to keep calm. Then the first guy held a gun right to my temple. I also felt a poke on my spine. 2 gunmen. I couldn't speak. Words wouldn't form no matter how hard I had tried. "Give me your money and keys. Now!" the first guy growled, and I fumbled immediately for the keys. I gave him my bank, but hadn't realized the 50 was mixed in. I gave him the keys, trying my best to remain calm. Another guy came up from my left. He had poofy hair and was around the same age as the first kid. The one behind me I hadn't seen yet. The big hair kid grabbed the pizza bag and ran off and hid. The first kid searched the company car. Luckily, I had left my wallet in my personal car. I saw him grab my cell phone. That's when the panic began to set in. I had pictures on that phone that I hadn't backed up of my then 5-year-old son, who absolutely is my world. "Please don't take that. I have pictures of my son who died on there. It's all I have of him, please," I lied. My son is very much alive. The kid behind me spoke softly. "Trust me. Just listen to him. You'll get it back undamaged. I don't want to be here either." I could tell he'd been crying by how his voice sounded. A car began pulling in, and the 3 boys took off to the other end of the complex in a full sprint. Before the one behind me ran, he dropped the gun in front of me. Standard issue 9mm silver and black. Safety off. Looked completely real to me. He picked it back up and ran with the others. The car that pulled in saw me. It was a woman and her kid. Panic set in as I realized they could easily come back and do way worse to me as the sky started to get dark. I collapsed. They had taken my company car keys, $72, the pizza, and my phone. The woman ran up to me and asked if I was all right. She took me into her apartment in the next building over and locked the door. I was shaking so hard I couldn't even hold her phone to call 911 as she sat down her kid. Her boyfriend, I assume, helped me call. I spoke to the operator and told her everything. I'm colorblind and these two were obviously wearing all black and white clothes, thank God. I had a full description of the two of them. The poor woman who helped me was going to be late for work, but she still stayed until I was off the phone and the cops had shown up. Man, she was harsh and blunt with the operator, but I will never forget this woman's utter kindness to me and her boyfriends. Cops had shown up and contacted my store, and my manager brought out the spare keys for me to drive the car back to the store. After dealing with the cops, I drove back and was greeted by crying and beyond worried coworkers. All of them were terrified that I was hurt. It meant a lot to me how much they cared, but I told them I was fine. I filed the proper paperwork, and the 72 was written off as a loss to the store. Thank God, because I had worked at other stores that make you pay back the money out of pocket if you get robbed to prevent drivers from stealing. I was told by the owner to take the rest of the night off and take care of myself. He gave me a hug. He was, to this day, one of the best bosses I ever had. What I didn't know was I was still in for a very long night. I called my best friend before I left the store from the store phone and asked where he was. We usually meet up for drinks after work. He was around the corner at a bar, so I met up with him. His dad was a District 4 cop in my city at the time, the same district that this happened in. He told me his dad had given him a heads up, and he had 2 shots waiting for me to calm my nerves. After the 2 shots, we began playing pool when his dad called his phone and asked if I was with him yet. He said yeah and handed me the phone. He asked if I could come to the station. I was honest and told him that I'd had 2 shots, so he sent out a squad car to get me since it wasn't that far away. We get to the station. They had suspects in custody. I was needed to ID them. 3 boys and a driver. They had been caught in less than 20 minutes after the robbery, speeding. The bolo had already gone out and they matched the description. They had used the money to buy weed and gas and had taken off. They had at least 15 stolen cell phones on them. The order had been placed on a stolen phone. My phone was in the mix in the box. The police told me to grab my phone only, and I did. They asked me to unlock it. It had fingerprint verification, so that was easy. 9 of the 10 tries to unlock it had already been used before my phone would have completely reset. It unlocked. I told the police every detail yet again, although my parental instincts kicked in. I told them the guy behind me quite obviously was bullied into this and to show mercy. He was the one with the white shirt. The police went wide-eyed and told me that he was the one talking. The other 3 denied involvement. That's when I found out the 4th guy was the driver. We found out later he was completely unaware of the robbery and was just picking up his friends. He was never charged. The boy who was behind me and the one who grabbed the pizza were 15 and 16 and got 6 months of house arrest. The only reason the one behind me got off easy, despite having the gun to my back, was because I asked them to go easy on him. That he was a good kid who didn't want to be there, and he was the only one confessing. Makes sense since he had even said the other guy wouldn't have the phone for long. He was planning on going to the cops had they not been caught. But the other guy, the first kid who had put the gun to my temple, it was his 18th birthday. He got the book thrown at him. In the courtroom, he made fun of me and was laughing at me. Seeing him made me panic. The judge scolded him for his behavior, and he just grinned and glared at me with a Joker-like grin. All I could see was pure evil. This kid will commit more crimes. I have no doubt he will eventually end someone's life. You can see how cold he is just by looking in his eyes. He is evil incarnate. I grew up in a town full of murderers and abusers, and I had never seen this kind of evil in my life, and I never want to see it again. I asked to have my name stricken from the records, and asked to remain anonymous in case he ever got out. I am so glad that I did, because today I got a letter from the state. He's being released in February. The court only had my old address, my parents' house, and my mom didn't think the letter was important. I missed the deadline to protest his release for probation. The plea deal was 8 years. It's only been 4. He's getting out early due to overcrowding. Not good behavior, overcrowding. This coming February. And I'm ready if he finds me. My wife, my parents, everyone I know knows his face and name. If he tries anything, we are all ready. But for his sake, let's not meet. To the woman and her family who helped me, I was a woman then. I am trans. If you see this, please know my undying gratitude for you all. It was convenient for you, and yet you were still late to work to help me, and I cannot thank you enough. I bought Christmas presents for your daughter, but when I went to the landlord to find you, you had moved. I didn't want to be a creep and stalk your new place, but I'm glad you got out of that bad neighborhood, and I hope your beautiful baby girl is doing well too. I would gladly meet you again to give you the proper thanks that you deserve. From the Domino's driver in Southwest Ohio. It finally started raining here, so I took my son, who is 14 years old, out mushroom hunting over the weekend. It was later than we normally go, and the sun goes down much earlier, but we were taking a quick trail to the river and back, in hopes of finding turkey tails or chanterelles. We took a wrong turn and ended up going through a big field, which the trail would take us back around to the main trail to the river. As we walked towards the main trail, the last group of people had left, and it was just me and my son. We walked along, and out of a thicket side trail came this weird man. He had a dog with him that was alert at his side. He was staring at us as we walked closer to him. Then he started waving at us. This really weird, slow wave. I was immediately uncomfortable and goosebumpy, but didn't want to be impolite. So I half-heartedly waved back, while staring back and telling my son to slow up a little. I didn't want to actually meet up at the junction. After a full minute of us dawdling, the guy slowly turned and began walking down the trail towards the main trail. I was wary walking, didn't want to walk too fast, and we stopped to look at some plants. So the guy and dog got further down this trail, which curved to the right and continued on 2 blocks to the junction. I was thinking, if this is a creepy let's not meet, this dude will be waiting around the corner. And sure enough, he was standing at the junction off to the left and towards the parking lot. And to the right was a .6 trail to the river. Dude was just standing there with his dog staring at us, not moving at all. Both my son and I were both like, holy shit, what the fuck? Let's keep wide to the right and saying, he looks old. We could run faster than him and just generally planning for freaky deaky shit just in case. He kept staring at us as we approached. I asked if he was okay and just kept staring back. He was greasy haired, tiny round glasses, a blue windbreaker, plaid long shorts, about 50 years old. His dog was a small beagle mix. He didn't answer me at all, just kept staring. We turned to the right and walked about a block. I had my phone cam facing me, so I could watch him over my shoulder. And the only movement was him slowly shifting his direction to continue staring at us. I didn't say anything else to him. It was moderately unsettling, his stare, made more so by his lack of response. A motionless face, weird tiny glasses, slow wave at us, like a zombie motherfucker. He did leave because on our way back, he was no longer standing on the main trail. So hey, freaky deaky forest zombie dude, for sure stay in the thickets, and let's not meet. TLDR, silent staring socio on the trail.
Guy tries to follow a 16-year-old self-proclaimed badass home. This was over 10 years ago, so I might not remember every detail perfectly. Back when I was around 16, My parents had a 10 p.m. curfew for me on the weekends. So as a result, I had perfected the art of sneaking out of the house once they went to bed at 11, so that I could go back to hanging out with my friends. One night, I had done just that, and was walking back home around 2 a.m. by myself. It's quite embarrassing to think about it now, but at the time I considered myself pretty badass for a 5'2", 16-year-old white girl. So I usually had no fear when walking home late at night by myself, despite the area where I lived bordering a town with a pretty high crime rate. Though usually the streets were empty during my walks home except for a few homeless people who were usually asleep by the time I passed them. However, on this night, I walked past a wide-eyed homeless man who was sitting quietly in the corner. When he saw me, he approached me and he waved. And to be polite, I quickly waved back, while also making sure to quicken my pace as soon as I turned the corner next to him. Though a couple minutes after I turned this corner, I suddenly see police lights behind me, and I then turn to see this cop in its car who says to me, "Miss, are you okay?" Now I still cringe every time I think about it. But like I said, my 16-year-old self just thought I was one of the hardest motherfuckers out there, and it didn't help that I was also in my fuck the cops phase. So I replied, "Yeah, what's it to you?" He then replied, "Well, I noticed that while you turned the corner, that guy started to follow you. Luckily, he ran off when I turned on my lights." I just sneered and rolled my eyes. "Oh, gee, thanks." He must have asked where I lived, and I told him just a couple blocks away, all the while still replying with an embarrassing amount of attitude in my voice. He then tells me to stay safe and drives home, no doubt probably needing to attend more pressing matters, while I continue to shuffle home. But as soon as I see his car turn around the corner and he's out of sight, I literally bolt home as fast as I can, all the while checking over my shoulder for that guy. After that incident, it was a long time before I ever snuck out again at night. And the few times I did, I made sure to never walk home alone by myself. I think about the story from time to time and sincerely hope that that cop knows how eternally grateful I am for showing up when he did, and that if I could slap the living daylights out of my past self, I probably would. So to that creepy guy trying to follow a lone 16-year-old on a dark night, let's not meet. I recently made a post and just remembered a fun encounter that might serve as a warning to those working late. I was 24 at the time, working in a nightclub about 10 minutes away from my home. I used to close on Tuesday nights slightly earlier than most nights, as it was generally our slowest night of the week, closing around 12 a.m. instead of keeping customers until 2:30 a.m. Usually I'd be the only one left, as I started cutting staff as the night went on, and since it was the slower day of the week, we didn't have security on. About 2 months in of regular closing at 12 a.m., I was walking home. I used to bring the bulkier clothes to hide my figure when leaving alone, as I've been followed, chased home multiple times before, and we'd often get men waiting after hours for us girls to come out, knowing we eventually come out after closing and didn't want to attract attention to myself. I also used to walk home, as I didn't have a car and had had a few terrifying experiences with Uber drivers, not actually driving me home, turning out to be fake cabs, Uber drivers, or harassing me until I pretended to show interest or give them in some way a way of contacting me, to which Uber would just give me a $5 coupon for the trouble. But that's a story for another time. The bar was located along a main road that was a home to the majority of the other bars and restaurants in the city downtown. Often at this time, I'd maybe see a handful of people, but the streets were generally empty. I'm walking and noticed a parked car about a block away. The driver noticed me and U-turns around to be on the same side of the street as me. Now he's catcalling me and trying to get me to come into his car. I don't engage and keep walking. We're maybe a block or two past the initial spot I saw him, and he's been slowing driving alongside the sidewalk. I'd crossed the street, but I didn't want to get near his car. He keeps this up until about halfway mark when he takes off in his car, and I'm just relieved he's gone. Psych. Guess who comes blasting back down the road? He does. Now my walk has turned into a light jog, which then turns into full-on running. I'm running behind the closed bars and businesses now, trying to find a back road to get home without him seeing where I live. At one point, I'm running through the bushes in the mud. No matter what street I end up on, his car is waiting for me. Eventually, I run through right in front of his car while it's parked on the side of the street beside my place and run into my house through the back entrance. The back entrance is obscured by plenty of trees and car, and the surrounding houses are multiple unit homes, so I was confident he didn't see what door I got in through. Fast forward to the following Tuesday, and I'm walking home. Guess whose car is parked at the halfway mark? This went on for the next 4 Tuesdays, except he started parking on the side of the street in front of my house, until I begged my manager to take me off closing that specific shift. The last time I saw him, one of the apartment buildings along the way had a few cop cars and cops standing around the entrance, and I strayed with them, which led him to drive off for the night. A week passes and I am no longer on the shift. A coworker of mine sends me a new article via text. I open it and see that the man who's been following me was arrested for doing this to multiple girls in the city, along the street my work was on and that I live on. He got caught because he'd follow a university student up to her house and wouldn't drive away. She called the cops and he was still there by the time they came to arrest him. He got out the next day, I believe, and was arrested a few more times and was put on restrictions, couldn't be away from his parents' house between certain hours unaccompanied by either parent, before he was deported. I've also heard he didn't actually get deported but moved away shortly, and I didn't keep up with the news on him. I could link the article if anyone wants, but I don't live there anymore and I don't want to give myself away. To the creep in the car who used to follow me and multiple other young women home, let's not meet ever again.
I live in Florida, and this incident happened about 3 weeks after Hurricane Irma, so not that long ago. Back in July, the ex and I had just finalized the divorce, and I moved into a gated neighborhood where every house was rented out by the same rental company/landlords. It's a very small neighborhood, with about 15 houses tops. All 15 houses are bordered around a man-made lake, with the backyards facing the lake. No one really has a fenced backyard. When you walk out your back door, you see the lake in front of you and your neighbor's backyard on each side of you. Everyone in the neighborhood seemed very close. Someone was always hosting a family-friendly party, barbecue, or having people over to watch sports. I was, or am, still depressed about my divorce, so I never partook in these social gatherings. The only person that I got to know was my next-door neighbor, Steve, an active Navy soldier with a huge love for guns. Steve is the true hero in this nightmare. My daughter, Alice, is 4 years old, and I get her every weekend. Alice's bedroom window faces the backyard towards the lake, and I spoil that girl to death. She truly is my everything, and I count down the days to the weekend every week just to be with her. And that's why I was upset when Irma came and I had to go almost 3 weekends without seeing her. The weekend before the storm, she was with her mom. Then, obviously, the weekend of the storm, she was with her mom. Then, on top of that, the weekend after, she had to be with her mom because my power was still out. No AC in Florida is miserable. The humidity was so bad that week that I slept in my daughter's room the whole week because she has the only room with the window that faced the lake. I opened the window, exposing just the window screen so that the wind from the lake could cool the room as much as possible while I slept. Eventually, the power comes back and Alice starts visiting me again like normal. That was when the nightmares started. My daughter would complain about the singing lady and how she doesn't like her anymore. I thought maybe she was referring to one of my ex's friends or one of the teachers at her school. Maybe there was a teacher at her school that sang to the kids and she didn't like. That Saturday night, Alice woke up in the middle of the night screaming bloody murder. I ran into her room and turned on the light and found her hiding under her covers. I asked her what was wrong, and all she could do was point to an empty corner of her room and say, "Look, look!" There was nothing there. She was acting as if she saw a ghost. After I calmed her down, she started to talk about the singing lady again. "Please, tell the singing lady not to come back. Please, Daddy, make her go away." Obviously, she's having nightmares, right? I showed her that there was nothing in the closet and nothing under the bed, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She calmed down and went back to sleep. I went back to my room and quickly fell asleep. It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes before Alice comes running into my room screaming, "She's back! She's back!" Alice absolutely refused to go back to her room, so I let her sleep with me. The next morning, Sunday morning, I took Alice out to breakfast and we stopped by Target to pick up a baby monitor. I haven't used one since her mom and I were still married, but I wanted to easily be able to hear her if/when she started having these nightmares again, so that I could respond quicker. After setting them up, I showed Alice how they worked to give her assurance that I could hear her and that she was safe. That night, she slept soundly and didn't make a peep all night. The following weekend, Alice had to stay with her mother again because she had caught a stomach virus from one of her little friends at school. It was Saturday night and I was sound asleep in my bed. Around 2 a.m. is when I heard it. A woman's voice humming a soft nursery rhyme through the baby monitor. The humming/soft singing got louder and clearer as the voice got closer to the monitor. I wasn't dreaming. I could hear a woman softly singing lullabies in my daughter's bedroom. I had never been so scared and dumbfounded in my life. I was feeling a mixture of pure terror and disbelief, and then the voice spoke out. "Alice, sweetie, are you awake?" Adrenaline shot through my veins. I jumped out of bed and locked my bedroom door. I picked up my cell and called Steve from next door. He didn't waste a second. As soon as I got off the phone with him, I heard him storm out his back door screaming, "Don't you effing move!" I ran outside and found him aiming his shotgun at a woman crouched outside my daughter's window. The one that I had left open after Irma and never closed. Steve quickly dropped his guard when he recognized the woman. It was Jean, the neighborhood maintenance person. Steve's wife came running out after him and confirmed that it was her. Jean played dumb. She said she was not singing and didn't even know my daughter's name. She said she was near my daughter's window because she was doing her weekly patrol for gators and thought that she saw one approaching our house from the lake. Bull freaking crap. No, she was singing, and she called out my daughter by name. Yes, it's true that there have been a few gator spotting around the neighborhood, and yes, part of Jean's job was to patrol the lake at night every now and then, but at 2 a.m.? I obviously knew that it was BS, and even though neither Steve nor his wife called her out on it, I could tell from the look on their faces that they didn't believe her either. The next morning, I went over to Steve's house to thank him and tell him exactly what happened. He told me that Jean and her husband had been known to be a little cuckoo, but this was by far the craziest thing to happen so far. Steve helped me install metal bars in Alice's window that afternoon.
Old Creeper Who Hid in Plain Sight by Cult as a Button. Narrated by 242 Reads. This happened when I was young, approximately 8 to 10 years old. I remember it perfectly, but have confirmed the details with my mother, and the memory of it sends chills down both our spines to this day. It was broad daylight on a Saturday, and I was in the town center with my mother. The streets were busy and people bustled past. We paused at a storefront that sold ornaments, the ugly old-fashioned kind that only old grannies like. We often stopped to look at them and laugh at how expensive they were, wondering how this place even stayed open. I was a real chatterbox as a kid, and was talking animatedly to my mother about something or another, facing her as I did so. Like it was yesterday, I remember her smiling face and how it suddenly dropped. Her jaw hung open and her eyes were as big as dinner plates. She just stared at me silently for a few seconds and then grabbed my arm and pulled me away. Her fingers were digging into my arms as she dragged me into the crowd, walking as fast as she could without running. Being that kid, I squealed loudly, kept saying, "What are you doing? Ouch, Mommy, you're hurting me. That hurts. Where are we going?" While trying to stop. She gritted her teeth and silently dragged me for about 3 streets before stopping somewhere less busy for a second. It was only then that she let go of my arm, rubbed it, and looked extremely upset. Looking me dead in the eye, she explained that as I was talking outside the shop, she had noticed an old man stood behind me. He was dirty and disheveled, like the horror movie stereotype of a creepy old man. I had long, pretty hair as a little girl, and people stopped us all the time to remark on it, especially when I wore it loose. This old man had very gently lifted a handful of my hair in his hand and was smelling it, tickling his nose as he did so. I was clearly so absorbed in telling my story, I hadn't even noticed I was being touched. My mom made eye contact with the man as he opened his eyes while inhaling the smell of my hair. He gave her an absolutely nauseating, toothy grin, quickly dropping my hair and waving at her, wiggling his fingers all cutesy-like. "Whoopsie, you caught me," was the vibe, clearly knowing exactly what he did. He then disappeared in the throng of people moving past. My poor mother immediately felt sick and just went into autopilot, dragging me away as fast as she could in the opposite direction. I didn't even know how to react when she told me what happened, except to be horrified and so glad that we had gotten away safely. I still walk past that shop, and the memory of my mother's haunted expression makes me feel ill. Creepy old man, let's not meet. Ever.
Hey everyone. So, about 2 months ago, I moved across the country to finish uni in Colorado. Less than 3 weeks after moving in, my boyfriend left for work and he forgot to lock the front door. I woke up 2 hours after he left to some noise in my bathroom, and just as I was going to go back to bed, I see some guy walk past my doorway. I was half asleep, and I was sleeping in my underwear, so my first thought was pants. And I was half asleep and didn't have time to grab my phone. I ran after the guy and I started questioning him. He was a few rooms from the bedroom where my phone was, so I was afraid to get it, and then he'd run away or hurt me from behind. He said he was in the wrong apartment, and that he was looking for his roommate John. So I immediately started yelling at him to look around the apartment to see what I could grab or could do. I basically made him empty his pockets and all that, when I noticed he had money in his sock. He refused to show me the money and he crept towards the door. I followed him out and following him all the way down the hallway while yelling at him, basically saying, "What the F were you doing in my apartment?" over and over. We got to the stairs, and one of the building managers saw me and asked me if I knew him. The second I said no, he took off running. When I finally got to the apartment to call the police, I realized my wallet was in the bathroom and empty, when before it was on my night table inches from me. They caught the guy a few days later. There's even articles about him, but he's out on bail right now. I'm still constantly waking up to noises, probably from my upstairs neighbors, and constantly waking up paralyzed in fear. I go to victim counseling, but it's not very helpful. I installed a video doorbell, a camera in the kitchen facing the door, a taser, a few pepper sprays, and one of those two-piece alarms from Amazon, but I'm still uneasy. I barely sleep, and I'm in a constant state of hypervigilance. Does anyone have a similar experience or tips on how to recover? The counselor says that it's PTSD, but nothing on how I should continue on from here. I'm lucky the guy didn't pull out a gun considering it's Colorado, but now I guess I'm afraid of him coming back to shut me up, or someone else coming in, and I won't get as lucky as last time.
Creepy Neighbor by Top Flen 2224. Narrated by 242 Reads. Hey guys, this is a real story that has absolutely traumatized me and my boyfriend. 2 years ago, I moved to the UK for university, as I always wanted to go there and get away from my parents, as the situation at home was beginning to become too toxic for me. In my first year at uni, I moved into student accommodations and met some really great people. It was a good year, even without me and my boyfriend, who I'm still with, and just enjoying my time away from my family and discovering what independence really meant. Anyhow, as the second year came by, I decided with some friends to move into a house rented by student accommodations. At least we had our own house, and weren't restricted as much with noises and parties as living in a small shared flat like the year before. Note, I had a ground floor room, and my window gave into a small backyard, in which I go to smoke every day, as I am a smoker, and in which there would be a very thin wooden door giving into the other side of the street, where you put your bins and broken chairs, blah blah blah. The door could be only closed and locked from the inside of the backyard, but since it was an old door, we had attached some strings to keep it closed for good. I had neighbors on each side of the house, so we were surrounded by families and some other student accommodations. The neighbors on the right of us were 5 boys, who looked way over the age of being in university. They were strange, so to say. I met one of them outside our house one day because of a police investigation due to one of his flatmates attacking him and the others with a kitchen knife and burning their kitchen down. I heard some screams, and so I went outside with my flatmates and saw one of them being covered in blood and cuts everywhere on his arm and a wound on his head inflicted by a kitchen knife. Me and my flatmate didn't know what to do, so we offered him our help to clean him up and give him an old t-shirt and change out of those bloody clothes. We then saw the guy who hurt these flatmates being escorted out by the police and into a van and driven off to be arrested. I don't know anything more about that story. The police didn't really tell us anything else. Anyway, the guy who helped us was quite weird. He said a lot of BS and kept trying to grab me and flirt with me. And we noticed when we helped him, he smoked a lot of marijuana, but just didn't really care at the moment, as we just wanted to make sure he was okay, as we didn't know him. Then, after some time had passed, I would go to uni and come back home and see him quite often in the street, and just never said a word to him again. But one day, he came up to me in the street while I went to go to the corner shop and started talking to me weirdly, and I didn't feel comfortable at all with that for some reason, so I just didn't respond to him. He then just said, "Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait for you in front of your house then, and we'll talk further." No need to say I was creeped out and just thought he was joking. So I bought my drinks at the shop and headed back to my street. And as I turned into the street where my house was, I saw him with his flatmate sitting on my doorstep, waiting for me. So I panicked and went back to the corner shop and called my only guy flatmate to ask him to open the door and tell the guys to go away. But obviously he wasn't home, and no one else was either. So I literally just waited out until they left about an hour later, and then sprinted back to my home and locked the front door. Note, my front door has a glass panel on it where you would be able to kind of make out who was standing in front of it. After this already pretty scary encounter, I just tried to avoid the guy and mostly succeeded for a while. But then one day, as I went to smoke in the backyard, I noticed that the wooden door, which is always closed, was open, and the strings that were put there to keep it closed were cut off. For whatever reason, I didn't think anything of it and just closed the door again and put new strings on it, thinking it was one of my flatmates who took the bins out and just didn't tie it back. The weird neighbors would very often scream and yell and fight in their house, and it would wake me up and my flatmates up in the middle of the night. But we kind of got used to it after a while. But one evening, my boyfriend slept over like he normally did, and he, who usually never, ever wakes up because of a noise, woke up in the middle of the night because of a bang and some whispering. I was sound asleep, so he very silently woke me up, and we both just waited in the dark and listened for any noises. Suddenly, we heard the wooden door just bang, just shoot open, and some footsteps next to my window. I always have my window open because it gets very warm inside. So we both just froze, and then we heard the door leading to the backyard get shaken softly as if they were trying to get inside. And then they stopped. Luckily, we had the curtains closed, so they couldn't see us, but we were ready to get dressed and get the F out of that room and lock them in if they came in from the window. Then we just heard my window move and get more open, and one of the guys saying something in a different language that we didn't understand, and started to hear them trying to get in. My boyfriend and I just shot up out of bed, took my phone, put clothes on, and ran out of the room and out of that house. So I then called my flatmates and told them to lock themselves in their rooms, and then I called the police, who luckily came in less than 5 minutes as the headquarters were a couple streets down from us. I don't remember anything after the police came. I think me and my boyfriend were in shock. They ended up catching one guy. The other fled and was later found a few streets up smoking weed. The police told us they went inside their house and found a lot of meth and heroin, and that they were just carrying a massive kitchen knife with them. I was so confused as I've never done anything to offend or do anything wrong to my neighbors. So the idea of them breaking in with God knows what intentions with a kitchen knife terrorized me and my boyfriend. The two guys ended up being arrested, and one of them was put in prison for 2 years for carrying a weapon with the intention to harm. I never heard anything else from the police, and I moved back home a few months later, as I was so scared and it traumatized me for months on end, not knowing what would happen if my boyfriend didn't wake up. I'm still coping with it, and finding it really tough to get over it, of always asking myself, what if, and what would have happened if. I now very often wake up because of the slightest noise, and get horrible nightmares because of it. But hey, at least I'm still with my boyfriend, and we often talk about it, and it helps a lot.
This happened about 15 years ago. I was 21 years old, living in my very first apartment. It was a small bachelor apartment in a sketchy area. I grew up in a town that was known to be rough and tough. I knew how to handle myself and learned at a young age to keep my head down and not to go looking for trouble. My apartment building was behind a bar. A lot of the customers of the bar would stand outside to smoke. When they stood outside to smoke, they'd be looking at my apartment. Most of the people who were out smoking kept to themselves. A few would nod and say hello if I passed by. Never any issues. Until one evening. One evening, I came home from work. I passed the bar and saw this extremely tall man outside smoking. As I passed, he stared at me. I gave him a slight nod, but he didn't acknowledge me. He just continued to stare. It made me uncomfortable, but I didn't think much of it. About an hour later, I hear a knock on my door. It was odd because you have to buzz people into the building. The building only had 8 units, and I didn't really know any of the neighbors. I froze because I really didn't want to talk to anyone. But the knocking continued. I finally shouted out, "Who is it?" But there was no response. I shouted again, "Who's there?" And the voice said, "It's Tom." I didn't know anyone named Tom, so I shouted back, I don't know anyone named Tom. You must have the wrong apartment." The voice said, "You may not know me, but I know you. Open up so we can talk." I went over to the peephole, and it was the tall dude from the bar. I loudly said, "Fuck off, or I'm calling the cops." I heard his footsteps walk away, and heard the building door open and then close. He was gone. Or so I thought. A few minutes later, and I peeked out the window, and he was standing in the parking lot. He seemed to be talking to himself. At this point, I'm freaking out. I called my landlord who lived in the building next to me. He told me to call the police, and that in the meantime, him and his brother would come check things out. I called the police and tell them what's going on. They said a car was on the way. Meanwhile, my landlord and his brother made their way to the parking lot. I watch out my window and see them approach the tall dude. The tall dude takes one look at them and bolts. My landlord and his brother tried to chase him, but the tall dude got away. About 5 minutes later, the police arrived. I give my version of events and also a description of the man. The officer stares at me and says, "We've had reports of a man matching that description who's been sexually assaulting women. Thank God you didn't open the door." A few days later, I got a call from the officer. He told me part of their investigation was talking to the owner of the bar. The owner called the police when the tall dude reappeared after a few days, and the police responded and arrested him. So, tall, creepy dude from the bar, it was a close call, and I sincerely hope I never see you again. Hello. I have a more or less unusual story that I would like to tell you. I have a clear memory of it. It took place last year, in 2021, to the day on October 26th. I was often driving back and forth from Montreal to Quebec City for my work and to see my family. It was late because I was driving almost at night, around 7 p.m. I wasn't on a highway but on a national road. Not very busy, surrounded by forests and plains. I didn't mind driving at night because I had good vision and little fatigue, but halfway to my goal, in the distance, in the middle of the road, I realized that there was someone crouched down who seemed afraid. I was close to a town, so seeing a person didn't seem strange. Obviously, I wasn't going to run over him. I stopped on the side. I realized that it was a woman, about my age, who was crying. I go to her and ask her if she's safe, if she's feeling well. After a few minutes of silence, she ended up telling me in a feverish tone that she was being followed and that she was very afraid. I didn't know what to do. The stress was building up. This had never happened to me on this road. I stayed close to her, but I could hear footsteps behind us, coming up the side of the road. At first, it was just a vague and distant shadow from my point of view, then a silhouette of a tall, thin man. My brain quickly understood that this was the person the girl was afraid of, but she was paralyzed, still crouching. So I took her in my arms, put her in my car, to take her to the nearest police station, so at least she would be safe and have a roof over her head for the night. I then started the engine and continued driving normally, but in the central rearview mirror, I could see the man more precisely. He was standing, not moving. He was dressed in an untidy way. To my astonishment, he got down on all fours as an animal would, until the distance cut me off from his view. After this story, which was quite frightening at the time, I took the young woman back to a Quebec station and explained the situation. After a few days, I was able to get some information. This woman, who, if I may give an anecdote, is my companion today. Fortunately, I took this road that day. She'd broken down in the middle of the road. A man had come to talk to her and offer to help her and invite her to his house. She refused, finding the man aggressive and insistent. But the man was not satisfied. He started to grab her hand, and she started to struggle and run. I found her after she had run ahead of the man. She was having a panic attack at the time. The man then followed her until I saved her, as she says today. And that's the story. If you have any questions, I can answer them. In retrospect, I didn't expect this man to want to hurt her. After all, maybe he was used to taking women to his house. Fortunately, my partner didn't go into his house a year ago. Maybe he was going to hurt her.
When I was 23, I rented an apartment in an old boarding house in a neighborhood just outside the sketchy downtown of a mid-sized southern U.S. city. One night around 2 a.m., I was driving home from my boyfriend's place after we'd had a huge fight. I was teary and not paying much attention to my surroundings. At a stoplight, I pulled up alongside the other car on the road, made brief eye contact with the driver, and gave him a quick, absent smile. I'm Southern. It's ingrained. Anyway, I guess he took that as some sort of invitation. At the next stoplight, he stared intently into my car with a weird, blank expression. And at the next, and the next, I was seriously uneasy, but it took me a while to realize he was actually following me. I should have driven to the police station, but this was before smartphones, and I didn't know where the closest one was. Also, I was exhausted. I guess I thought I was just being paranoid and didn't want to make a fuss. Instead, I circled around, out of my way, until I no longer saw his headlights behind me. It seemed like he got bored and veered off. I was beyond relieved and drove straight home, anxious to get inside and behind locked doors. I parallel parked in a tight spot between two cars on the street outside the boarding house and cut the engine. And that's when he pulled up alongside me, close enough to the driver's side door that I couldn't have opened it if I tried. I was blocked in, and now he knew where I lived. I briefly thought about climbing across and exiting by the passenger door, but I wasn't confident that I could outrun him to the house and get it unlocked before he grabbed me, if that was his intention. It was very much the vibe he was giving off. I fumbled with my keys, and while I was fishing it out from under my seat, he got out of his car, lazily walked around to the passenger side of mine, and tried the door. Finding it locked, he leaned down and stared at me with that same intent, dead-eyed expression, and started tapping at the glass. I got my phone out and yelled that I was calling the police as I dialed 911. He began banging on the window, then slamming his fist on the windshield like he was trying to break it. Then he stopped cold and just stared for a long minute more while I talked to the dispatcher, looking utterly disappointed in me. I don't clearly remember the end of the interaction. It was a long time ago, and I was terrified and trying to give information over the phone. But I remember having the impression that he was making a mental note of the house, and that he seemed entirely confident as he ambled back to his car and unhurriedly drove away. The cops came and took my statement, and didn't seem to like what I told them one bit. If they found him, though, no one ever let me know. I lived there for a few more months, and didn't get a single night's sleep. I want to start by saying that this isn't the first bad experience I've had dog-sitting, but it's definitely the worst. So I started dog-sitting back when I was 13 and made good money doing it. I'm currently 19, and this happened when I was 18. I set up the easy way for people to contact me. I put out posts on Facebook and Instagram about it often, and would get people in my messages asking to dog sit. I got a notification from Instagram one day stating someone was trying to message me. I accepted it, and the message said that me and my wife are looking to find a dog sitter while we go away for a week to Florida. You will have to work the 4th to the 11th this month. We'll pay you $300 for the week. You're welcome to stay at our house or go back to your own home. I started talking back and forth with this man, and we're going to call him Mr. Brown for the sake of privacy. So I agreed to take the gig and told him that I would stay at his house for the week. Once I got to his house, I was introduced to his 2 dogs, Mina and Letty. Mina was a little Yorkie and Letty was a blue hound. I was shown around his house, which was surrounded by 76 acres. I live in a farm town, and I live on a 32-acre myself. So staying here didn't really freak me out. The closest neighbors were pretty far away, and you would actually have to drive there if you wanted to talk to them. They told me the rules and when to feed them, blah blah blah. Then Mrs. Brown told me about the nearest neighbor. In her words, she was a nice person, just a little drugged up and confused. She mentioned how sometimes she would pull into their driveway instead of hers, and would end mistaking Mrs. Brown for her dead daughter. Hearing this made me feel pretty bad for her, and I knew all too well how hard it was for parents to lose their child because of how my parents were after losing my brother in a car accident. Mrs. Brown said she shouldn't do anything bad, though, and she came up to the house, just point her back to her home, and she would leave with no problems. After they left, I was down to watch movies and just chill with the dogs. The first 2 days were fine with no hiccups. The third, however, the old woman, who I'll call Mrs. Rose, did pull into the driveway. I came outside as she was getting out of the car. She looked up to see me, and immediately she got back in her car and left. I chalked it up to her realizing that it was the wrong house when she saw me and went back inside. Later that night, though, I got a call from Mrs. Brown asking if I was okay. I said yes and asked why. She then went on to tell me about how she got a call from Miss Rose and that she said there was a robber at their house. I explained what happened, and she just laughed and said she must have been confused and forgot that they were out of town. I ended the phone call making a note to go over there tomorrow to clear the air about me being a robber. Once I went to bed that night, though, things got crazy. I woke up around 2, hearing a light scratching sound that almost sounded like ticking coming from outside the window. At first I thought that it might have been a bird or some sort of night creature, and left it alone. But the noise kept me from falling back asleep. I wanted to scare it away, so I got up and went to the window blinds, but screamed when I lifted the blinds and saw Miss Rose trying to pry the window open with a pair of pliers. When she saw me, though, she started banging on the window with the pliers. The dogs started barking now, and I quickly got up. I told the dogs to follow me, grabbed my phone, and ran to a room with no windows, which was the bathroom, locking the door in case she got in. I called 911 and explained the situation, quickly giving them the address from what I could remember. She said the police would be there in 10 minutes, which for the area I was in is pretty good considering the house is in a pretty rural area. I had gotten the dogs to be quiet and put them in the closet connected to the bathroom to make sure she didn't hear them. I was trying to stay calm and I could still hear the pounding on the window as I continued to talk to the operator, and then I heard glass shatter. I cursed under my breath, trying not to cry. I was really scared and pretty much ready to cry from fear of being beaten to death by someone who clearly was not in the right state of mind. I was whispering what was happening to the operator hiding in the back of the bathroom in the tub. After about 4 minutes of pretty much silence, I heard footsteps, and I could see feet under the other side of the door, and I cursed myself again. I then see Miss Rose get on her hands, look under the crack, and I mistakenly let out a gasp. She gets up, quickly pounding at the door. I could tell that she's still using the pliers. I'm at this point crying, asking the operator where the police are, to which she responds, 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes felt like a forever, as I screamed at Mrs. Rose to please go away, and she screamed back that I shouldn't be here. Once I heard the sound of police cars, and about a minute later, them trying to kick the door down, I felt a little better. I was told to stay on the line until the intruder was caught, and the police were now trying to get into the house. Eventually, they did get in the house, and I yelled to get their attention, not that they needed it, since she was still banging on the door. Once they got into the room, she was told to drop her weapon, and she obeyed, saying she didn't do anything wrong. They got her in cuffs, and a police officer told me it was okay to unlock the door, to which I slowly got up and unlocked the door. After being taken to the police station and giving them my story of the report, I went to my parents' house, and I was just scared to be alone. The next day I called Mrs. Brown and explained the situation. I got full payment even after telling them that I wasn't going back to the house. They called me a few days later saying that Miss Rose was under the influence of drugs, and in her words, she told the police she decided to take care of the robber, me, herself, and that she did nothing wrong. She was charged with breaking and entering, which is kind of ironic. After that, I quit dog sitting, and I'm a lot more paranoid, and always make sure my doors and windows are locked. So, Miss Rose, let's not meet again.
Masked paper bag person surveys my husband and I. So this only happened yesterday, and it's been driving me crazy. It's not as wild as other stories on here, but it's by far one of the creepiest things that have ever happened to me. So my husband and I were walking home from having a beer at the local pub around 6 p.m. In terms of setting the scene, we live in a small New Zealand town with a population of about 2,000. That's a real mixed bag in terms of residents. Older folk, meth heads, low income. But increasingly commuters from our capital city have been settling here. We fall into the latter category. It's spring here, so it's still pretty light. And we were just chatting as we walked the 10 minutes or so home. About 3 minutes into the walk, at the first intersection of our walk, I spot a cat sitting on the fence of one of the corner houses on the other side of the street from us. I say meow, and it meows back. It then starts stalking a bird, so my husband and I continue watching this house. The cat, really, as we walk past. Suddenly, a person with a brown paper bag mask on their head kind of stumbles out the front door of this house into the yard. Their mannerisms and how they're moving is so strange, but not what I'd associate with being drunk. The house itself seems completely dead, so there's no party on or anything. The person then turns to us and makes eye contact. Well, the eye holes in the mask are staring at us, and they slowly start backing away to the front door alcove of the house and disappear from the view into the alcove. We've been slowly walking this whole time, and at this point, I have literal goosebumps and an intense sense of dread. When I write it down, it sounds so silly, but there was something so creepy about this person. We're still looking as we walk past the house, and the paper bag face slowly emerges from the alcove, watching us, before disappearing from view again. As we walk and get further and further away, we keep turning around to look, and the same happens over and over again. Nothing, and then slowly but surely, the paper bag face emerges to watch us. This continued until we were at the end of the street, some 350 meters, and rounded the corner out of sight. It still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. My husband laughed and said it was probably some kid getting ready for Halloween or fucking with us. And he's probably right. But I had to keep turning around to watch my back the rest of the walk home because I was so creeped out.
So this happened somewhere in the 2000s when I, now 34 female, lived at home. I lived in the corner 2-story house of an estate area of semi-detached houses and had the back bedroom that looked out into our back garden. We had a side gate to the garden that was always locked, and we had a high wall around the garden itself which could only really be accessed from the outside if a mate gave you a bump up or on an electricity box that was about 1 foot away from the wall near the road. So anyways, one night I'm awoken about 3 a.m. and can hear someone gently singing, speaking, and laughing as though they are directing this to someone. I assumed this was my neighbors, and maybe they had a friend over for drinks or something. I think nothing much of it, and drift back into a light sleep. I continue to hear the singing and soft speaking voice, and I begin to realize it's been approximately 45 minutes, and I haven't heard a single response from another voice. I think, shit, maybe someone's out on the street, high or drunk or something. There's a road to my right, neighbor attached to my left, and another estate to the back. Being a nosy teen, I got up to peek out and see. I cannot see anyone under the streetlight or in my neighbor's garden, and then I looked straight down into our own garden. There is a fucking man laying in my garden, perched up on one arm and swinging a butcher knife around his other hand while my dogs, spaniels, roll around him and look delighted with life. WTF. He's singing to either himself or my dogs. I run into my parents' room and they come to see what I have woken them for. My dad, who's generally a quiet man, rips straight into action mode and grabs his shotgun and torch. This is North Europe. He used to hunt pheasants and foxes, IDA, and runs straight down the stairs. He opens the back sliding door, points the torch and unloaded gun at this guy and yells in a manly-ass voice he's never used before, GTFO before I blow your fucking head off. This guy jumps up to his feet, but quite gracefully, smiles and bows before jumping up onto our shed and hopping over the wall. We reported it, but never heard anything. Also not sure why my dogs didn't bark at him. They would usually bark at anyone they didn't know. But regardless, singing weirdo, let's never meet.
Disgruntled hospital worker tries to euthanize my grandfather. My grandfather Jim died when I was 17, around 5 years ago, and his last months were rough on the whole family. He had advanced brain cancer, but he spent most of his time at home under hospice care. One afternoon, it was about 2 weeks before Jim died, I was alone with my grandpa, waiting for the hospice nurse to come and check in on him. A man who I'd never seen before, Dave, knocked on the door. He was wearing hospital scrubs, but he hadn't brought any equipment with him, which was odd. I asked him if he worked for the hospital, and he nodded. He said that this was his first shift with Jim, but that he'd reviewed my grandfather's file, and that he wanted to speak to whichever family member had the legal authority to pull the plug. Jim wasn't even on life support, so I guess Dave was using plug as an expression. Oh, pull the plug on my grandfather. Well, I should say that I live in a right-to-die state where euthanasia is legal, so it's not like that option had never occurred to us. But as far as I know, no member of my family had ever expressed an openness to euthanizing Jim. I told him that I had no authority to make that decision, and that my grandfather, who was now delirious and unable to consent to much of anything, had specifically said to prolong his life indefinitely unless he was crying out in extreme pain, which he wasn't. Dave put his hand on my shoulder as though he were consoling me, and he talked about how old people became burdens that their families needed to let go of. Then Dave pulled a bottle of pills out of his pocket and said they were barbiturates that would trigger a peaceful death. And he said the coroner would determine that Jim died naturally from his cancer. I started to panic. I finally told him that under no circumstances would we be euthanizing Jim at this time, but he started to untwist the bottle as we walked towards Jim's bed. I tried to wrestle the pills from his hand, and he seemed startled. He played innocent and said he just wanted to show the pills to Jim. Well, Dave knew perfectly well that my grandfather had almost no idea what was going on. I called 911 and rapidly explained the situation to the dispatcher. Dave suddenly became very scared and bolted out of the house. The cops arrived within 5 minutes, and Jim's actual hospice nurse arrived a few minutes after that. Based on my physical description, the police and hospital staff were able to identify Dave as a recently fired hospital orderly. Dave was charged with making a criminal threat based on my testimony, but unfortunately, he was acquitted. So Dave, wherever you are, let's not meet. Surviving an attempted house robbery. I live in a not-so-great area in Cleveland, Ohio. This story happened to me about 3 weeks ago when I was homebound from work because I was sick. I was sitting in my kitchen eating cereal when I noticed a black van parked opposite the street of my house. There were like 3 people in it, but I just assumed it had something to do with one of my neighbors. I keep my house dead-bolted anyways and have a gun and an alarm system. I was watching YouTube on my phone when it rang with an unknown number. I picked it up, asking who it was, and it was a woman. She asked, "Is this?" and gave my name. I said yes, and she kept talking, telling me that, using my girlfriend's name, I'd been in a bad car crash and was severely injured. She told me I needed to come as quickly as possible, as I may not have a lot of time left. After hearing that, I sort of became manic. I grabbed my car keys and wallet and ran to my car to start driving to the hospital. I got halfway down the street when I realized I didn't even know what hospital, so I tried calling the number again, but they didn't pick up. I copy-pasted the number into Google, and the hospital didn't come up, just a bunch of random shit. I tried calling my girlfriend's number, and she picked up immediately. It's embarrassing, but I was crying, and I asked her what happened and if she was okay. She said she was fine, and when I mentioned the hospital, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about. I was really confused and couldn't really process what was happening, but I turned around and went home. When I got in view of my house, I saw the black van park backwards into my driveway. It wasn't fully clicking in my dumbass brain what was happening, but I knew well enough they had no reason to be in my driveway. When I drove over, there was only one dude in the car now. The other 2 were literally right at my front door, which I had forgotten to lock when I ran out to my car. They were all wearing beanies and face masks, so it was hard to actually see what they looked like besides their eyes. When they saw me pull up next to their van, the 2 started running back over to my car, and we all started having a shouting match. It was basically me screaming, "What the fuck are you doing parked in my driveway?" and them telling me to shut the fuck up. We kept doing that when one of them flashed a pistol at me and threatened to shoot me. As soon as I saw the gun, I floored my gas pedal and fumbled to dial 911 as I drove. I could see them pulling out in my rear view, driving in the opposite direction out of the neighborhood. The police still came and I gave them a description of the van and the clothes they were wearing. I also managed to memorize like half their plate, but I doubt they were real anyways. I had so much adrenaline pumping through my body, I was shaking. I filed a report with them, but haven't heard back since. It's just kind of the way it is around here, sadly. Either way, I was really startled because not only did they know where I lived, but obviously they were the caller and somehow knew my name, my girlfriend's name, and that I was home from work. Well, that shit scared the hell out of me, and now I have a Ring doorbell system. I also triple-check my doors are locked every time I leave the house now. I pray to God some shit like that never happens to me again because it was horrible. And to those people who tried robbing my house and threatened to kill me, well, let's never fucking meet again.
These events happened over several months in 2016, when me and my sister, then 16 and 14, first moved into our most recent apartment complex with our mother. We now call it the apartment complex from hell because there were many incidents like this. I wrote about 2 of them already. Admittedly, we were still into the hoverboard craze then and would ride them around. This is how we met Savannah. She was our age and lived in our building. She asked to hang out and we were happy to hopefully make new friends, so we said yes. We hung out outside the complex at a little park area. It got dark and we started making up ghost stories. Turns out, she liked creepy paranormal stuff like we did. Note, I did not actually believe in this stuff and still don't. Every time I reference the paranormal, it is hyperbole. As we were walking home, the light in one of the apartment hallways flickered, and I joked and said it was the spirit trying to communicate with us. Savannah made up a flash once for yes, twice for no system to communicate with the spirit, and we messed around a bit. We thought it was just harmless fun. The next day, she runs over to us, excited. She informs us that the spirit we had met last night told her its name was Kieran and that it meant light, so it made all perfect sense now. We asked her how she knew, and she said she went back later that night, alone, to talk to it. This was the first time it occurred to us that she might have really believed in this stuff. Our aunt had given us an old Ouija board as a joke the year before, and we thought Savannah might like it. Savannah lit up and said she wanted to try and talk to Kieran, so we huddled in the hallway connecting the apartments and put our hands on the board. We kept getting random letters that didn't make sense, but soon Savannah's questions were directed to Kieran. We felt her moving the planchette and called her out, but she got mad and said she'd prove it. She took her hand off the planchette and it no longer moved. She just huffed and insisted it wasn't her. Over the next few weeks, we did mostly normal stuff with her, but she kept talking about the ghosts and Ouija boards until we broke down and played it again. This time, we were introduced to a new ghost, Evan. We knew it was Savannah moving the planchette, but were curious about the story she was making, so let her follow through. Evan was a ghost, or demon rather, about our age who wanted free from a greater demon controlling him. That greater demon's name? Kieran. Savannah's parents called her inside, and conveniently, Evan had to go too. He told us he'd protect us against Kieran, especially Savannah. Savannah commented on how cute that was for him to offer. A few days go by normally, but then Savannah's back to tell us she has a boyfriend. We are happy for her until she tells us his name is Evan. We're wondering what the hell she's talking about, and she explains that, while sleeping over at another friend's house, something had tugged off her shorts while she slept. She'd woken up and heard Evan's voice. Then he'd visited her in her dreams and asked to date, or something like that. She'd said yes. Of course, we knew she made up Evan, so we're kind of like, what is wrong with you? And we don't talk about the demon stuff anymore. Now, Savannah is extremely possessive over her friends. When she'd see us with someone else, she'd text us nonstop about why we hadn't invited her. We tried to keep our distance, but she lived on the ground floor and literally watched out her window waiting for us to come outside. She'd latched on to us. We didn't know much about her home life, but she always seemed troubled. She had scars on her wrists and talked about running away from home. Her parents seemed all right, if rather strict and religious. We still hung out with her because we were worried, but were starting to feel weird about it. Worse, she'd randomly show up holding out her hand, saying Evan was holding her hand. She'd look at random things and laugh when no one was talking because Evan had told her a joke. Once, she made us feel her cheek where it was supposedly warm from Evan kissing her. It was not warm. One day, my sister and I were bored from her talking to Evan on the Ouija board. She was still controlling the whole thing, and wanted some fun. I texted my mom to call my phone from a blocked number and play creepy sounds. Looking back, this was one of the dumbest things I did, but at the time it was just for fun. My mom made the call, and I put it on speaker. Savannah is living for it, especially when my mom played a track from a scary movie about a ghost. My mom took it a step further and threw a banana off of our third-story balcony for us to see. Savannah said it was a sign that Kieran was winning. We had no idea of the fire this would light in her. We were about to tell her it was a prank, but again her mom called her inside. She found us again the next day, and I came clean about the prank. She laughed and said there was no way we could have done that. I said, No, my mom literally did all of it. Well, Savannah had told her friend about it, who told her that yellow objects, like the banana, were a sign of the devil, and seeing them meant the devil was hunting you. This was all she talked about for a while, but since nothing else happened, she gradually forgot. Things went back to normal for a while, until Autumn moved in. Autumn and Savannah connected instantly because of their history with depression. Autumn was a few years younger than us, but had a hell of a lot more of a past. This included significant time spent in psychiatric facilities and violence toward her classmates and family. Autumn claimed she heard demons talk to her at night, and just like that, the ghost stuff had started again. Savannah felt threatened by Autumn and felt the need to one-up her with the ghost stuff. She told her Evan was her ghost brother that looked out for her. I was like, hold on, you claimed he was your boyfriend. She giggled and said, that's gross, he's my brother. Her story had completely switched. Now she was dating another demon named Jacob, and they were engaged. She even showed us a ring to prove it. The next week or so was literally like a match between them to see who was the darkest and most involved in the spiritual world or whatever. They compared scars on their wrists and brag about cutting themselves and doing things like sneaking out in the night. In a move to one-up Autumn, Savannah drew a giant pentagram in the parking lot with chalk. Her parents found out, and she backed out and blamed it on Autumn. The next freaking day, people came to repave the parking lot. The pentagram is now buried under it forever, literally. Savannah moved on to saying her friend had found Jacob's body and was going to put his spirit back inside it. Savannah continued to take advice from this friend, who fueled everything she did. Savannah now said the friend was teaching her witchcraft. We mostly avoided her at this point, but she'd ask us to do things like make holy water with her and try and summon her a familiar. From that point on, she insisted she was a fire witch and walked around wearing all black with Halloween-like makeup on her face. She and Autumn frequently snuck out together, and occasionally we'd see a cop cars at her house. My sister and I were avoiding them both, but now we'd get fiery texts from both of them if we hung out with other people, especially our guy friends. Once, they saw us get home and stood in the parking lot pretending to be possessed. Autumn also cut all of her hair off and claimed to have tried to kill her teacher. My sister and I knew it was bullshit, or at least we hoped. But Savannah took it so seriously. She'd go around telling neighbors of terrible crimes she committed or wanted to commit. She even told us that when she'd first seen us outside with hoverboards that she'd wished for them to blow up. One day, we again saw the police come to her door, and the officers had jackets that said they were from the Juvenile Justice Department. Her mom pulled me, my sister, and our mom aside to explain what was going on. Apparently, 2 years before, they'd discovered Savannah talking with a man online. Her messages to him were hiring him to come literally kill her parents, after making threats of killing them a few days before. We were able to confirm the story after pet setting for them and finding court papers about it. We'd known she was on probation, but she'd always tell us different stories as to why. Savannah continued to beg us to hang out with her after that, even inviting herself to spend the night. We avoided her at all costs, but she'd follow us everywhere. It kind of died down when Autumn moved out, and Savannah moved with her family shortly after. Since then, she started doing service hours at a horse stable and graduated high school. I really hope she's gotten happier and more stable. Autumn messaged my sister a few months ago, asking to call her mom to confirm she was with us. She wasn't. And we later saw her with a 19-year-old dude. She's 14 now. Me and my sister and my mom have moved as well. There were too many incidents in those apartments. Our new place is so quiet and peaceful. But to Savannah and Autumn, let's never meet again.
I grew up in a small rural town where nothing ever happens. The sort of place where it wasn't unusual to leave your doors unlocked, and your closest neighbors are a mile or so from your home. Our family also had this giant old cat, Tag, who was a bit of a drama king, but we loved him. One summer when I was around 9 or 10 years old, the cat starts going ballistic. Tag generally slept in my room, curled up next to me, until I fell asleep, and then he would get up to do whatever cat things he did at night. Occasionally, he would meow or try to wake me up on unfortunate nights when he could see the bottom of his food bowl and needed a midnight snack. Usually, if I ignored him, he would give up or rarely go try to wake my mom instead. This night, however, he bangs against my parents' bedroom door until he gets in and is meowing loud enough to wake us up. Our bedroom doors were next to each other, and I called to Tag to come to bed because it's about 2 a.m. He's having none of it and is carrying on. My mom gets up, goes down to the kitchen, and then hops back up, with Tag on her heels still meowing insanely. She said his bowl had plenty of food, and he just walked her to the door of the kitchen. Tag was an indoor-outdoor cat, but had his own cat door through the garage, so there was no need for any of us to let him out. My mom said my brother must have left the kitchen door open, and just the screen door was shut, but she wasn't holding it open for the cat to just stand there and not go out. She shut the kitchen door and went back to sleep, firmly shutting her bedroom door this time so Tag couldn't let himself back inside the room. I always kept treats for him in my room and offered him one, but he was still meowing at their door, trying to get them up. I grabbed him and bring him into my room and shut my door to get him to sleep. I lay in bed trying to go back to sleep, and Tag meows at my door wanting back out. I finally opened my door and he bolts back downstairs towards the kitchen, and that's when I heard what sounded like a door slamming. I have 3 older siblings though, and someone is always watching TV or running to the bathroom, so I think nothing of it. The cat finally stalks back into my room, but instead of curling up in my armpit like usual, he sat at the bottom of my bed staring at the door. I fall asleep until morning when some commotion wakes me up, and I pant down to the kitchen to find my parents on the phone with the police. They got up as usual to get ready for work, and while making coffee, my mom went to grab her rings from the jewelry dish she had by the sink, because she would take them off in the evenings to rinse dishes and load the dishwasher, but discovered the dish was empty this morning. Small town, so the sheriff sends a deputy over, and when my dad walks out to meet them, sees the ATV is missing from our back. The key is off the keyring. My brothers are all up at this point too, and we're all freaked out that while we were sleeping some robber came in and removed the ATV key and saw an opportunity to take my mom's ring. They were asking if we had any clue when it happened, and my parents says no. My mom asked my middle brother, who was a freshman in college and home for the summer, what time he ended up off the couch last night and if he heard anything. He said he went to bed at 10 or 11 and asked what she meant, as his bedroom was in the basement and he wouldn't have heard anything in the kitchen. She said, but you were in the living room off the kitchen when I went to feed the cat and shut the door you left open, and I told you not to sleep on my couch and go to your bed as I went upstairs. He told Mom he was in the basement since dinner and never went out or came upstairs again. He watched a movie in the basement living room before going to bed in his own bedroom. She goes white and realizes that the cat must have been trying to warn us. Someone came into the house, and the robber dove onto the couch and covered up to hide when she came to the kitchen and exited after she went back to bed. The cop said, for someone to be so brazen, they probably knew our family, knew our habits, but didn't count on the cat being so overprotective and had probably intended to steal more, but was afraid the cat may wake the whole house. It's been over 20 years since that happened, and the robber was never caught. But it is unnerving to think it was probably someone who had been to our home before as a friend. Thank God for our cat. This story is from 2019. I was 13 years old at the time, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. Due to the trauma, maybe. I was bored at home alone. I FaceTimed my best friend, who lives in the apartment building next to mine, and asked him if he would join me in a walk around the neighborhood. He wasn't there. He was on his way back home from school, which is understandable, because it was a Thursday afternoon. There's a jogging circuit near my house. It's like 500 meters away. Due to my massive boredom, I put on my sport clothes, a basic t-shirt plus a short. The short has no pockets. Remember this detail. I then was headed with my music, vibing to the circuit. Arriving there, it was surprisingly not that empty. Around 8 to 10 people in that 15-kilometer circuit. I started walking for a bit, then ran for a couple kilometers, and then laid down in the grass. I noticed 2 guys on a motorcycle going back and forth. I didn't care that much since I was FaceTiming my 2 best friends. It was getting pretty late. It was around 6 p.m. and I was exhausted. I walked home, but I took another path that is kind of a shortcut. I had to walk through an empty big street with buildings in construction. I took the same path many times before with no problems. I had a feeling that someone was watching me and following me. I turned around and noticed the same 2 guys on the motorcycle heading towards me. I whispered to my friends on FaceTime that something weird is going to happen and they have to cut their mics and focus with me. The guys came by and one of them asked me where is the nearest barber shop. Out of stress, I gave them a random location. While the rider of the bike asked me about the barber shop, my right eye twitched and unfocused. I do have this ability, but I was still able to see with it. I saw in the bike's rear view mirror that the other guy was trying to look at where my phone is located. It was between my short and my belly because I had no pockets and I had my earphones on. I was freaking out. Time was starting to slow down. Seconds felt like hours and I couldn't feel my legs anymore. They went on but with a slow speed. It was like they were planning a backup plan. I had 3 options. There was a taxi guy fixing his car. I could have went to him and explained the situation, but my gut said, what if they noticed me and came back and maybe do what they planned to do? Stop a random car and hop in, and then explain the situation. My gut said no. What if the car was locked? Plus, the guys would have noticed that I knew what they were planning to do and come to me after the random car would go. And this is what I chose. Run in the opposite direction into the traffic and take the path I came by. I instinctively ran for the straight 5 minutes. Couldn't do it anymore. I entered the field and started running again towards some slums. I looked back and I saw the guys coming after me into the field. And one of them was shouting, "Just stop, we just want to know where the barber shop is." There is one thing about me, and that it is I always trust my gut. And it said, no, run as fast as you can, or you will die today. And that's what I did. I ran between the slums and kept running until I arrived near my best friend's house, who I was still in FaceTime with. I told him to come downstairs right now, and I laid down in the parking lot. He came in and was freaked out because he knew something was happening, but didn't know what, since I didn't give him any more details. My face turned yellowish and I threw up. I couldn't feel my legs nor my arms anymore. He walked me to my house and I laid down, and from that moment I don't remember anything. I just remember me waking up the following day with bruises on my leg due to me running into a field full of pikes. The whole story happened in a space-time of 10 to 15 minutes. Now, I take that same path again, with no worries.
To whoever was in my car with me last night, I'm currently living in my SUV right now, and last night, around 12 a.m., I parked in a Walmart parking lot to sleep. It was one of the worst days I've had in a long time, and I was absolutely exhausted, so when I got into the back of my SUV, I fell asleep right away, unfortunately forgetting to lock my doors. I've always been a very light sleeper, and I'm thankful I am, because somehow I woke up, turned around in my makeshift bed to face whoever was now sitting in the driver's seat of my car looking directly at me. This is where the story somehow kinda gets funny, because I was so tired and in such a daze, all I did was continue to shake my head back and forth and say no, while reaching across this person's lap and opening the door for them and gesturing for them to leave. And that is why the title of the story is to whoever was in my car with me last night. Thank you for getting out and leaving without saying or doing anything else but walking away. But I do hope that we never meet again. A summer camp gave us nightmares. This story takes place about 5 years ago. At this time I was 14 and was a Boy Scout since I was 11. Sorry if it feels weird, but I try to remember it and tell it as best as possible. Anyways, it was on summer holidays. We are usually 2 weeks in the wild and doing scout stuff. We get to know other scout groups from other parts of the country. It's generally a super good time to meet new people. This time, we met 3 other groups and we'll spend 3 weeks together. For the record, I was with 2 other guys from my group and we shared a tent together. The days go on and one of my friends has a crush on the girl. One day, he invites her to our tent on the evening to have some fun playing cards and tell jokes. She agreed. On that evening, she sneaked up to our tent and came with a friend of hers. Now let me introduce you to Mia. Anyways, we had a good time during the night, and a couple of hours later, they both left. During the time at the camp, a good friend of mine, Lisa, had a crush on Mia who was also into her. It was a happy moment for everyone. The days go on, and Mia gets a little weird and talks alone with people who aren't in the camp. As time goes on, rumors say that Mia tried to commit suicide in the forest. A kid saw her trying to strangle herself with her belt. After that, they alerted the adults and she was going to get picked up by her parents a couple of days later. She was gone for a couple of days and everything went back to normal. Little did we know that Mia was back in the camp as the other younglings saw her in the forest, saying things in the likes of, "I want to see Lisa," whilst holding a knife. At that moment, everyone was scared as shit, and the adults decided to dress up as a big tent and put us all inside while we wait for Mia to show up. She eventually showed up and saw us and ran straight towards us with a knife in her hands. It happened so quickly, but I still remember it. One of the adults managed to tackle her down and made sure that she wouldn't get up by holding her tight. Another adult made sure to pick up her knife and called for the police and the parents. The story is nearly to an end as the police took Mia, followed by her parents, and was the last time I saw her. Since then, I only heard once from her. I heard that she was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and she's in a clinic with people there to help her. Lisa is still traumatized of these events. One thing that bums her out is that her name is one letter apart from Mia's name. People sometimes mispronounce it and makes her recall these events. So Mia, I doubt you'll ever see this. Maybe someone who has lived this will come across this post. But once again, I doubt it. So Mia, let's not meet again.
I just found this up, but this happened about 7 years ago. The story starts with me getting home from high school on the bus. I made it home and saw that my mom wasn't there, and since my dad was at work, and my bro wasn't getting out of school until much later, I was going to be the only one there. I put my backpack down and untied my shoes, and suddenly some dude walks out from the hallway. I go into Arkham's Razor mode and assume that this guy is some sort of handyman, since we had been moved in recently and had been getting a lot of repair work done due to the half-assed DIY electrical / plumbing / paint job left over by the previous owners. Additionally, he was wearing some sort of tool belt and kind of fits the general repairman look, you know. My mom's usually around the time whenever we have people working on the house, so I assumed that she just left not too long ago and would be back soon. I non-maniacally tell the guy that my mom should be home soon, and he mumbles something under his breath like thanks and leaves out the front door to what I assume is his repair truck. At this point, I text my mom asking when she's going to be back and who's this guy in the house. She's asking if I'm joking, and at this point, it only comes to me, and I realized that I was sitting on the couch chatting with some dude who was actually burglarizing our house. At this point, the guy was long gone, and luckily my mom was only a few minutes away. Apparently she was at the store just down the road. She gets back home and calls the police, and they take a look around, but nothing actually went missing, and nothing ever really came of it. I'm honestly glad it went down the way it did, since I only knew what happened once it was already all over. This guy had put himself between me and the front door, and I'm not really sure what freaked out fight or flight me would have done. I also can't imagine what this guy was thinking when I basically just let him walk out. I've never shared this story with anybody, except, strangely enough, my teacher at the time. I was in the first grade at a Northside elementary school in DeSoto, Texas. We lived about 3 long blocks down, as my mother liked to call it. I personally felt like it was a lot longer. My sister and I were brought to school, and on a regular basis, we also walk home. My parents decided to divorce right at this time. My dad moved out, and we started seeing him every other weekend. My mom began dating someone else, and I remember she no longer became interested in taking us to school as much. She became very preoccupied with her new relationship, and I remembered that she often had me walk to school as well as coming home as well. Thinking back on it now, I'm not sure why I was late. There might have been a doctor's appointment or something. I remember that it wasn't very late at all, maybe just an hour or so after school had started. My mom pulled up in her car and I got out. I remember hoping that she would wait there and watch me go up the flight of stairs and inside, but she just drove right off, and to my dismay. And this is when I saw him. A man, pretty normal looking, stepped out of a car looking directly at me. My mom had pulled off, and this man seemed to be the only person around. He crossed the street quickly, coming at an angle, coming directly towards me. I remember turning and running up the steps. There were 3 flights of stairs with a landing in between. When you were a little girl, these stairs seemed much bigger. I remember looking over my shoulder, and he was literally running up the stairs right after me. And I had a horrible gut reaction and ran as fast as I could. I remember the double doors in front of me, and I was panicked, thinking that I couldn't make it. At that age, I felt the energy coming from an otherwise normal-looking person who looked like a dad. I remember the huge, intrinsic feeling of doom and urgency to go down through those doors. And I did. And I immediately turned and saw him standing at the second part of the stairs. He just stood there, looking at me as I looked at him from inside the building. And then he looked very frustrated and turned, walking away back to his car. I remember telling my teacher about it maybe a week later. A police detective showed up and interviewed me about what had happened. This makes me think that it may be connected to something that happened in that area at the time. I don't think I've ever been any more afraid in my life. And it wasn't powerful internal fear. It was like my body told me immediately to just run. This is my story. I'm going to try to load a picture of the school entryway so you can see what I was describing.
Hello there. This is Lecter Black. I will be narrating 2 stories from r/letsnotmeet. Story 1. The weirdest teacher I have ever met.
My entire primary school experience felt like a fever dream, but I don't think I could fit it all in one post, so instead, I'm choosing to tell the most bizarre experience in my schooling life. In my school, the language sub that I was taking had teachers leaving almost every 3 months, some due to finding a job with higher wages. This teacher, however, left due to his disturbing attitudes to the kids, who were all between 8 and 10. This teacher is Mr. John. He came to our school during the second semester of grade 5, my class. And he was not only a language teacher, but a PE and arts teacher as well, despite not having any experience in either fields. At first, he made a good impression, cracking jokes and giving helpful advice. However, one day, he started deterring to very mature topics while he was teaching. He would talk about paintings, but somehow divert the conversation to body odor, and what kind of object that would emit such terrible smells, such as excrements. He would go too much into detail about excrements, nothing you'd learn from bio, to the point where it's not funny, but disturbing. He later talked about puberty, which at first seems normal, but later talked about how puberty changes you, such as your body parts and other feelings you get. We were 8. He then showed pictures of his ex-girlfriend when she was 17, her selfies. She was getting married, and he had her photos in a file on his computer. The final blow was him taking off his shirt and showing every scar and injury that was inflicted on him. He forced us to look at all of them. We were so uncomfortable. Finally, I complained to the principal, along with a few others. And he tried to find those who complained about him. He asked around and interrogated 2 of my friends. So to Mr. John, let's not meet. Story 2. I was almost abducted at the age of 6 by an old man in the park. I'm 33 now, so this was a long time ago. I only remember parts of it, but my mom said it was the most terrified she had ever been in her entire life. Rightfully so. As a kid, I had a problem with wandering off. I still do this as an adult, and it's usually caused by something grabbing my attention, and I just disappear from a group sometimes. It's a joke now, but when I was a kid, it was incredibly dangerous. I would find out 15 years later that this was my undiagnosed ADHD kicking in. LOL. My family went to a park one afternoon. It was a beautiful day, and my mom and dad had a picnic on the grass and were drinking some wine. My siblings and I were off in the field playing. At some point, I saw an old man sitting on a bench. He wasn't looking at us or bothering us, but my ADHD brain decided to go say hello for some reason. In addition to wandering off, I also had a knack for talking to strangers. I'm surprised I'm still alive, to be honest. I remember this old man seemed nice. He showed me a magic trick, the old coin behind the ear thing. I thought it was cool, and he showed me a couple more tricks. This is where my memory blanks until my mom ended up finding me. At some point, my mom noticed I was missing. She knew I had an issue for wandering off, but the fact I couldn't be seen in an open park was alarming. She searched for about 5 minutes and could not find me. Eventually, she found me, with this old man, standing in between 2 cars in the parking lot. I don't remember how I got there or why I went there, but I do remember my mom swooping me away from the man and freaking the hell out. My dad ended up punching the guy, I think. From what my mom said, no foul play was apparent when she found me. He just looked like a quiet old man in his 60s, but the fact that I was between 2 cars probably meant I was seconds away from getting abducted if my mom didn't find me in time. So yeah, don't let your overly friendly ADHD kids talk to strangers. Fuck. Bonus. One other time, 2 years later, I wandered off in Disney World. I was just playing in Goofy's house, but apparently I was missing for like 30 minutes. Nothing bad happened, and I had no idea what I was doing was wrong, but my parents and grandparents basically had heart attacks searching for me. Clearly, I am the sole reason they all have gray hair now.
Every day I walk home from school with my friend, because she lives only a little bit away from me, so our routes line up. At the start of the school year, we noticed there was this man usually looking at us from his window while we walked home from school. Found it a little weird, but ultimately didn't think much of it. A few months ago, after the heat of the summer died down a bit, he started sitting out on his porch when we were walking by. Usually he would just smile at us. Sometimes I smiled back, but I usually just ignored him. One day as I was walking by his house, he waved to me from where he was sitting. I stopped and waved back at him and told him to have a nice afternoon as I walked past. It felt a little weird because he didn't reply, but eventually I forgot about the whole thing. Once when my mother was at work and I was all alone at our house, I noticed him walking past my house several times through my window. I felt very creeped out and uncomfortable. I considered talking to my parents about it just in case, but ultimately convinced myself he wasn't doing anything wrong, so it didn't really matter. Yesterday I walked home from school alone because I stayed behind with some other kids outside of school for a few hours since we had art club that day, and I didn't want to walk home just to have to come back fairly soon after. I had just bought myself a nice pair of wired headphones a few weeks ago, with money I have been saving up for a long time since I don't have a job. I was playing them over one ear as I was walking home. On the way home, there is a public lot with a stable on it that I like to cut through to get to my yard as quickly as I can, rather than walking around the property. Sometimes people like to hang around it to meet up, but there wasn't anyone on it that I could see. As I rounded a corner on the stables, someone grabbed the back of my shirt. From the way they were grabbing it, I could see part of their hand. I jerked forward and grabbed the top part of my headphones. The wire was at the bottom part of my neck, and it got stuck for a moment. And I remember feeling like I couldn't get away. Something very bad was going to happen. The wire eventually snapped and I took off running as fast as I could, screaming. They let go of my shirt and I hopped the half-length fence to our property, and I ran as fast as I could onto the sidewalk in front of my house because I was worried that I would take too long on the lock if they were following me. By the time I actually got to the sidewalk point, I was crying and I felt like I was going to collapse because I was so scared. When I looked over my shoulder, I couldn't see anyone, but I kept running until I reached my friend's house in case whoever was there was still around when I got there. I was in tears, and it took a bit of time to explain because no one could understand me. I tried calling my mother, but she wouldn't pick up the phone. My friend's mom called the police, and they came to check things out. There was nobody at the stables, and they told me there was most likely some kid trying to mess around, but they escorted me home to where my mother was waiting for me anyways. I didn't tell them about the old man because I was worried they would think I was crazy, considering he hasn't technically done anything, but there's something in my mind that keeps telling me that it was him who grabbed me at the stables. When I was walking home from school today, I brought a screwdriver with me in case I needed to defend myself. I also had my friend with me. My mother offered to pick me up from school, but I was worried that if I had shown her how the encounter had affected me, then it would make things worse. I also avoided the stables and my friend made sure I made it to the door. The guy on his porch wasn't there today, and I'm still not fully sure if it's him or not. I feel terrible that my headphones broke, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened if they didn't.
I grew up out in the wooded country of Illinois, on a short dead-end street 10 plus miles from a town, and there were 7 houses in the area spread out on 2.5-acre wooded lots, or larger each. There were no large wild animals. There aren't bears or similarly large animals in the region, and people didn't meander there or show up lost. Actually, lost folks or large animals wandering around never happened in the 20 years I lived there, so please keep that in mind. When I was a young girl in my early teens, I had a good guy friend a few years older than me who lived next door, Terry. Terry was allowed to go out with his friends much later than I was, and he would sometimes tramp over my yard after getting home late and throw rocks from the gravel area outside at my window to chat. My bed was right next to the window. I'd open the window and we'd whisper stories and generally talk a bit. My second-story window faced our backyard, and his house was to the side. I could see his house from my window over the shrub trees and walking path to his driveway. I'd often know if he was out. The light was on over the side door entrance, or already home, light was off. One time during the summer when my window was open, I heard a car in his driveway, dropping him off. I was probably 14 years old and it was around midnight. I heard Terry get out of a car and was talking to his friends. Soon, his friends pulled away. I softly called out, as loud as I could without waking my parents, asking Terry to stop by for a chat. He didn't respond as he probably didn't hear me. Then I came up with the not-so-brilliant idea to sneak outside and scare him. Spent many years in the woods and learning how to blend in and be silent. As kids, we'd often sneak around and scare each other. So I silently sneaked down from the second floor and out my back garage door, which led to our backyard below my window, which led to Terry's house off the side through our gravel area, and then through a well-worn path through the woods, about 25 feet long. My parents had put in a gravel pit around the back of the house, probably because nothing much grew due to the shade of the oak trees. There were 14-inch oak rounds set out as an uneven stepping path in the gravel, and if you stepped off the rounds, the crunch of gravel rocks would give you away. I picked my way expertly and silently across the log rounds facing Terry's house. My eyes got accustomed to the dark and I didn't see him, although at the time I heard the door of his house close and the light going off signalling he went in, likely to bed. I waited a bit, as I thought I saw something move in the woods between our houses, but not on the path we'd always use. If you didn't use the path, there were wild rose and raspberry plants that had thorns and were painful to walk through if you weren't careful. So I thought it was odd he'd be in the woods, but maybe he wanted to scare me like I was plotting to do to him. But I saw something human-sized and dark moving through the woods, slow and pausing every once in a while like me. It was coming closer and I definitely saw it, but it was strange in that it wasn't walking directly to my window to talk. Therefore I hunched down and waited in silence, wondering if I could still startle him. Still thought it was Terry and he saw me sneak out and he was trying to scare me. I watched a dark outline of a human figure moving, but then I would lose sight of it in the foliage. It seemed to be stalking slowly and listening, checking every few feet while hiding. So I whispered, after losing my patience one last time, for Terry. But he didn't answer. Got bored of hiding and crouching, so I quietly tippy-toed back to my garage door and went back inside, silently locking up as I went. I snuck back upstairs to my room above the area where I was just standing, crouching. My window was open and I definitely heard something, walking around the yard. I whispered again for Terry out my window, but got no answer. Then I heard something fall and grunt and moan pretty loudly in the window, well, right below my window. It wasn't enough to wake my parents, but definitely loud enough I didn't mistake it, and it sent a shock of fear through me. If you aren't familiar with a window well, it's a semicircle hole connected to the house, dug out about 3 or 4 feet deep and reinforced with metal. It allows a basement window to be put in below ground level, and the hole lets some natural light in. There is no way Terry would have fallen in our window well. We had been playing hide and seek and many outdoor games for years since we were young, around the whole neighbourhood. We knew everyone's window wells and house footprints, plus paths in the woods, like the back of our hands. The grunt sounded humanish and not like an animal. It also pulled itself out quietly, without a lot of thrashing. That's when I realised this wasn't a fun game, and something was out there, and it wasn't Terry. I tried to look outside my window as best I could, but there was a screen on my windows to keep the bugs out. So I couldn't lean my head out the window to see next to the wall of our house directly below me. I then heard the crunch of rocks, as whatever it was stepping in the noisy gravel. Again, Terry would know where the log rounds were, would not step in the gravel. He knew my parents were pretty strict, and he was as good at being quiet as I was. Whatever it was stopped and I held my breath. Pretty much sat there with my face pressed against the screen, 2 stories up, for probably half an hour. It seemed like an hour, but I'm sure I didn't have patience back then to wait that long. I never heard it, him, her leave. But I grew tired and eventually fell asleep on my bed. It was next to the window. There are a few things I am certain of. It wasn't Terry. I asked him later and he said he went to bed that night as soon as he got home. He also would have no reason to lie. I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of our neighbours, and I can't think of any reason a person would be there. We had few neighbours and only 2 other houses out of the 7 had kids. Again, these 7 houses were spread out in a 2.5 plus acres per home. There weren't any big animals in the area. As wooded as the whole area was, we only had some deer, but they were hunted and didn't come close to homes. Plus, our dogs scared them away. Stranger in the woods. Let's not ever meet. This happened in 2000 or 2001. I just moved to SoCal for college. My roommate and I, both males, early 20s, thought it would be fun to drive into Mexico because it was not that far away. Maybe a couple of hours. We had never been. One Saturday late morning, we made the drive into Tijuana, parked, and immediately hit a bar. It was around 1 or 2 p.m. We ate tacos and drank a lot of beer and tequila. Got pretty faded at this place. Senor Frogs? I think we had cigars too. After a couple of hours, we exited onto the street pretty drunk and in very good spirits. It was still daylight, maybe mid-afternoon. I think our plan was to hang out a while longer and then drive back home at dusk once we sobered up a bit. We were approached on the street by a very friendly Hispanic male. He was very short, maybe 5'2", Joe Pesci style, approximately 30s in age and stocky. He was literally dressed like Lewis from Revenge of the Nerds. White dress shirt button up all the way, tucked in, trousers hiked up high, budding socks showing. He may have also had glasses on. He was very friendly and presented himself almost as a tour guide. Hey, you guys not from around here, let me show you the local spots kind of presentation. My first impression was very friendly, and we disregarded him and said no thank you. Did notice that although he was dressed like a stereotypical nerd, he had some pretty hardcore tattoos on his neck. Still was not scared of him, just didn't care for his service. We kept walking and were in a busy part of town with a lot of people, so really were not concerned about him at all. But he kept on us, just following us around, trying to make chit-chat about what bars or clubs were best. Just seemed like he was a promoter or something. We were kind of aimlessly walking around and he began to recommend different strip joints, which we also disregarded. Slowly, it seemed we were walking more into the outskirts of town unknowingly. Don't know how this happened. He was always right there following us. I don't recall how, but he was finally able to get us interested in a strip joint. Pointed it out and said it was the best or something. Maybe just because he was relentless, we agreed to walk over and go in. Oddly, we couldn't get in as my roommate didn't have his ID on him, and we had just been drinking without issue. We ultimately walked away from this place and the follower began to ask if we had any interest in drugs, and he rattled off the names of a few. This was the first time he had mentioned drugs. Like an idiot, I said I was interested in a drug he mentioned. He said follow me, and then led us towards a nearby bar, which was now really on the outskirts of town. On the walk over, my roommate quietly asked me what the fuck was I doing buying drugs from this guy. But we continued. I told him it was fine. We walked into this shitty 2-story bar, and he told my roommate to wait at the bar. He and I walked into the bathroom. I recall going into the bathroom stall with him, and him asking how much drugs I wanted. I said $20 worth, which was all the money I had on me. I gave it to him and the bathroom door opened shortly thereafter. Some other random guy came in and gave the tour guide a small bag of drugs, which he then gave to me. I looked at it quickly and it seemed legit, put it in my pocket. Well, I guess it's time to get out of here, right? Well, this guy is kinda in my way, so I make a move to pass him and say thank you. He said something like, "Hold on a second. What about the $20 you owe me?" I said I already gave it to you, and he reached into his pocket. I remember this clear as day. He pulled out a pathetic crumpled dollar bill and said, "Nah, you just gave me $1." I literally was shitting my pants at this time. I told him I didn't have any more money, which was true. The bathroom door opened and my roommate walked in and began to use the urinal on the other side from us. I felt relief he was nearby. The tour guide was telling me something about, "Does your friend have money?" I told him I didn't know. The tour guide suggested that we go to the ATM. I agreed and told my roommate to follow us. We were now back on the street in daylight, following him to an ATM. My roommate didn't understand what was going on. I whispered to him to give me $20, but he was saying he didn't have it. He may have suspected something weird going down. We were getting back into a part of town with more people on the streets, which was comforting. I kept asking my roommate to just give me $20 so I can get this guy off our back. He finally gave it to me, just as we were nearing the ATM. I turned confidently to the tour guide, partly because there were more people around now, and gave him the $20, with a remark like, "Here is the $20, now fuck off." He immediately grabbed the $20 and shoved it into his pocket. He demanded more money. We began walking away from him in another direction, but towards a populated shopping area. He stuck right behind us and was saying scary things I can't remember. He seized my right wrist where I had a watch on that cost about $150. I wrenched my arm away from him and we kept walking away at a brisk pace, now with a lot of people around. Quickly took the watch off and put it in my cargo shorts pocket. We passed a market and 2 Hispanic males exited in front of us and we passed them. The tour guide yelled to them, "Cholos," and spoke to them briefly, and then all 3 were suddenly running at us. The Cholos pinned me to the wall off the sidewalk, and the tour guide approached and put a big ballpoint pen to my neck. It hurt. One of the Cholos began looking for the watch and I stopped him and simply retrieved it and gave it to him. Once this happened, they fought for it and my roommate and I ran away. I looked over my shoulder and they were literally fighting each other for this watch, a metal Swatch watch. We got to our car, tossed the drugs, and drove back across the border safely. I've only been back to Mexico one other time since, Rosarito Beach, and that time also was jacked by federales. Tour guide and cholos. Let's not meet again.
Memories of this incident fade in and out, so I may skip some descriptions a little. Actually, the older I'm getting, the more is coming back to me. I grew up in Germany, and it must have been 1992 or 93. Once a year, my trip, and it was during my 2nd or 3rd year, so I must have been around 8 or 9 years old. Enrollment is from age 6 in Germany, but I enrolled at age 7, before somebody tries to question me about my age at the time. Somewhere in Lower Saxony, I can't remember where, each room had 4 bunk beds by the door and a recreational area at the end of the room. They had large windows and a glass door to open it. Well, as kids do, we joked around and stayed up longer than permitted. It was actually so dark outside that it scared us, so we kept the curtains closed. A classmate of mine played a daring game, hiding behind the curtains and tearing them open. Dennis decided to run outside and frighten the others next door. The next thing I remember is back in our room, and we saw something moving outside. We started to panic and told our teacher. She told us to calm down and close the curtains and left. Dennis was curious and found it extremely funny to run outside again. The next thing I remember is standing as I was worried about him. Some guy picked him up and vanished into the darkness. I couldn't see a thing, so I called his name, and a few moments later, he appeared before me, laughing. He told me to try out this fun game about being carried by this guy. Dennis panicked, and I was in the arms of this man. He ran away with me, and the hostel's lights started to seem more distant. I struggled with him to let go because he was pressing my chest so tightly. He told me that it was funny and I shouldn't worry. As I yelled for help, he then panicked and strangled me until I lost my breath. For some reason, I was able to grab his hand and pull it away from my neck. "Why are you so strong?" he said, and I'll never forget those words. The next memory I have is that I'm him in the leg and running back. I returned, and other things happened. I'm absolutely certain that they told this guy to leave. The next morning, the police arrived with this boy, maybe in his teens or early 20s, to apologize because he had caused some trouble in the area. I still remember his eyes widen as he saw me. My teachers called me a liar for some reason and said I shouldn't tell my parents. That's all I remember. I always believed it was a figment of my imagination. Thing is, I can't have anything tight around my neck. For example, ties stress me out. When I get anxiety attacks, my chest and throat tighten up. I guess it's a form of confirmation to me that those memories are true. It's pretty mild by this sub's standards, but hey, it creeped me out. When I was 18, I went to a college, British college, not university, in a fairly large city. I had to get an hour-long bus into the city, and my lesson plan during the day, sometimes 4 hours at a time. I had a lot of time to kill, so I started taking up swimming at the local leisure center. The pool was pretty busy, but everyone kept to themselves. This day, I needed to pee, so I used the urinal. While I was peeing, this dude slides up into the urinal next to me. This was already pretty weird. As most guys know, you don't use the neighboring urinal to someone if the others are free. Some people are a bit clueless, though. Shove it. He then, however, starts brazenly staring down at my dick. I quickly finish up and leave the bathroom without washing my hands. Sorry, fellow swimmers. I carry on my swim unbothered, then get changed. Leave the swimming pool, I see the guy waiting for me, leaning on the wall outside. He was probably about 5'10", 40 years old, and quite slobby and blokey looking. Doesn't seem the type to go swimming alone to get fit. I'm 6, but fairly confident in myself. As I make my way back to college, he starts following me. This goes on for about a mile, so I decide to test him and start crossing busy roads at weird places. Of course, he stays on my trail, having base cars to keep up. I decide to forget walking the last mile back and take the busy shuttle bus to the local university that goes close to the college. Again, of course, he follows and gets on. Luckily, there are not many seats free and he can't sit next. I ride for about 5 minutes, ring the bell, then hop off and get the fuck out of there. Bit of a boring ending, I guess, but I had no idea what his intentions were or how far he would have followed me.
Beware friendly, the friendly old man. Hi, Reddit. For a bit of context before I dive in, I live abroad as an ESL teacher for several years. I studied Mandarin in college and decided to move to southern China. I did not move to a Tier 1 economic zone, so was often the first foreigner people had ever met. The cultural context of this is important, but I will say that in general, despite some crazy stories because I stood out like a sore thumb, it was generally pretty safe to walk down the road at night, etc., especially compared to where I live now in the U.S. And people were really friendly and nice. I moved back to the U.S. in the summer of 2021. Most of these conversations happened in Mandarin, and I will be translating them as best as I'm able to. This event in particular happened in the spring of 2020. Names have been changed. It was a beautiful day in April. The banyan trees swayed in the breeze, the scent of jasmine trees, a surprise around unsuspecting corners. Street cleaners with their handmade brooms tended to the leaves on the pavement of a metropolis, dodging parents and children teetering on electric scooters as they raced home for their lunch breaks. But me? Mondays were my weekends, so I was on my way to the coffee shop beneath my school to study Chinese. And for the Foreign Service exam that I ultimately did not go through with, go figure, my golden retriever Belle trotted alongside me, content to settle underneath the picnic table along the street, as we claimed the end opposite the other patron. It was a long table. Surely he wouldn't mind. Maybe he was around 60, fairly small. He looked pretty harmless. He had on a hat, khaki shorts, and a white short-sleeve t-shirt. Scanning the QR code to send my order, I tossed my books down and scattered my supplies, but noticed that the man sharing the table with me had begun to watch me. Not entirely unusual. I was petite, fair-skinned, green-eyed foreigner with an uncommon dog breed in a city where not many people had dogs. People stared all the time, and I could usually avoid awkward conversations with strangers by pretending I couldn't understand them. Silently, I slid my Mandarin textbook back into my bag and thanked the barista as she passed my coffee. Apparently, the fact that I was speaking meant that I would speak to anyone, so the man promptly plucked himself from his vigil and sat down in front of me, patted my dog's head as she approached to sniff him. Also weird, most people in my area were not accustomed to being around dogs, and strays were admittedly abundant and aggressive. I've had to scare off territorial dogs chasing me and Belle more than one occasion, and the Chinese people have only recently started to adopt pet culture. More often than not, people would cross the street to avoid Belle. I decided to be nice because he was nice to my dog. Hello, Mei Nu. Kind of a young lady, but translates directly to beautiful woman. Where are you from? I'm from the United States. Oh, you have Chinese boyfriend? You're really very beautiful. A moment of pause as I inwardly cringe, staring at the coffee, books, and people-loving dogs that bound me to my seat. I looked out towards the street, and my savior appears. I'd been attending boxing class with a personal trainer at the gym connected to my school for a while, and my trainer and I had become very close friends. He walks down the stairs and immediately catches sight of me, tosses me a wave and a hello. We live in the same area and walked our dogs together, so it was pretty common to run into each other. I, for some reason, chose to speak English despite him being able to speak actually none, and said, "Help!" He waves and keeps on going, walking into the neighboring grocery store. The man scoots closer and touches my hand once he's out of eyesight, and I go cold. No one has ever broken the touch barrier, especially in broad daylight in public, no matter how weird they were. So, how much would some of your time cost? I laugh nervously and take my phone out to immediately text my friend nearby. The barista from earlier steps out in English and asks me if I need help. I say yes, and she told me to come inside even if I had to bring my dog to get water. I let the man know and he decides to get it for me instead. Whatever, I'll text my trainer. I sent what would amount to, so creepy old man won't leave me alone. What? The man you were sitting with? Yes, that's why I said help. Oh, I thought you said hello. The old man returns, this time sitting directly across from me and bumping my knee with his. He continues to ask me questions, compliments my Chinese. He's very engaged, leaning in really closely as he speaks. Really put off and culturally unusual. People would often say things about me when I pass and ask off-color questions. But in an air of politeness was always at least attempted. About 10 seconds later, my trainer stomps towards the seat directly beside me and slams his bag of raisin bread on the table. Angry martial artist, I assumed, would be intimidating. I hoped I'd be in the clear. Oh, is she your girlfriend, Shu Ji? Handsome boy, son, young man. No, she's my best friend. It's clear that creepy old man doesn't believe him, but seems to like his answer. His boss texts him, asks him where his were. More platitudes are exchanged with grunts and death stares. My trainer does not want to offend an elder, who he only knew as being creepy. To his credit, there is a lot of personal cost for young men who pissed off the wrong people, especially with a foreigner involved. So even if you wanted to jump him, I would just have made the situation worse. My trainer tells me that he has to go back up, but that he would send someone down. So, ever been with a Chinese man? I'd been asked crass questions like this at bars, but usually by drunk dudes at 2 a.m. Never by an older Chinese man outside a coffee shop. I cursed myself for revealing that I could understand him. My trump card at bars, clearly a lie at this point. I'm just here to focus on work, I said quietly. At this point, I was hardly replying to him, wasn't looking him in the eye, and my hands were shaking. I had a really bad gut feeling about him, and my dog had retreated underneath my legs. Anytime I had tried to go get a napkin or tried to go in to alert the employees at the coffee shop, he'd step in like before. He'd clearly see me through the glass window of the entrance if I walked away. A minute passed. Silence after this exchange as he continued to watch me. My eyes darted around for something, anything to get me out of this. Another trainer, a mutual friend of my own and myself, who I will call Gigi for the sake of clarity, walks over and sits down beside me. She immediately senses that he is seedy and is equally as uncomfortable as I am. He starts talking to her. So how do you guys know each other? She's a patron at my gym. Oh, what gym? That one, she points up. I immediately facepalm as the old man, his face smug. She makes more small talk with him, and I tell her in English not to tell him any more details. My trainer returns, very visibly angry at this point. The man turns to him. So, how are foreign women in bed? At this point, I am pretty humiliated at being talked to by a stranger like I'm a piece of meat, and it's clear that he's trying to solicit me for sex. The trainer sits forward in his seat. I thought he was going to punch the dude as the vein in his neck popped. But in another deliverance of serendipity, my coworker, another teacher from the UK, Jack, passes by and decides to come sit down for a bit. He knew my trainer and Gigi from the gym and was happy to see them. What's going on? Why does everybody look so tense? Well, this dude is being really creepy and is making me uncomfortable. Okay, so why is he still here? He turned to Gigi, who had studied English from university, but is notorious for forgetting something but strangely complex vocabulary, and says, tell him that he's making her uncomfortable and that he needs to leave. She awkwardly nods and lets him know. I'm not precisely sure what she said, because this was within my first year of living in China, and I wasn't as conversational. The man gets up, flustered, and seems apologetic, and leaves, and my coworker walks me home. A few days later, I'm sitting at work, writing lesson plans and getting a text from my trainer that pricks tears in my eyes. The old man came by the gym and asked for a membership, specifically to wait for you. I explained the situation to the receptionist, and they told him that we had an unreasonable price. He left, but be careful. I decided at this point that I probably needed to inform people of what's going on at work, and pulled my boss aside. For context, at my company, foreign staff were managed by foreigners and vice versa for our Chinese workers. She is alarmed and immediately takes me to speak to our principal. Our principal is also concerned but says, men like this are the people who rush schools with knives. If we aren't careful or provoke him, it could be dangerous. I didn't like the answer, but it was believable enough. So the Chinese staff decided to not report it to the police, but assured me that they will notify the Baoan guard and get the CCTV from the gym. My trainer sends it over. I ask my boss to tell her boss, and she asks my permission to make an announcement to the teaching staff. I agree. I'll provide blurred pictures from the CCTV, but I no longer have access to my WeChat account, so I can't retrieve the screenshots I had. We sat down for a meeting, and we let everyone know the situation. Another teacher chimes in and says he has pestered her before, too. She was beautiful but older and typically not the type of person to put up with that crap. She was intimidating, and I'm sure she tolerated him for 0 seconds. We finished the workday, and my coworker, Jack, walks me home again. The next day, I'm teaching one of my favorite groups of kids, sitting in a small group with a few of them as they work on presentations of the formation of Pangea in English. My teaching assistant, Zhao Xing, with the other. I think it was a Friday. So my lighter work day with only one class and a planning block, the one I was pretty relaxed on. I'd planned on going to the personal training right after, then home to sleep to prepare for the next morning of classes. Apparently, that wouldn't be the case, as our Bao Eng motions me to come outside the classroom. He's a traditional old man, but being as I was one of the only bilingual members of the foreign teaching staff, we bonded like uncle and niece over the time that I worked with him. I could tell from his disposition that he was concerned, and I chewed on my cheek as he took his phone out to show me something. There he was, the old man standing at the front desk of the school on CCTV footage. He'd apparently just left, come to ask for classes with me. Then, when told no, he asked for my personal contact information. He even went so far as to ask for my nationality and other personal details. He'd done it in front of parents and children with no regard. Thankfully, the school told him I didn't work there and he left. In hindsight, considering every campus under my company had live footage of each classroom in the front waiting area on a TV, we had staff bios on a bulletin board beside it, and I was in a classroom teaching when he decided to swing by. I'm positive he'd confirmed it was my workplace. He definitely knew my gym was next door, so it wouldn't have been hard to deduce with the information provided to him. But he wasn't there, so I was safe for the time being. Except he started waiting for me outside the same cafe where he'd approached me, the only shop I had to pass on the way to the gym after work, and en route back to my apartment. My walk home was a straight shot down the road and about 4 minutes away by foot. I walked the same way every day, and there wasn't really another way to go without detouring 45 minutes. The Bao An alerts me and basically shouts that he is driving me home, but I let him know that my trainer can, because panic, not logic, could help and had met him, and that I had class after work and could go through the back door. The back door of the school and the entrance to the gym were literally a foot from each other. So while I normally exited the school and went up the stairs to the gym, we could unlock the back door and I could slip through to the gym unseen. Bao En begrudgingly agrees and walks into the gym with me. We later found out through footage from the cafe that he'd been waiting for me since before our first interaction, and had been doing it consistently after we spoke for the first time. No one had noticed until Bao An thought to look. "There is a man waiting for her downstairs. Where is her trainer? I must speak with him," he yelled at the poor panicked receptionists. My trainer hurries over, as I'd given him a heads up about what was going on. 3 other male trainers, one of which was provincial bodybuilding champion, also walked up and decided to go have a smoke break outside the entrance of the gym while I'm in class. They all confirmed having seen him before, but made a point of seeing him, and confirmed he'd left for a moment midway through my session. The receptionist informed him that he had attempted to get my information from them as well. My trainer and the school's Bao An have an exchange. My trainer assures him that he'd take me home from every class I had. And he did. The gym was great. Someone would grab me from a different entrance, and I'd leave through the employee exit. No help from the police or work, but I can certainly tell you people did care and wanted to do what they could, for which I am extremely grateful. We go back and really don't have class because I'm so shaken up. My trainer comforts me and lets me know a lot of people are looking out for me, even if my family isn't here, and suggests we learn a few escape techniques. He takes me home, and I avoid the area outside of work for the next few days. That night, around 11:30, someone rattled my door handle, enough to make my otherwise quiet dog alert me with a bark. and enough for me to hear it because my desk was beside my front door, but left after about 10 seconds. Could have been a neighbor, food delivery person, or him. I couldn't bring myself to check the peephole, but it scared the living shit out of me. In our complex, the CCTVs were often not working or not turned on. Yes, I should have gone to stay with a friend. I am older and wiser now, and it was stupid of me to stay in the apartment where I lived alone. Yeah, not my proudest of choices. The next morning, I let my neighborhood Bowen know. Couldn't tell my neighbors because we literally never saw each other. The neighborhood guard looks at the pictures and confirms he'd seen him before. But if you've been to China, you know apartment complex guards are notorious for sleeping at night. So he could not confirm if it had been the man who had been at my door the night before. 2 days later, my principal returns from a business trip, and we inform her of what's going on. She still refuses to file a police report, but raises it to higher management, the highest management. 2 hours later, work is coming to a close, and he's waiting for me again. It's nighttime, and he's carrying a bag, wearing the hat, and has on loose, dark clothes. He's wearing a black face mask, pre-pandemic and popular with young people, but still weird. The receptionist and the principal had been watching the camera to the entrance, and the Bowen decided that he'd had enough. He walked out of her office, goes down the stairs, and confronts him. Here I will add the saving grace of the situation, and honestly, I think it's the only reason it did not escalate. I was going to be leaving the country for 2 weeks to visit family in the U.S. on holiday, returning to work for a week, and then changing campuses because of a promotion. This played into my principal's plan. If he comes back while you're gone, we will tell him you went home today, and we will take down all of your staff photos. They could not, however, turn off the live feed in the lobby because the customers would be mad and the company would lose face. I go back to work, really not feeling great and not understanding why no one would call the police. I would have, but unfortunately in China, foreigners don't hold much sway against a Chinese national with the police or in court. Bystander effect is notorious. The workday ends and I say my goodbyes before my holiday. As I went to walk out, I unenthusiastically went to give the Bowen his daily high-five farewell. He holds my hand in the air and says, I told him we'd have a problem if he came back, and that I knew what he was doing. I said if I saw him again, I would call the police and provide all the CCTV footage. I gave him a hug and promised to bring him something back from the States. Even on my last day in China, we sat down to have a long smoke break and talk about my family together. Bowen was the real MVP, and I consider him and my trainer a piece of makeshift family when I lived abroad to this day, even if it's hard to keep in touch. Turns out, he never did come back, or at least as far as I know. But over-friendly stalker from the coffee shop? Let's not meet again. I live below a cult leader, and I fear I've angered her. I, female 28, have lived in the same apartment for 4 years. My neighbors, in the unit above me, are a couple in their 30s who have lived there for about 3 years with no issue between us. During the past 6 months, I've noticed some changes in their behavior. At first, it was just a few days per week. I'd hear music with heavy bass accompanied by rhythmic jumping. I assumed they'd bought an exercise bike or something, but sometimes the jumping, it's so intense that it shakes my overhead light fixture. The jumping routine has been escalating to the point that it takes place every day, normally between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. I also noticed that they called 1-800-JUNK and got rid of a lot of nice possessions. However, I figured none of this was my business, so I kept my observations to myself. About 3 weeks ago, everything escalated. Multiple times per week, On weekdays and even during working hours, it sounded like they're hosting a mini Burning Man event in their apartment. The music is so loud and clear that it sounds as if I'm at a concert while sitting in my living room. There's clearly a lot of people involved because the jumping, stomping shakes multiple light fixtures and cabinets. The music is a mix of new age spiritual vibes, dance beats, and a male voiceover giving weird instructions like, rebrand yourself, surrender yourself, stomp, stomp in response. I've taken audio recordings on my phone and one video from the hallway during these events. I still didn't complain to the building, but I wanted evidence in case it became a regular thing. This week, I've encountered a big problem. The couple above me has a private patio which is directly above my bedroom. I came home from a 3-day trip out of town yesterday, and my ceiling is legitimately collapsing in one corner. Big chunks of plaster had fallen to the ground, and I saw a little water. I immediately called my superintendent since I didn't want to be buried alive by ceiling rubble if it gives out. When he came to check it out, he was shocked and pissed. He said that the woman in the couple appears to be working with some people, doing workshops or something. He can see their patio from his apartment window and has watched the group do these dances and jumping dirt rituals out there on a weekly basis. He said that they're all dancing and jumping to the music and then spread dirt along with something else. He doesn't know what it is across the patio on a weekly basis. He believes that the dirt and unknown substance combo is getting through the wooden cracks, absorbing water, and weighing down my ceiling. In order to fix the problem, my super said he had to go talk to the woman, check out their patio, and ultimately hire a contractor to pull up the wood to scrape out whatever the hell is causing my ceiling to fall. I could hear them talking from my room, and the woman sounded distraught and defensive. When my super left, he called me and warned me that she might try to come down to my apartment and demand to see the damage, but don't let her in. This was a little concerning to me. Is she a threat? The damage is real. I wouldn't mind showing her. She started playing her music again, relatively loud, kind of like a warning shot. I mentioned the music and jumping to the super and said I had audio recordings. He started begging me to send the evidence to the front office. It sounds like he wants them evicted. I said, okay, sure. I hate to be a rat, but if I have to choose sides, I'll side with the building that dictates my annual rent price. He called me twice more that afternoon to confirm that I shared my evidence, and I said yes. Shortly after everything went down, I left my apartment to run an errand. The woman was outside just standing on the sidewalk staring at me the whole time as I walked by. I ignored her. This isn't my fault. Now today, I went to run another quick errand in the neighborhood. When I returned, the couple was again standing on the sidewalk. Both of them this time followed me into the building, then waited until I was opening my apartment door to confront me. They were both wearing creepy, fake smiles. The woman has horse girl hair down to her waist and started interrogating me. They asked, "Is your ceiling really collapsing? When did it start? Do you think it was related to the recent rainfall? Because our patio was just fine." I was a little uncomfortable. Were they waiting for me outside? How did they even know I left the building? Why were they both standing there? I've literally never seen them enter together in the 3 years of living here. But I've nothing to hide, so I confirm the damage is pretty bad. I just don't want it to fall during the winter. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but hopefully the work will be done quickly for everyone's sake. They seemed satisfied enough, so I said, "Have a good day," and shut my door. I'm getting the sense that they're nervous about what the contractors will find when they tear open their patio. What the F is up with that dirt rituals? Who are these people she's working with? I don't know what they look like or why they're available to stomp around on weekdays. The repair work has started on both sides, but the contractors will come on Wednesday for the grand reveal of what's underneath the patio that's making my ceiling collapse. In the meantime, I feel like I need to be alert and keep my eyes out for these people, as well as the couple. It's unusual for me to see them in general, especially twice in 2 days. They seem scared and in denial of the problem. They also literally ambushed me. Hopefully it's over soon. TLDR. My upstairs neighbors are hosting workshops with intense music, jumping, and dirt rituals. Now my bedroom ceiling is collapsing. It feels like they're watching me, and they don't want us to find out what's weighing down my roof. Update. The contractors came today and reported that there was, in fact, dirt and sludge visible below the neighbor's patio. However, thanks to the help of my internet sleuthing friend, I've gained a lot more insight into the realm that dwells above me. As one Redditor suggested, nice work, my neighbor is affiliated with multiple ecstatic dance communities, both international and local. The international group has planned events during which all cells of the organization host dance sessions simultaneously. It also had a YouTube channel that streams psych trance music 24/7. I listened to a portion of it, and a female voiceover declared, "You are becoming the game master." Meanwhile, the local groups seem to be more exclusive and more radical in their mindset. One of the local groups, hosted by my neighbor's good friend, conducts 3-day events that cost upward of $400 for admission. Participants in all 3 days is mandatory. I get the impression they all sleep in the studio space. And the event description mentions that it begins with a ritual. The last and darkest affiliation that I've confirmed via social media footprint is that my neighbor and a few members of the local communities are also involved with some compassionate death groups. There's no way for me to verify at this time if these affiliations overlap in a meaningful way, so I'll simply state the facts that I have evidence to prove. My super asked me about the jumping again when I saw him today. He remains eager to act. He agreed with my new game plan to wait for another large event to happen, then called him to check on my dishwasher so he can intervene. So for now, the way in which the puzzle pieces of ecstatic dance, compassionate death, patio dirt rituals, and ceiling collapse connect will remain a mystery.
I went through my Ring doorbell footage. I, 26 female, think I have a stalker. On my mobile, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes I didn't catch. I will fix it when I get off work later. Ring video linked at the bottom. I don't think I'm breaking the rules by sharing this footage, but please delete if so. I shared my Ring doorbell with my buddy who asked me if I had ever watched the doorbell messages she had left for me. I've never thought about looking at who rang my doorbell for some reason. I didn't take that feature seriously, so I flipped through the record videos, not expecting to see anything other than my friends as they come inside. My roommate and I sometimes doing an outfit check, the fucking doorbell, and evidence of how often I use DoorDash probably. But let me just say first, I was confused as to why he wouldn't just ask me, why he needed to ask me while I'm in public outside, and in more normal place to approach someone rather than obviously overstep a boundary and make me question whether or not I'm safe when I walk down the street with my dogs, or if if I genuinely need to be looking for my shoulder. No clue who this is or what he could want, but why there are creepy-ass videos in question. I went back and looked at the Ring notification history, just to see right before he rings my doorbell, plus what came after. What came immediately before, and I mean within a minute, was me finishing my walk with one of my dogs. Once I get inside my building, which is a big house that has an unlocked front door during the day, so that's why I didn't lock it behind me, I guess. It was roughly a minute for him to come inside immediately after me. Each time, I've never seen this man before, and I had no idea anyone ever followed me inside, or tried to get me to come to the door for whatever reason, more than once. I literally do not know anything, so for what it's worth, I kind of feel like maybe I'm being stalked? Is it weird of me to think that maybe it does have something to do with my dogs? It might sound stupid, but they are a really interesting breed. I've heard people stealing animals. I just don't know what to think of this entire situation. There really isn't much I can do besides my landlord now. And he'll just tell me to call the police, in which case I wouldn't even know what to say. To the man leaving weird-ass cryptic shit on my ring, please, let's definitely not meet.
Last night, I got home from work at about midnight and went to bed. I asked my partner to check the door before we went to bed because we live in a council block and I just want to be safe. My flatmate works at a nightclub and she gets back at around 5 or 7 a.m. This night she got home close to her normal time, but I think she didn't close the door properly. She's done this before, and this is how the intruder got in. I woke up at about 8 a.m. and heard the bathroom door opening and shutting, the toilet seat opening and closing. We don't get on with our other flatmates and they argue with us whenever we talk to them. So I assumed it was one of them in a bad mood. The thing that really got me panicking was when our bedroom door was opened. And when I said hello, the door quickly shut. It was very frantically opened and closed. When my partner got dressed and went to the kitchen, we heard the front door close. The person had left. Nothing had been taken, but the storage cupboard door was opened and the toilet roll packaging was pulled out into the bathroom floor. Upon speaking with my flatmates, one person was out and the other who came home from work was asleep. So it must have been an intruder. I guess my question is, why would they be opening and shutting stuff in our bathroom? Really, it's really disturbed me. I grew up with my dad and brother. My mum died when I was 10. I was 13 at this time and my brother was about 16 and was out with his friends. I used to go out until late at night drinking on the park with friends. My dad was a bit of an alcoholic and always too drunk to know if I was at home or not. I pretty much had free rein and no rules or boundaries. My dad used to invite random alcoholic/drug using strangers into the house. Often when I came home, these strangers and my dad would be passed out, asleep, from too much drinking. Or they would barely notice that I was there and I'd go straight into my room. One day I'd come back from being out with friends. It was the early hours. I walked through the living room to go upstairs to my room, and my dad was asleep on the armchair. The guy he brought back was around mid-50s. I didn't recognize him. He looked at me and something was off about him. He smiled and stared and tried to start a conversation with me, but I was pretty keen to just go to my bedroom. I went upstairs and got my pajamas on for bed and then dashed out to use the bathroom. As I was walking into the bathroom, the guy said to me, "You look nice in those pajamas." And he was smiling at me, and it really started creeping me out. I went back into my room instead of using the bathroom and shut the door behind me. I had a lock on my bedroom door and I used that. It wasn't long after I closed the door that he began trying to open my bedroom door, and I was so scared because I knew something was off, and I just knew he had bad intentions. I dragged my bed across my room to block the door, but just in case he tried to barge it open or managed to break the lock. He was knocking on the door, repeating, "I'm just trying to say hello, don't be so rude," and open the door. At this point, I'm not responding, I'm just panicking. I was what I would like to say a smart 13-year-old, and I knew I was in danger. The bed was blocking the door, and the door is still locked, but I can hear him pushing against the door, trying to get inside. I opened my bedroom window and I screamed, just screaming for help again and again, asking just anyone to help me, screaming at the top of my lungs. What I later found out was that my neighbor heard me and, knowing my dad was an alcoholic, assumed something had happened to him. He came around, must have seen that my dad was asleep. He came up to my room and he started knocking to get in, and I could hear his voice. It was a voice to me, a voice of safety. Although I trusted my neighbor, I was so shook that I just sat in the corner of my room in a ball, crying, shaking and panicking. He knocked at the door, trying to open it and push it. It seemed like he was just trying to do anything he could to get in to help, but my bed and the weight of it was just making it impossible. He kept telling me that he was just there, checking on me, assuming that I must have been hurt. I moved the bed out of the way, and he comes in, just holds me, while I compose myself and try to explain what was going on. The man that this whole thing started by, this 50-year-old freak of a man, is gone, but I just knew that he could come back at any time in the future. And my dad was never sober enough for me to have even been able to explain what had happened. Thankfully, and unfortunately at the same time, this incident was the final straw for the child services, and that was the night I ended up in the foster care system. Edit. Thankfully, I ended up living with my auntie until I was about 16, so thankfully I had it much easier than most others. Hello everyone. Grim here. Firstly, let me start off by saying I apologize for my random absence without really giving you guys any information as to what or why I wasn't there. I've had some family issues going on. I had to move house and start a new job, so everything got pretty chaotic, and unfortunately I wasn't able to keep up with my usual uploads. I'm planning to start getting more regular. I'm going to start off with this one. Hopefully I'll make it long enough that everyone kind of enjoys themselves while listening to it. But yeah, this isn't going to be perfect. My recording setup isn't the best. My microphone's a little bit iffy. But once I've got everything sorted and I slowly start to increase and kind of where I want to be, hopefully you'll see better and more frequent uploads. I'm going to start off slow, so I hope you don't mind. It'll probably be one a week or something like that to start with, but after that I do intend to get some more going. Look, I'm not going to drag this out. I'll just get on to the next story, but I do hope that all of you have been safe and sound while I haven't been around. Alright. On to the next story. In June 2023, I was on a lot of dating apps and would meet people regularly to have sex. I was texting with someone and he invited me over. I took an Uber to his place in the afternoon. The building was old and a bit creepy. I started feeling unsafe, but my rational side took over and I went in. The front door was broken, so I was able to get in pretty easy. I texted him saying that I just got there and that I was waiting for him to show up. A few minutes later, I knocked and went through to what I thought was his apartment. He texted me saying apartment 9, but that he wasn't there. I went back to the lobby and texted saying that I was leaving in the next few minutes since I didn't get any reply. A man showed up in the lobby and I followed him to apartment 15. I said to him, "That's weird. Why would you tell me that you lived in apartment 9? He replied, "No, I live here in apartment 15. I replied, "Yes, I noticed, but why did you text me saying you lived in apartment 9? He didn't seem to understand my question. He looked completely intoxicated. Apartment 15 was disgusting. Trash everywhere, and it smelled like death. I knew I had to leave, but I just didn't want to offend him. At this point, I've only been in the apartment for a few minutes when I get another text message from him with the words, 'blow me.' I looked at him in shock and said, 'Ain't no fucking way.' I held my phone up to him and I showed him his text. I said, 'What the fuck is this?' He didn't seem to know. I said, 'Is this your fucking phone number?' He said, 'No.' I panicked. I told him that I had to leave. I unlocked the door and opened it. I stepped outside. I felt something in my back. He was there, burning me with his fucking cigarette. He then tried to pull me inside. He smashed me in the face and stole my bag. I was on the floor in the hallway. He then kicked me in the face and closed the door. I ran outside and called the cops. The same night he texted me a question mark, which is so weird. My jaw was fractured on both sides. I lost a tooth and chipped another one. He's now in jail, and we're waiting for the court to know exactly how much time he'll have to serve. I was almost a victim of a serial killer. About 4 years ago, it all started when I went to work at a warehouse in the small town that I'm from, which I decided to leave after my health started to get worse physically, and after this happened, I was diagnosed with a panic disorder and severe anxiety. It has changed the way that I develop friendships. So, let me begin at the start. I started this job on April Fool's Day in 2018 and had no real high expectations for the job. All I wanted was to do my job, get paid, and go home. I have 2 children at home and many things I could do there. The job wasn't hard and it made pretty good money for all the duties considered. So I really couldn't complain. I worked the second shift about 5 months and then I went on to day shift. While working on the second shift, I kept to myself mostly until one day I met someone from one of the lines. After we struck up a conversation about gaming, to help me keep myself anonymous, we'll just name him JF. Well, JF was a pretty good guy and we had a lot of things in common. After the conversation, I went home and he popped up as a suggested friend on Facebook. So I decided to add him. When I did, we basically started talking immediately, and from there we kind of talked more at work. That was until he suggested that we should hang out. And I mean, to be fair, we did hang out a lot and pretty frequently. We had been friends for about a month at this point, and one day he decided that he was going to introduce me to his partner. She seemed decent at first, super nice, didn't seem to be a judgmental type, so I was cool with her, and from then on, I would hang out with him when my kids were spending time with my mother. One time, we were talking at a restaurant and he started to vent to me, talking about his missus, saying how she was such a bitch sometimes, and how the other day he had forgotten to take out the trash and then she threatened to stab him if he didn't. He made mention that he had never been in a relationship with someone where they had threatened him, but he also pointed out that she had good intentions. When he said it to me, I was concerned, but of course, we had only been friends for a month, so I thought that maybe he was being a bit morbid, joking a little bit, so I chuckled at him. He gave me a pretty serious look and then he said to me that he wasn't joking, that she really did threaten to stab him, and I'll be honest, that really did concern me. Fast forward about 8 months and they're still together. We are still hanging out pretty regularly, forgetting the things that he had told me then. One day we were all talking and he seemed a little off, so I asked him what was wrong. He just looked at me and said nothing, and that he was just tired. He didn't have his eyes on me though. He had them on her when I asked that. When we went to work the next day, I asked him again, and he asked if I would promise to keep it between us. Of course, I agreed, and he said that he was breaking up with her and that she went crazy. He said that she grabbed her gun and pointed it at him. Like, she said to him, "If I can't have you, then no one will." He said that he managed to defuse the situation and that he was trying to look for a way out, not really knowing what to do or to say. I just said, "You'll figure it out, man." I told him that if he needed somewhere to go, that he could come and stay with me until he finds a way of getting her out of the house. Fast forward another year and he finally decides to leave her. And when he did, she flipped out again. This time he, however, told her over text. She said that she was going to find him and kill him. On this day, he was out of work. He was on, I think, a vacation day or annual leave. I get a text from him, and he said, "Let me know if she came over looking for me." That struck me a bit odd because I had no idea of the situation that was unfolding. And what surprised me even more is that she actually did come to our job, and she asked me where he was, and all I could do was reply, "I have no idea. I thought that he was with you, and that you guys had gone out of town or something." All she did was roll up her car window and drive off. I called him and told him that she came by, and he called the police about it. They found her up the road with a loaded gun in the car. 2 months later after that, he decided to talk to her again, and when he did, he had something to tell me. When he called me, he asked if I had seen her around, and I hadn't. He said to me that I should take some vacation days. Dumbfounded, I asked him why, and he said to me because she's out of jail and her cousins are in town trying to find the people that she has personal vendettas with, and that I was one of them. At that point, I was fucking terrified. I grabbed my kids and went out of town. I took 2 weeks off of work. I come to find that the next day, her and her cousins went to the next town over and shot 3 people in an apartment, killed them. It got on the news, like the day after it happened. The reason why he knew they were coming after me is because they made a Facebook Messenger group that he was included in and sent a list of names. Everyone regarded it as spam and decided to disregard the message, but he knew what it was. 3 of the names on that list were the people that they shot, and the 4th name on that list was mine. After they found the evidence, and he decided to go public about the group, the screenshots that he had taken just blew up. They were charged with first-degree murder. From then on, I was very careful about who I would stick my neck out for, because even though he knew the context of that list and her intention, he decided not to inform anyone else about it. Needless to say, we aren't friends anymore, and I literally dodged a bullet. Stay safe. Yo. This story is something that I think about from time to time, and it really creeps me out. So I decided that I'd write this to get it off my chest. almost 3 years ago, I was about 17. I was accustomed to being in horrible situations, as all I had was my mother, and she could not hold down a job for long because she had her own issues to tackle. And so as I grew up, we stayed in and out of roommates' houses. We never really had our own place to live, except maybe twice. But that didn't last long either. And we would be forced into a new environment with a snap of a finger. So anyway, when I was 17, we led into a situation where we're going to be homeless again. And while I was used to all of this, as I had slept on the street more than I'd like to admit, the day comes when we had to leave our roommate's house, and my mum is able to stay at her boyfriend's trailer. However, I had nowhere to go, as I had no friends at this point. As, to be fair, friendship was just bad for my health and mental state overall. Most of them, or most of the people my age, were, well, toxic. My mum did offer for me to go with her, but I didn't want to, as I felt like getting between my mum and her then boyfriend was kind of weird. Plus, I'm kind of used to the street at this point, and I didn't think it was gonna be as bad as it turned out to be. So, here we are. I get dropped off at McDonald's and I eat some burgers before I go off onto the streets once more. Eventually, the sun flared and darkness was all that remained, and so I took for a place to sleep. I went to many places that night trying to sleep, but none of them were working because it was either too hot, or the lights were too bright, or the mosquitoes were biting me. That's when I remembered a house that I used to go into to chill in. This house was under construction and had nearly finished, so the doors had the ability to be shut and the windows were all settled in. There was no mosquitoes, so I thought that it would be a good idea to go. I go through the back like I always did, and made my way upstairs. Eventually I settle into the bathroom because there's less debris on the floor. I lay there and try to sleep. Eventually I hear some sounds from downstairs, but I didn't think much of it. I figured it was the door that I came through swinging open and closed or something. Eventually, after lying there for maybe an hour, I opened my phone and looked at old photos of my life, thinking about how messed up it was that I got to this point and how again I had lost everything. The noises were still happening. They didn't stop this entire time, but I paid them no mind. Eventually, for whatever reason, I got up and I went to go downstairs to sit on the back porch. Mainly, in all fairness, it's because I just couldn't sleep. I made my way down the stairs, out the back door to the porch. I'm messing around on my phone for maybe 5 minutes when it happens. I see movement to my left from the back door, the one I just exited from. I glance over and time itself seems to freeze. At first I think that it's an illusion, but I was in fact wrong. I see a man shrouded in darkness peering past the wall inside to gaze at me. His lower half was behind the wall entirely, and I could not see anything but his upper body. The rest of his body was leaning to the left, peeking behind this wall, almost like the man was trying not to let me see his full body, as it would make his presence known. The man was a pure black silhouette, and I could not make out any features. After noticing him, I just sat there and stared at him for what seemed like forever, but must have only been like a minute or two. I expected him to come outside and talk to me, because I normally talk to a lot of the homeless people, and thought that the man was just another one of them. But he didn't come outside. He did not move at all, actually. He was as still as a statue, quiet as a mouse. Maybe if I had not noticed him, he would have just stared at me the entire time. I eventually, after staring at him, got up and went to my bicycle and made my way out of the property. As I was walking out of the backyard, I peer into the window that is next to the door, and I saw that the man was still there. Only now he was watching me walk out of the property. I could tell because the moonlight revealed the top of his head, and I saw his left eye gazing at me. He was a white male who was very tall and had on some sort of jacket. I could not make out many details because he was still cloaked in darkness, but after seeing this, I just moved a little bit faster and got the fuck out of there. I got to the front of the house in the street, and I looked inside to see if I could see him again, but I couldn't. I got on my bicycle, waved to him goodbye, because I assumed he was still watching me. I then biked away. For the rest of the night, I couldn't sleep. I tried 2 different spots, but at both, I had no luck. In this instance, this is where the story ends. I know I didn't have a crazy chase or a fight to the death or anything, but this was real life, and it's not the same as the movies or books. You don't act the way they do, you know. I don't know what the man was doing there. I assume that he was trying to sleep just like I was, but the way he was staring at me was so unnerving. It made me wonder for how long the man was in the house, and what would have happened if I actually did fall asleep. Would he have come upstairs and stared at me while I was asleep, completely blinded to his presence, or did he have other intentions? Thankfully, I'll never know, but now I don't go into houses like that. I mean, who could after an experience like that? So, to the man shrouded in darkness, let's not meet. I was in my first semester of university. I had just graduated college not long ago, and had entered into a program that, after a while, I would come to resent. During that time, with adjusting and taking daily transit, an hour and a half away from where I grew up, into the big city in order to study was somewhat of a new adventure to me. In a lot of ways, I was just beginning to sprout as my own individual and trying to carve a path for my life while simultaneously opening myself up to new experiences and a new environment. I have longtime friends who go to the same facility as me, but at that time, our schedules wouldn't always line up. This meant that a lot of my days were spent traveling back and forth and walking around the city alone. I really wanted to try and expand my horizon of experiences and friends during this period. In a lot of ways, I was really desiring to find a good community on campus that could help satiate my boredom and loneliness. I can be extremely extroverted, but sometimes I find that it takes a lot out of me to try and actually pursue and maintain friendships that haven't been established years prior. I've made friends before from different classes in college, but ultimately, and I know this makes me a bit of an asshole, but I would end up texting less and less, and eventually either side would just end up ghosting one or the other. Because I'm a busy guy, I don't find myself prioritizing people who I feel like aren't as important to me as others. I know, a shitty thing to say, but nonetheless, the truth. One day, however, I met Joel. I was on the phone with my fiancée, and I distinctly remember exactly how it all went down. As I was walking out of the school's Starbucks with a decaf coffee, I had one headphone in and was heading to class through a small stretch of underground passageway under the streets that connect the school's library building to the actual building that possesses classes. As I was hastily making my way, I saw this short and stout guy, looking roughly my age at the time, 21, with thick brown beard and a hat on. Our eyes met, and as I was about to simply walk past, he asked me something in a very charismatic and calm tone. "Hey, sorry to bother you. You look like a pretty busy guy, but I was wondering, do you mind doing a survey about religion? It's for one of my classes." To this, I regret answering and wish I had simply continued walking, but at the time, I was becoming more and more compelled by the notion of a formal religious institution and questioning my own religious faith, particularly leaning towards Christianity. "Sure," I replied cordially. He then introduced himself as Joel, and after we went through a small survey pertaining to religious affiliations and perspectives on religion, Joel informed me that a small group of students like him were planning on getting together as a group and discussing various religions in order to gather new insights and create a community. Of course, with the prospect of finding some new friends on campus and also exploring my own spirituality perspectives, I gave him my phone number after he asked for it, and he said that he would contact me in a few days. Upon entering our first meeting, I sat down on a very crowded place with seats at our school's facility and was greeted by Joel alongside a bunch of other members. They introduced themselves to me and vice versa, and they were all extremely kind to me. We began our small group meeting, and I was a bit shocked to find that the sole topic that we were discussing was Christianity. I wasn't aware that we were going to be discussing Christianity, which was against what he had proposed this group to constitute upon our meeting in the tunnel. That being said, I was still curious enough to continue, and I was accompanied by 3 other young guys of my age, who after a bit of talking with, I found out we had a lot of similar interests. Joel, who now presented himself as a leader of our study group, relayed how we would be analyzing Christianity through a multi-step program designed to unveil the holy power associated with the religion to us. Since I was curious and wanted to learn more about the religion as well as having made some new friends, I continued to attend this study group for the rest of the semester, in which there were a few circumstances where I questioned Joel's interpretations and was met with hard resistance. It felt like at times my wavering belief in what Joel was saying would be met with straight dismissal as opposed to actual conversation. I continued to brush that off as the group that I was working with got closer. The school's club, which I was now a part of, provided me with exactly what I had wanted. We even went to church-run events together, where I quit vaping, and many individuals reported mystical experiences. Things only started to get concerning with Joel during our one-on-one conversations. I discussed my personal experiences and beliefs in my newfound religious belief and all of my former spiritual experiences as well, and Joel exposed me to a story and a few incidents that at the time I definitely should have seen as the red flags that they were. For example, when he was younger, he had gone on a retreat where when he was in prayer, he said that he began to hear the voice of God talk to him. I questioned at first if he was referring to the voice of God as more of a metaphor, but he reassured me that he literally heard God speak to him before. When he told me this, I became a bit unnerved. At the helm of this community was Joel, but in all other senses, I was satisfied with who I was with and what we were doing together. Though I'm not entirely dismissive of strange occurrences, especially pertaining to spirituality, his experience of talking with God in his head came off as somewhat uncomfortable for me. He also said that the way he would pray would involve a direct conversation and reply with God. Out of discomfort, I wouldn't prod him on what he meant by this. This, of course, was just the beginning. After the summer had ended, I had found myself in the most religiously devoted state I'd ever been. Throughout the summer, I had a treacherous injury which made me housebound for months, and I had to call upon God in a lot of ways for strength. With my newfound devotion, I was elated to fall back into a community that had nurtured and developed me and my thoughts throughout the last semester, relating to something that I found deep joy in. At the first lesson of the semester, something was very different. Joel, as before, was at the helm of our study session, but was now repetitively interrupted by people coming to greet him and give him praise. It was so bad that we literally essentially sat and watched for 20 minutes before we could get on with our lesson, as more than 10 people, mostly young men of our age, came to greet this man. As aforementioned, when not unnerving, he was extremely charming and gave the impression that he cared deeply for everyone. Once our lesson began, he introduced us to the second phase of the program. He explained that this was one of the toughest programs of the different levels that there were, as it required even more devotion and, more importantly, an emphasis on sacrifice for those who engaged. He showed us a diagram of a small stick person, and he then showed us the program. He mentioned that we would have to accept Jesus as the center of our life. He explained that by making our lives surround Jesus entirely, that we would not be losing something but gaining. He also began to go over the notion that sex before marriage is a sin, and that if we were to continue this program, we would have to make the sacrifice of giving up sex in our relationships and prove that we weren't. He said that many guys weren't able to continue because of it. I talked about this afterwards with one of the members of the group, who, not unlike me, had been in a serious relationship with someone they loved for years. In my personal opinion, though, we weren't married on an altar. I knew that both me and this other member felt devoted to our partners as if we were already married in a sense, and we both expressed how Joel's behavior surrounding this was way off-putting, controlling, and intrusive. After our lesson, I was a bit dumbfounded by the intensity with which he gave his speech about his new program that we would be engaging in this semester. Joel and I sat down for a few more minutes and talked, in which I expressed experiences of devotion from the summer and explained my entire catastrophic experience with my injury. He then went on to tell me that at times he was actually able to know things beforehand. This seemingly random and strange statement shocked me. He said, for example, he was able to know something another member had before they had even mentioned it, and in a way that he described it, it sounded as if he was saying he had some form of mystical foresight. I was a bit jarred, to say the least, though I felt like it would be impolite to question any further. Joel then went on to tell me that he believed that if I successfully completed this program, was primed to become a teacher for the first program that I had done the semester prior, leading others who would join, and that I had a bright future in the organization. In that moment, with what he had laid down on us in the lesson, I felt overwhelmed by his expectations of me. It also became evident that Joel was not a student at our facility. In fact, he was in his mid-30s and most definitely had kids. He was actually just part of an organization that recruits people to become Christians and missionaries that work on our campus. This means that he actually lied to me when I had our first conversation with him when we met in the tunnel. He wasn't a student. There was no group talking about various religions, and his whole purpose was to convert me, to make me join the organization that he was a part of. At this point, school began to pick up a lot, and I was also working a part-time job to help support myself. As I was on the train to head back home the next week, I had forgotten that my second lesson of the program that semester was supposed to happen, so I text Joel saying, "Hey man, I actually got into the train and forgot about our lesson. Sorry about that, dude. I'm not going to be able to make it, as I also have work later." To which he replied, "Can you get off the train? Try and get here as soon as possible." I was a bit dumbfounded at this question. Since I live an hour and a half away, it wasn't as easy as getting off the train and heading back in the opposite direction, and he knew that. He knew the area I lived in is remote and a long distance away. I also told him that I had to work, which he had plainly disregarded. I replied, "No man, unfortunately I can't come. Have a good lesson." To which he said again, "Come on man, just get off the train and come back." At this point I was annoyed. Not only did I feel like he was commanding me, but that he was also blatantly disregarding the fact that I said no and that I had work to do that day. I didn't answer him. I talked with my fiancé about how I was starting to feel about the whole ordeal, and how I felt guilty about having feelings of wanting to distance myself from the group, while simultaneously not wanting to lose the community and friends that I had established along the way. My fiancé told me that by the way that Joel was acting, and with his regards to the things that he said, that she was starting to become uncomfortable with the whole situation. I remember sitting in bed, thinking about leaving the group and how the prospect made me feel physically ill. After all, I had been given everything I wanted in a community, except at the helm was a seemingly increasingly controlling and persuasive being who was making me and possibly other members more miserable. There was an event the following Friday that was going to be at the church, which was organized by the community. Originally, since many of my friends from this group were going, I intended to go too, but alas, I was scheduled by my boss to work that day, so there was no way that I was going to be able to even attend. I knew that Joel will be insistent upon me coming anyways, so when Joel texted me reminding me that the event was Friday, I told him that I wasn't able to go because I had work. To this he replied and simply said, "What, bro? No way. You've got to come. Take work off and find someone to take your shift. God wants you there." I was expected. He dismissed my decision and also said that I had to be there because God wanted me there, as if he was the mouthpiece. I went on to text him again and informed him, "No, sorry man, I can't do that. I just got a promotion and I have to be there. I truly hope you guys have a great time anyways." To which he then replied similarly to what he had done before. This was my personal breaking point. He knew the importance of my financial situation, and his dismissal of my personal boundaries as well as his commanding made me decide to text him explaining that I was done with the group and that I wanted to pursue my own religious exploration without the group from then on. I felt as if he was slowly but surely increasingly controlling me and trying to take what he could, commanding me as if he were the leader of my life in any way possible. It was even up to him if I could fuck my fiancée. He replied with a long paragraph, persisting in this sort of overly kind manner that I had to continue with the group and that it was God's will for me to show up to this event, even though I was completely unable to. He was certain that this group was meant for me and that God had told him that this was where I was supposed to be. After I responded again, telling him to stop and that I would not go, he sent me another paragraph of similar length, repeating what he had said. No matter what I would say and however I would say no, he would overstep my boundaries while maintaining a kind and friendly tone in order to try to push me into submission when I had clearly said I wasn't going to comply. At this point, I said I did not want to talk to him anymore, to which he replied, "Bro, why can't we meet up?" with a smiley face emoji. He continued, "I want you to explain why you don't want to continue, bro. So can we meet up and do that so that I can get a better sense and we can figure out what we can do from there?" Even in this, I knew he was trying to push for a chance at bringing me back into his group and continuing this reign of control. I said I didn't want to, so he asked again. It was at that moment I decided I needed to block him, so I did. A semester later, I was walking down the street of my school and I was walking by the pizza parlor, and lo and behold, who came out? Joel. Walked over to me with a friend of his to whom he introduced me to as one of his buddies. I uncomfortably stood there and his friend went inside for a moment while Joel turned around to me. He looked at me and asked with his disarming gentleness, "Did you block me?" I replied yes. He then said, "You should unblock me. That way we can meet up and talk, because I really want to know why you left the group." Which frustrated me to the point where all I could say was okay and then went on my way. That night he texted me on my Instagram insisting that we meet up again, so I blocked him there too. In short, I'm thankful for my fiancée, who is the love of my life. Without her, I'm not sure I would have been strong enough to have left the group and his control. The fact of the matter is that there were other guys in the group who had absolutely nobody. They had nothing, and they were prime targets for a charismatic, controlling freak. There were members of that group who were in higher levels, so to speak, who had done all the programs, who seemed as if they were indoctrinated, but they had become so restricted. The fundamentals that their lives were based on, the openness to new experiences, were significantly thwarted. Everyone, beware of who you let into your life. And just because somebody nicely comes up to you and they try to talk to you about all things that may interest you, it does not mean that they do not have ulterior motives. Also, learn to stand your ground and respect yourself. If you say no, mean it. So Joel, you controlling cult leader, let's not meet again. Kia ora kahoa. Grim here. Thank you all so very much for coming along and listening today. This is the first story out of many that I'm going to read in this audio. It was a long one, so I hope it wasn't too overbearing. But I do hope that you continue along with the rest of them also. Before I get into them, though, I will just jump in and say a couple of things. Firstly, I'm sorry I haven't been releasing as many videos lately. I do plan to increase the number back to 3 a day. Not 3 a day, 3 a week. So stay tuned for that. At least I will keep an update on my YouTube community. And yeah, I don't really think I've got too much else to say. To be fair, I said a couple of things, but I really only had that to say, to be fair. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this, and that it helps those who are struggling to fall asleep. As always, I'm Grim, and sit back, relax, and, well, sleep. When I was about 9 or 10, I was invited to a classmate's birthday at some swimming baths. All of us were about the same age. It was a small class, about 20 kids, and I'm pretty sure that everyone was invited. Just to clarify, in this situation, I am a boy. Anyway, I kind of got separated from everyone, and it was just me and this girl alone. I wasn't particularly close friends with her, but I did know her as she was in my class. To describe the location we were in, it was a tunnel that connected the main wave pool to a lazy river. There wasn't really anybody else in there, just her and I, when she suddenly lunged at me without warning. She grabbed my head and held it underwater. I was a pretty skinny kid, and she was much bigger than me, and a bit of a tomboy. About 20 seconds went by as I furiously tried to free myself, but she wasn't letting go. Fight or flight and mass panic took over, and I eventually fought my way free. I was coughing and sputtering water as I emerged. I remember looking at her and being just in shock. I think I began to ask why she did that, and she lunged at me again. She held my head underwater for what felt like a lifetime before I fought my way free again. Both times I genuinely thought that I was going to drown, and she didn't let me up. I literally had to fight my way free. I couldn't swim at this time, but the water in the lazy river and tunnel was maybe chest high at most. I began to backpedal away from her. She was giggling as if it was funny, and had this kind of crazed look and grin on her face. I couldn't just climb out and escape, as it was a tunnel, so I had to try and get out of there. As I was backpedaling, she was following me, and I made sure to keep distance so she couldn't lunge at me again. But she was gaining on me. I actually managed to reason with her as I was so scared of her. I was babbling at her. I tried to distract her by suggesting that we go on a water slide together. It worked, as I could see her thinking about it, and she stopped chasing me. I managed to exit the tunnel and the water, and she slowly followed me, but seemed a bit unsure. I immediately felt more safe as I was out of the water and could see other people. As we headed towards the slides, I kept talking all the way about how fun the slides were, etc., but she didn't really speak at all and had a really strange look on her face the full time. Anyway, after we went down the slides, I caught up with my friends and just stuck with them for the rest of the time, as I was still a bit shook up. I never told them about it, as it was a bit embarrassing to admit that a girl had tried to drown me, and I was worried about getting teased. Anyway, fast forward to adulthood. This girl turned out to be a lesbian. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but she got with her partner who had 2 to 3 kids from a previous relationship with this guy. It turns out that they would both torture the children and eventually killed one of them. She is currently serving a life sentence in prison. I told my friends about the swimming pool incident after hearing about her crimes, and I'm pretty sure they think I'm just bullshitting, as none of them took me seriously. Maybe, as I kind of lightheartedly said, I was almost a victim number 1. However, nonetheless, this is a bit crazy to think back, as she was obviously a genuine psychopath, and if I'd never fought her off, if I didn't manage to escape and convince her to go down that slide, I genuinely believe that she would have killed me. This happened years ago when I was barely 14. My middle school and the middle school of my best friend at the time organised a trip abroad to Great Britain. London, to be exact. It was supposed to be a few days looking at London's attractions, the museums, shops, etc. It was fun, at least until it wasn't. For as the day before we were supposed to leave and go home, we were brought to the streets with some interesting shops. From there we could see Golden Freddy, and we received free time for shopping. Our teachers and the guide had a brilliant idea. They told us after the time for shopping had ended that we have to meet at a different street than this. In retrospect, it was about 100 meters away, but they still shouldn't have done that. Most of us never had been in London. We were barely speaking English. We didn't have a map of the city. Roaming services didn't work correctly. In this instance, 90% of the students had gotten lost. I got lost with my best friend because we were in the complete opposite direction. We were both confused about the directions that we were given. We were walking along the pavement. My friend was running ahead or staying behind to nervously look around. We didn't look like we were together because we were not really interacting with each other. And I guess that's why this happened. My friend ran ahead and stopped to look around when I saw a black car approach me and match my speed. I started to feel like this was some sort of scene from a movie. It was broad daylight. There were lots of people around and no one even reacted. I was confused and didn't know what was happening. Then from the car stepped a man who said, "You are nice. Come with me." And then he tried to grab me. The car was still running, so I suppose someone was still in it. I was stunned. I didn't believe it was real. At that moment, my friend ran up to me from behind, grabbed me by the arm and dragged me away. We ran and tried to lose the tail of the man in the car. After some time we stopped. My friend nervously cried, shaking me and screaming, "Why didn't you move when the man tried to catch you?" I explained that I had a deer in headlights moment. We cooled down and managed to ask some people for help, and we were found by our teachers. We didn't tell anyone what had happened. We were sure no one would believe us. And after that, when we got back, I told my parents, and they never let me go on a trip organized by my school again. My mum considered all of that really unprofessional and unreasonable. And to be honest, so do I. But anyway, man in the black car, let's not meet again. This story kinda creeps me out. It happened about 9 years ago or something. And it sometimes comes to my mind, and when it does, it really creeps me out. So, I was on an adult dating site, one of the fetish types. I know, don't judge. I was just looking for some fun, you know? Anyway, I was stupid and gave out more information than I should have. I was chatting with a girl. She asked me at some point what I do for work. At the time, I was working at McDonald's, so I told her. She asked which one, and I stupidly told her that too. We chatted off and on. And, we hadn't been chatting for too long. But I stupidly gave my phone number to her at some point as well. She would talk about how she wanted to meet me on my break and have some fun. I told her no thanks. I don't bring my lifestyle to my job. Anyway, I checked my messages just before I was due to clock out of work. Luckily I did, as she texted me and told me that she was at my job and what she had ordered. If I recall, it was a Big Mac meal. I was like, okay, well, don't expect me to do anything with you. I'm not interested. She then got upset and wasn't accepting that I wasn't interested. I was also scared because I had sent her a face picture of myself, but I had never received one from her. I really wasn't too interested in her, so I decided I didn't need a face picture since I likely wasn't going to meet up with her. Her interests weren't really what I was looking for, and I have a hard time straight up telling people that I'm not interested and just slowly start to ghost whoever I have no interest in. Now, luckily I hadn't told her my work schedule, so she didn't know what time I was going to clock out. Basically, what happened is after I clocked out, I told one of my managers that I was on a dating site with some girl who had just shown up at my work, and I had no idea what she looks like, and that I was going to hang out in the back in the break room for a bit. Luckily, my manager didn't judge me and was just like, cool, do what you gotta do. I waited for about half an hour before I left. I didn't have a car at the time and had to walk home, so I was quite afraid that she would see me and try to pick me up in her car. Luckily, no one followed me, so I was in the clear. So, creepy girl that I met online, let's never meet. Update. I don't think she ever messaged me after, or maybe I ended up blocking her or something. I can't remember. I don't know if this is creepy in your opinion, but it really creeps me out that some random person just decided that she would show up at my job and expect me to want to meet up with her. So yeah, now I just give vague responses as to where I work. I don't work in the same town that I live in, so it would be hard to pinpoint my exact location, thankfully. But this did open my eyes and made me well and truly more aware of the information that I give out to strangers. For years, I didn't even remember that this had happened. I completely blocked it from my memory. I'm not exactly sure of my age at the time of this happening, but I believe I was around 4 or 5 years old. It was morning. My mum and I went to the pharmacy a couple blocks away from our home. As soon as she was getting back in the car, a man approached her from behind and told her to act as if she knew him. He then instructed her to sit in the passenger seat. She noticed that he had a gun, so completely complied. He sat in the driver's seat and drove. During the whole way, my mum tried to calm me, telling me that he was a friend and needed a ride, while I sat in silence. He drove us to a road where he got out of the car. He stole the money that my mother had had on her and told us not to call the police. After that, she just drove us back home. Almost a year ago, I was an opener at a resort, clocking in before 5 a.m. each day. The resort is located inside of a affluent neighborhood in a very wealthy town and suburb. Employees had to park in one of 2 parking lots at either ends of the property, and the lot I chose was adjacent to a long and windy road outside the resort which led to the rest of the neighborhood. The road and resort were separated by a short range of bush and trees that no one ever walked through. I arrived one morning per usual and put the car into park with my headlights still on. The lights in the lot weren't ever on in the morning since no one really showed up before 6 a.m. when the sun was out, so it was usually always pitch black at the start of my walk. Save for security, I was one of the first people to arrive at the property each morning and was usually completely alone in this particular parking lot at this time. This morning didn't seem any different. I had my hands wrapping around my keys and my brain was in the process of turning off the car when I noticed a young girl, maybe 14, 15 years old, come scampering out through the span of the trees that separates the resort from the outside of the road. She was directly in front of my car, and my headlights illuminated a clear view in the pitch black. She was what looked to be a high schooler, had long blonde hair and was wearing a jacket with pajamas on. Maybe. It was like she had just walked out of a house. One thing about her that bothered me was that she wouldn't stop laughing and smiling. I couldn't hear her laugh from the outside of the car, but she was visually giggling at something I wasn't aware of or couldn't see, and it was so unnatural. She occasionally glanced behind her as if someone else were there waiting away from the headlights. She then waved at me like it was a normal gesture at this time, and then immediately ran to my passenger side door. This all happened in a matter of seconds, and I wasn't really sure what had even happened, besides my anxiety spiking. I know I simultaneously yanked the aux from my phone to shut whatever song I had been playing off while grabbing for the lock button. I remember feeling panic for never remembering if it's up or down to lock when the girl began pulling violently and increasingly harder on the door handle. I realized, because I didn't turn my car off, that it had stayed locked. She was pounding on my window, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to leave before pressing on my horn. I could see her laughing outside like this was some type of game, as if I was silly. As if I was her friend, not letting her in as a joke. After a few seconds, she stopped pounding and trying to open the car door. Her face fell flat like I disappointed her, and she started to walk away from my car, back the way she came. She waved at me again before squeezing through the trees and out of the view of my headlights. This whole encounter confused me almost as much as it scared the shit out of me. Most people I told the story to just chalk it up to her being on drugs, but that narrative hasn't felt right to me. Despite her behavior, maybe she was just being an extremely out-of-touch teenager whose parents needed a firm grip on her. My first thought was possibly human trafficking, but I'm not sure if that would fit the scenario, as I'm not the most well-versed in the subject. I told someone when I made it to the resort, but they didn't really seem to care much. I didn't call the police, and I regret that. I'll never get it out of my brain how bloody terrifying it was, and that feeling in my stomach watching a stranger, seemingly alone, pop out from the trees in the darkness, laughing, and then try to violently enter my car in an empty parking lot. I do think the possibility is high that there was someone else present the whole time, which is a lot scarier to me. And it also leaves me wondering, who else was there, and where were they exactly? So, to the girl who wouldn't stop laughing while she tried to break into my car at 4 a.m. Let's not meet again. This one's quite an odd story, I know, but it's the only way that I can really describe what had happened. This happened a few years ago, right before the pandemic hit. In fact, I know the exact date because it spooked me to my core. It was February 18th, 2020. I was 14 years old, so you can imagine it was pretty frightening. It was a terrifying moment for a young girl. My mother, younger brother, and I went to see a movie. My brother wanted to see the new Sonic film, and I didn't really want to, so I went to go watch the Birds of Prey movie. I had already seen it, but I just wanted to enjoy the cinema popcorn and hot dog, and quite frankly wanted to watch it again. I had gone off by myself to the viewing room, and it was completely empty, just me in there, so it felt relatively safe. Being able to see the whole room had just given that little bit extra bit of comfort. I was also at the very top, so I had a pretty good view of everything around me. I also want to add that it's pretty amazing having an entire theater room to yourself, at least until it's not. About halfway through the film, I went to the restroom. The soda didn't last long. So I went, and once again, after I returned, it was just me in there. Every room was currently running a movie, so nobody really wanted to miss the films. As I was finishing up, there was a elderly woman at the sink, about 70, I think. I thought I was alone, but I suppose not. She was washing her hands right next to me, moving from her original spot. Now, for context, before I say what she said to me, I'll give you a brief description of myself. I have black hair, green eyes, relatively sharp features, high cheekbones, and arched brows. Yeah, the typical Disney villain, which I somewhat blame for her response. I think I'm somewhat attractive, but nothing to lose your marbles over. Anyway, she looked over at me with the most subtle but unnerving grin, still with her hands under the water but not doing anything, and said, "Young lady, you are quite gorgeous, girl." I said, "Thank you," and she went on to say, "A beauty like you, that is only something an evil thing can have. Your eyes are just so hollow and soulless." She continued with that same damn smile. I was seriously starting to get creeped out, but I do live in the Bible Belt of Texas, so I chalked it up to her being some sort of nut job. But then she got closer and said with that smile on her face, "You shouldn't have that beauty." I hurried and left as soon as possible. I ran out the door and didn't even think about putting my hands under the dryer. I didn't like being alone with that woman anymore, and I waited outside the restroom where it was populated, but she never came out. After 5 minutes, I went back into the viewing room, and I was paranoid for the entirety of the rest of the film. I could not get that crazy lady out of my head. Like, who says that to a kid? I seriously considered getting exorcised by a priest after that encounter. After that, I told my mother, and she didn't let me go alone until I was at least 16. Never do I want to see that woman again. I still get paranoid after that that any time that I'm alone in a public restroom, I'll see her again. In fact, to be fair, I am now just avoiding public restrooms altogether, and I still don't know what to make of it. Anyway, crazy old lady in the movie bathroom. Let's not meet again. My mother was stationed at Kadena Air Force Base around the late 2010s, and being a military child at the age of 12, my life had reset once again. I didn't have friends. I had to learn an entire new neighborhood. I didn't really have anything that made me ecstatic. That is, except the Pokemon League that was held on base. It was run by a few people who earned their judges' cards from Nintendo and held tournaments and just open game nights. It was really fun picking up the card game, playing the video game. They even had a small gym, an Elite Four system. I made a lot of friends, and one of them was one of the judges, who I am thankful to still to this day, because if it wasn't for him, I may not be here right now. The judge in question, who I'll call Professor Getsu, for the sake of keeping them anonymous. They were a nice dude. He was the youngest of three and wore a white professor getup. He looked maybe on the edge of his teens, early 20s at most, with dark hair and glasses. He had a skinny frame. He was extremely helpful to newcomers, sort of like the big brother we could look up to and strive to beat in our children's cars and video games. Even if his name of Getsu was a bit nerdy, he was always one of the last people to leave, helping the cleanup, and he supposedly lived nearby. This last thing is important when it comes to what happened. It was a bit of a colder night when the event ended. I was sitting in the parking lot, scrolling through my memes, the ones that my friends had texted me, and waited for my parents to arrive to pick me up. I was kind of just zoning out as the time clicked by when I heard someone nearby call me. "Hey, girly, you playing Pokemon?" I would look up at some really big dude, kind of chubby looking. I saw him every now and then in the events, and he didn't really stand out that much. I gave him a small nod, said, "Yeah, I do," and he gives this wide smile, like creepy wide. He starts walking forward, and I am hit with his nasty smell, like bad body odor. I blink a bit as I see he's walking from a black sedan with its doors wide open. "I got this cool card collection. Come here, let me show you." Now, my parents have always taught me stranger danger, but my kid brain thought, hey, he went to the events and I saw him, so it should be fine. At least that's how I thought, until he grabbed my wrist and started dragging me towards his sedan. To say I immediately started screaming is an understatement. This guy didn't care though. He was still dragging me, saying how I will have fun and throwing out things about trading cards like someone listening would think that he was dealing with a whiny kid. I honestly thought that I was going to be taken and that I would never see my mom and dad again. That I would be on the back of a milk carton and just never seen. Silly, I know, but I was a rather sheltered kid. And I didn't really know much about dying and death at the time. Thankfully, though, Professor Getsu had walked out that very moment, presumably on his way home. All I know is I hear the sound of fabric hitting this dude's face as Professor had swung his professor's coat right into the dude's face. I feel his hands go to where the dude's grabbing my arm, and I see his hand grab this dude's pinky finger and yank it back hard. This guy yelled like an animal as Professor pushed him and pulled me back. Behind me as he yanked his coat off the dude, he then kicked at the back of this dude's knee as he caused him to buckle. The professor then grabbed his wrist and pulled back on them. This beast of a man groaned. It sounded even more pained as Professor looked at him with just this cold look in his eyes. The big brother figure was gone and something else was in its place, and I think I was a bit scared of it. Professor's tone of voice when he spoke didn't help either, like icy daggers lingering with his words against this abominable human. If I see you back here or doing this shit to my charges, this will pale in the comparison to what Japanese prisons will do to you. The man scrambled away and got into his car and peeled out of the parking lot, Professor glaring at him till he was out of sight. He would then guide me inside of the venue, buy me some fish and chips, and sit down with me until my parents arrived. That cold persona that he had when he was kicking that dude was gone, and he was back to being the big brother. The one that I knew. To be frank, that frightened me. I didn't quite understand why the teenager was so aggro. As I said, I was sheltered. I only later learned that Professor Getsu was a black belt who taught kids how to defend themselves with his mother at the local activity center. I suspect he had something of a protective persona or something in his own life which led him to act in such a way. He explained the situation to my parents when they arrived. I wasn't allowed to go to the events in the league as much as I used to, but I did get to go from time to time. Professor Getsu was still his normal self at the events and helping people, but he would stop coming to the events a year afterwards, his license having expired and his father moving out of the country soon. Now that I am reaching about the same age as he was, and I have a little sibling of my own, I sympathize with how, for a brief moment, he became something so terrifying just to make sure that I was safe. Oh, and as for that fat, stinking beast, he never showed up to the events. And that was either because he was banned or just scared of Professor Getsu. I wish the professor a good life, and I hope that he's doing well. As for Stinky, I wish that we never meet. Ever again. I was in my first semester of university. I had just graduated college not long ago and had entered into a program that after a while I would come to resent. During that time, with adjusting and taking daily transit an hour and a half away from where I grew up into the big city in order to study was somewhat of a new adventure to me. In a lot of ways, I was just beginning to sprout as my own individual and trying to carve a path for my life while simultaneously opening myself up to new experiences and a new environment. I have longtime friends who go to the same facility as me, but at that time, our schedules wouldn't always line up. This meant that a lot of my days were spent traveling back and forth and walking around the city alone. I really wanted to try and expand my horizon of experiences and friends during this period. In a lot of ways, I was really desiring to find a good community on campus that could help satiate my boredom and loneliness. I can be extremely extroverted, but sometimes I find that it takes a lot out of me to try and actually pursue and maintain friendships that haven't been established years prior. I've made friends before from different classes in college, but ultimately, and I know this makes me a bit of an asshole, but I would end up texting less and less, and eventually either side would just end up ghosting one or the other. Because I'm a busy guy, I don't find myself prioritizing people who I feel like aren't as important to me as others. I know, a shitty thing to say, but nonetheless, the truth. One day, however, I met Joel. I was on the phone with my fiancée, and I distinctly remember exactly how it all went down. As I was walking out of the school's Starbucks with a decaf coffee, I had one headphone in and was heading to class through a small stretch of underground passageway under the streets that connect the school's library building to the actual building that possesses classes. As I was hastily making my way, I saw this short and stout guy, looking roughly my age at the time, 21, with thick brown beard and a hat on. Our eyes met, and as I was about to simply walk past, he asked me something in a very charismatic and calm tone. "Hey, sorry to bother you. You look like a pretty busy guy, but I was wondering, do you mind doing a survey about religion? It's for one of my classes." To this, I regret answering and wish I had simply continued walking, but at the time, I was becoming more and more compelled by the notion of a formal religious institution and questioning my own religious faith, particularly leaning towards Christianity. "Sure," I replied cordially. He then introduced himself as Joel, and after we went through a small survey pertaining to religious affiliations and perspectives on religion, Joel informed me that a small group of students like him were planning on getting together as a group and discussing various religions in order to gather new insights and create a community. Of course, with the prospect of finding some new friends on campus and also exploring my own spirituality perspectives, I gave him my phone number after he asked for it, and he said that he would contact me in a few days. Upon entering our first meeting, I sat down on a very crowded place with seats at our school's facility and was greeted by Joel alongside a bunch of other members. They introduced themselves to me and vice versa, and they were all extremely kind to me. We began our small group meeting, and I was a bit shocked to find that the sole topic that we were discussing was Christianity. I wasn't aware that we were going to be discussing Christianity, which was against what he had proposed this group to constitute upon our meeting in the tunnel. That being said, I was still curious enough to continue, and I was accompanied by 3 other young guys of my age, who after a bit of talking with, I found out we had a lot of similar interests. Joel, who now presented himself as a leader of our study group, relayed how we would be analyzing Christianity through a multi-step program designed to unveil the holy power associated with the religion to us. Since I was curious and wanted to learn more about the religion as well as having made some new friends, I continued to attend this study group for the rest of the semester, in which there were a few circumstances where I questioned Joel's interpretations and was met with hard resistance. It felt like at times my wavering belief in what Joel was saying would be met with straight dismissal as opposed to actual conversation. I continued to brush that off as the group that I was working with got closer. The school's club, which I was now a part of, provided me with exactly what I had wanted. We even went to church-run events together, where I quit vaping, and many individuals reported mystical experiences. Things only started to get concerning with Joel during our one-on-one conversations. I discussed my personal experiences and beliefs in my newfound religious belief and all of my former spiritual experiences as well, and Joel exposed me to a story and a few incidents that at the time I definitely should have seen as the red flags that they were. For example, when he was younger, he had gone on a retreat where when he was in prayer he said that he began to hear the voice of God talk to him. I questioned at first if he was referring to the voice of God as more of a metaphor, but he reassured me that he literally heard God speak to him before. When he told me this, I became a bit unnerved. At the helm of this community was Joel, but in all other senses, I was satisfied with who I was with and what we were doing together. Though I'm not entirely dismissive of strange occurrences, especially pertaining to spirituality, his experience of talking with God in his head came off as somewhat uncomfortable for me. He also said that the way he would pray would involve a direct conversation and reply with God. Out of discomfort, I wouldn't prod him on what he meant by this. This, of course, was just the beginning. After the summer had ended, I had found myself in the most religiously devoted state I'd ever been. Throughout the summer, I had a treacherous injury which made me housebound for months, and I had to call upon God in a lot of ways for strength. With my newfound devotion, I was elated to fall back into a community that had nurtured and developed me and my thoughts throughout the last semester, relating to something that I found deep joy in. At the first lesson of the semester, something was very different. Joel, as before, was at the helm of our study session, but was now repetitively interrupted by people coming to greet him and give him praise. It was so bad that we essentially sat and watched for 20 minutes before we could get on with our lesson, as more than 10 people, mostly young men of our age, came to greet this man. As aforementioned, when not unnerving, he was extremely charming and gave the impression that he cared deeply for everyone. Once our lesson began, he introduced us to the second phase of the program. He explained that this was one of the toughest programs of the different levels that there were, as it required even more devotion and, more importantly, an emphasis on sacrifice for those who engaged. He showed us a diagram of a small stick person, and he then showed us the program. He mentioned that we would have to accept Jesus as the center of our life. He explained that by making our lives surround Jesus entirely, that we would not be losing something but gaining. He also began to go over the notion that sex before marriage is a sin, and that if we were to continue this program, we would have to make the sacrifice of giving up sex in our relationships and prove that we weren't. He said that many guys weren't able to continue because of it. I talked about this afterwards with one of the members of the group, who, not unlike me, had been in a serious relationship with someone they loved for years. In my personal opinion, though, we weren't married on an altar. I knew that both me and this other member felt devoted to our partners as if we were already married in a sense, and we both expressed how Joel's behavior surrounding this was way off-putting, controlling, and intrusive. After our lesson, I was a bit dumbfounded by the intensity with which he gave his speech about his new program that we would be engaging in this semester. Joel and I sat down for a few more minutes and talked, in which I expressed experiences of devotion from the summer and explained my entire catastrophic experience with my injury. He then went on to tell me that at times he was actually able to know things beforehand. This seemingly random and strange statement shocked me. He said, for example, he was able to know something another member had before they had even mentioned it, and in a way that he described it, it sounded as if he was saying he had some form of mystical foresight. I was a bit jarred, to say the least, though I felt like it would be impolite to question any further. Joel then went on to tell me that he believed that if I successfully completed this program, was primed to become a teacher for the first program that I had done the semester prior, leading others who would join, and that I had a bright future in the organization. In that moment, with what he had laid down on us in the lesson, I felt overwhelmed by his expectations of me. It also became evident that Joel was not a student at our facility. In fact, he was in his mid-30s and most definitely had kids. He was actually just part of an organization that recruits people to become Christians and missionaries that work on our campus. This means that he actually lied to me when I had our first conversation with him when we met in the tunnel. He wasn't a student. There was no group talking about various religions, and his whole purpose was to convert me, to make me join the organization that he was a part of. At this point, school began to pick up a lot, and I was also working a part-time job to help support myself. As I was on the train to head back home the next week, I had forgotten that my second lesson of the program that semester was supposed to happen, so I text Joel saying, "Hey man, I actually got into the train and forgot about our lesson. Sorry about that, dude. I'm not going to be able to make it, as I also have work later." To which he replied, "Can you get off the train? Try and get here as soon as possible." I was a bit dumbfounded at this question. Since I live an hour and a half away, it wasn't as easy as getting off the train and heading back in the opposite direction, and he knew that. He knew the area I lived in is remote and a long distance away. I also told him that I had to work, which he had plainly disregarded. I replied, "No man, unfortunately I can't come. Have a good lesson." To which he said again, "Come on man, just get off the train and come back." At this point I was annoyed. Not only did I feel like he was commanding me, but that he was also blatantly disregarding the fact that I said no and that I had work to do that day. I didn't answer him. I talked with my fiancée about how I was starting to feel about the whole ordeal, and how I felt guilty about having feelings of wanting to distance myself from the group, while simultaneously not wanting to lose the community and friends that I had established along the way. My fiancée told me that by the way that Joel was acting, and with his regards to the things that he said, that she was starting to become uncomfortable with the whole situation. I remember sitting in bed, thinking about leaving the group and how the prospect made me feel physically ill. After all, I had been given everything I wanted in a community, except at the helm was a seemingly increasingly controlling and persuasive being who was making me and possibly other members more miserable. There was an event the following Friday that was going to be at the church, which was organized by the community. Originally, since many of my friends from this group were going, I intended to go too, but alas, I was scheduled by my boss to work that day, so there was no way that I was going to be able to even attend. I knew that Joel will be insistent upon me coming anyways, so when Joel texted me reminding me that the event was Friday, I told him that I wasn't able to go because I had work. To this he replied and simply said, "What, bro? No way. You've got to come. Take work off and find someone to take your shift. God wants you there." I was expected. He dismissed my decision and also said that I had to be there because God wanted me there, as if he was the mouthpiece. I went on to text him again and informed him, "No, sorry man, I can't do that. I just got a promotion and I have to be there. I truly hope you guys have a great time anyways." To which he then replied similarly to what he had done before. This was my personal breaking point. He knew the importance of my financial situation, and his dismissal of my personal boundaries as well as his commanding made me decide to text him, explaining that I was done with the group and that I wanted to pursue my own religious exploration without the group from then on. I felt as if he was slowly but surely increasingly controlling me and trying to take what he could, commanding me as if he were the leader of my life in any way possible. It was even up to him if I could fuck my fiancée. He replied with a long paragraph, persisting in this sort of overly kind manner that I had to continue with the group, and that it was God's will for me to show up to this event, even though I was completely unable to. He was certain that this group was meant for me, and that God had told him that this was where I was supposed to be. After I responded again, telling him to stop and that I would not go, he sent me another paragraph of similar length, repeating what he had said. No matter what I would say and however I would say no, he would overstep my boundaries while maintaining a kind and friendly tone in order to try to push me into submission when I had clearly said I wasn't going to comply. At this point, I said I did not want to talk to him anymore, to which he replied, "Bro, why? Can't we meet up?" with a smiley face emoji. He continued, "I want you to explain why you don't want to continue, bro. So can we meet up and do that so that I can get a better sense and we can figure out what we can do from there?" Even in this, I knew he was trying to push for a chance at bringing me back into his group and continuing this reign of control. I said I didn't want to, so he asked again. It was at that moment I decided I needed to block him, so I did. A semester later, I was walking down the street of my school, and I was walking by the pizza parlor, and lo and behold, who came out? Joel. Walked over to me with a friend of his, to whom he introduced me to as one of his buddies. I uncomfortably stood there, and his friend went inside for a moment while Joel turned around to me. He looked at me and asked with his disarming gentleness, "Did you block me?" I replied yes. He then said, "You should unblock me. That way we can meet up and talk, because I really want to know why you left the group." Which frustrated me to the point where all I could say was okay, and then went on my way. That night he texted me on my Instagram insisting that we meet up again, so I blocked him there too. In short, I'm thankful for my fiancée, who is the love of my life. Without her, I'm not sure I would have been strong enough to have left the group and his control. The fact of the matter is that there were other guys in the group who had absolutely nobody. They had nothing, and they were prime targets for a charismatic, controlling freak. There were members of that group who were in higher levels, so to speak, who had done all the programs, who seemed as if they were indoctrinated, but they had become so restricted. The fundamentals that their lives were based on, the openness to new experiences, were significantly thwarted. Everyone, beware of who you let into your life. And just because somebody nicely comes up to you and they try to talk to you about all things that may interest you, it does not mean that they do not have ulterior motives. Also, learn to stand your ground and respect yourself. If you say no, mean it. So Joel, you controlling cult leader, let's not meet again. Kia ora kahoa. Grim here. Thank you all so very much for coming along and listening today. This is the first story out of many that I'm going to read in this audio. It was a long one, so I hope it wasn't too overbearing. But I do hope that you continue along with the rest of them also. Before I get into them, though, I will just jump in and say a couple of things. Firstly, I'm sorry I haven't been releasing as many videos lately. I do plan to increase the number back to 3 a day. Not 3 a day, 3 a week. So stay tuned for that. At least I will keep an update on my YouTube community. And yeah, I don't really think I've got too much else to say. To be fair, I said a couple of things, but I really only had that to say, to be fair. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this, and that it helps those who are struggling to fall asleep. As always, I'm Grim, and sit back, relax, and, well, sleep. When I was about 9 or 10, I was invited to a classmate's birthday at some swimming baths. All of us were about the same age. It was a small class, about 20 kids, and I'm pretty sure that everyone was invited. Just to clarify, in this situation, I am a boy. Anyway, I kind of got separated from everyone, and it was just me and this girl alone. I wasn't particularly close friends with her, but I did know her as she was in my class. To describe the location we were in, it was a tunnel that connected the main wave pool to a lazy river. There wasn't really anybody else in there, just her and I, when she suddenly lunged at me without warning. She grabbed my head and held it underwater. I was a pretty skinny kid, and she was much bigger than me, and a bit of a tomboy. About 20 seconds went by as I furiously tried to free myself, but she wasn't letting go. Fight or flight and mass panic took over, and I eventually fought my way free. I was coughing and sputtering water as I emerged. I remember looking at her and being just in shock. I think I began to ask why she did that, and she lunged at me again. She held my head underwater for what felt like a lifetime before I fought my way free again. Both times I genuinely thought that I was going to drown, and she didn't let me up. I literally had to fight my way free. I couldn't swim at this time, but the water in the lazy river and tunnel was maybe chest high at most. I began to backpedal away from her. She was giggling as if it was funny, and had this kind of crazed look and grin on her face. I couldn't just climb out and escape, as it was a tunnel, so I had to try and get out of there. As I was backpedaling, she was following me, and I made sure to keep distance so she couldn't lunge at me again, but she was gaining on me. I actually managed to reason with her as I was so scared of her. I was babbling at her. I tried to distract her by suggesting that we go on a water slide together. It worked, as I could see her thinking about it, and she stopped chasing me. I managed to exit the tunnel and the water, and she slowly followed me, but seemed a bit unsure. I immediately felt more safe as I was out of the water and could see other people. As we headed towards the slides, I kept talking all the way about how fun the slides were, etc., but she didn't really speak at all and had a really strange look on her face the full time. Anyway, after we went down the slides, I caught up with my friends and just stuck with them for the rest of the time, as I was still a bit shook up. I never told them about it, as it was a bit embarrassing to admit that a girl had tried to drown me, and I was worried about getting teased. Anyway, fast forward to adulthood. This girl turned out to be a lesbian. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but she got with her partner, who had 2 to 3 kids from a previous relationship with this guy. It turns out that they would both torture the children and eventually killed one of them. She is currently serving a life sentence in prison. I told my friends about the swimming pool incident after hearing about her crimes, and I'm pretty sure they think I'm just bullshitting, as none of them took me seriously. Maybe, as I kind of lightheartedly said, I was almost a victim number 1. However, nonetheless, this is a bit crazy to think back, as she was obviously a genuine psychopath, and if I'd never fought her off, if I didn't manage to escape and convince her to go down that slide, I genuinely believe that she would have killed me. This happened years ago when I was barely 14. My middle school and the middle school of my best friend at the time organised a trip abroad to Great Britain. London, to be exact. It was supposed to be a few days looking at London's attractions, the museums, shops, etc. It was fun, at least until it wasn't. For as the day before we were supposed to leave and go home, we were brought to the streets with some interesting shops. From there we could see Golden Freddy, and we received free time for shopping. Our teachers and the guide had a brilliant idea. They told us after the time for shopping had ended that we have to meet at a different street than this. In retrospect, it was about 100 meters away, but they still shouldn't have done that. Most of us never had been in London. We were barely speaking English. We didn't have a map of the city. Roaming services didn't work correctly. In this instance, 90% of the students had gotten lost. I got lost with my best friend because we were in the complete opposite direction. We were both confused about the directions that we were given. We were walking along the pavement. My friend was running ahead or staying behind to nervously look around. We didn't look like we were together because we were not really interacting with each other. And I guess that's why this happened. My friend ran ahead and stopped to look around when I saw a black car approach me and match my speed. I started to feel like this was some sort of scene from a movie. It was broad daylight. There were lots of people around and no one even reacted. I was confused and didn't know what was happening. Then from the car stepped a man who said, "You are nice, come with me." And then he tried to grab me. The car was still running, so I suppose someone was still in it. I was stunned. I didn't believe it was real. At that moment, my friend ran up to me from behind, grabbed me by the arm and dragged me away. We ran and tried to lose the tail of the man in the car. After some time we stopped. My friend nervously cried, shaking me and screaming, "Why didn't you move when the man tried to catch you?" I explained that I had a deer in headlights moment. We cooled down and managed to ask some people for help, and we were found by our teachers. We didn't tell anyone what had happened. We were sure no one would believe us. And after that, when we got back, I told my parents, and they never let me go on a trip organized by my school again. My mum considered all of that really unprofessional and unreasonable. And to be honest, so do I. But anyway, man in the black car, let's not meet again. This story kind of creeps me out. It happened about 9 years ago or something. And it sometimes comes to my mind, and when it does, it really creeps me out. So, I was on an adult dating site, one of the fetish types. I know, don't judge. I was just looking for some fun, you know? Anyway, I was stupid and gave out more information than I should have. I was chatting with a girl. She asked me at some point what I do for work. At the time, I was working at McDonald's, so I told her. She asked which one, and I stupidly told her that too. We chatted off and on. And, we hadn't been chatting for too long. But I stupidly gave my phone number to her at some point as well. She would talk about how she wanted to meet me on my break and have some fun. I told her no thanks. I don't bring my lifestyle to my job. Anyway, I checked my messages just before I was due to clock out of work. Luckily I did, as she texted me and told me that she was at my job and what she had ordered. If I recall, it was a Big Mac meal. I was like, okay, well, don't expect me to do anything with you. I'm not interested. She then got upset and wasn't accepting that I wasn't interested. I was also scared because I had sent her a face picture of myself, but I had never received one from her. I really wasn't too interested in her, so I decided I didn't need a face picture since I likely wasn't going to meet up with her. Her interests weren't really what I was looking for, and I have a hard time straight up telling people that I'm not interested and just slowly start to ghost whoever I have no interest in. Now, luckily I hadn't told her my work schedule, so she didn't know what time I was going to clock out. Basically, what happened is, after I clocked out, I told one of my managers that I was on a dating site with some girl who had just shown up at my work, and I had no idea what she looks like, and that I was going to hang out in the back in the break room for a bit. Luckily, my manager didn't judge me and was just like, cool, do what you gotta do. I waited for about half an hour before I left. I didn't have a car at the time and had to walk home, so I was quite afraid that she would see me and try to pick me up in her car. Luckily, no one followed me, so I was in the clear. So, creepy girl that I met online, let's never meet. Update. I don't think she ever messaged me after, or maybe I ended up blocking her or something. I can't remember. I don't know if this is creepy in your opinion, but it really creeps me out that some random person just decided that she would show up at my job and expect me to want to meet up with her. So yeah, now I just give vague responses as to where I work. I don't work in the same town that I live in, so it would be hard to pinpoint my exact location, thankfully. But this did open my eyes and made me well and truly more aware of the information that I give out to strangers. For years, I didn't even remember that this had happened. I completely blocked it from my memory. I'm not exactly sure of my age at the time of this happening, but I believe I was around 4 or 5 years old. It was morning. My mum and I went to the pharmacy a couple blocks away from our home. As soon as she was getting back in the car, a man approached her from behind and told her to act as if she knew him. He then instructed her to sit in the passenger seat. She noticed that he had a gun, so completely complied. He sat in the driver's seat and drove. During the whole way, my mum tried to calm me, telling me that he was a friend and needed a ride, while I sat in silence. He drove us to a road where he got out of the car. He stole the money that my mother had had on her and told us not to call the police. After that, she just drove us back home. Almost a year ago, I was an opener at a resort, clocking in before 5 a.m. each day. The resort is located inside of a affluent neighborhood in a very wealthy town and suburb. Employees had to park in one of 2 parking lots at either ends of the property, and the lot I chose was adjacent to a long and windy road outside the resort which led to the rest of the neighborhood. The road and resort were separated by a short range of bush and trees that no one ever walked through. I arrived one morning per usual and put the car into park with my headlights still on. The lights in the lot weren't ever on in the morning since no one really showed up before 6 a.m. when the sun was out, so it was usually always pitch black at the start of my walk. Save for security, I was one of the first people to arrive at the property each morning and was usually completely alone in this particular parking lot at this time. This morning didn't seem any different. I had my hands wrapping around my keys and my brain was in the process of turning off the car when I noticed a young girl, maybe 14, 15 years old, come scampering out through the span of the trees that separates the resort from the outside of the road. She was directly in front of my car, and my headlights illuminated a clear view in the pitch black. She was what looked to be a high schooler, had long blonde hair and was wearing a jacket with pajamas on. Maybe. It was like she had just walked out of a house. One thing about her that bothered me was that she wouldn't stop laughing and smiling. I couldn't hear her laugh from the outside of the car, but she was visually giggling at something I wasn't aware of or couldn't see, and it was so unnatural. She occasionally glanced behind her as if someone else were there waiting away from the headlights. She then waved at me like it was a normal gesture at this time, and then immediately ran to my passenger side door. This all happened in a matter of seconds, and I wasn't really sure what had even happened, besides my anxiety spiking. I know I simultaneously yanked the aux from my phone to shut whatever song I had been playing off while grabbing for the lock button. I remember feeling panic for never remembering if it's up or down to lock when the girl began pulling violently and increasingly harder on the door handle. I realized, because I didn't turn my car off, that it had stayed locked. She was pounding on my window, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to leave before pressing on my horn. I could see her laughing outside like this was some type of game, as if I was silly. As if I was her friend, not letting her in as a joke. After a few seconds, she stopped pounding and trying to open the car door. Her face fell flat like I disappointed her, and she started to walk away from my car, back the way she came. She waved at me again before squeezing through the trees and out of the view of my headlights. This whole encounter confused me almost as much as it scared the shit out of me. Most people I told the story to just chalk it up to her being on drugs, but that narrative hasn't felt right to me. Despite her behavior, maybe she was just being an extremely out-of-touch teenager whose parents needed a firm grip on her. My first thought was possibly human trafficking, but I'm not sure if that would fit the scenario, as I'm not the most well-versed in the subject. I told someone when I made it to the resort, but they didn't really seem to care much. I didn't call the police, and I regret that. I'll never get it out of my brain how bloody terrifying it was, and that feeling in my stomach watching a stranger, seemingly alone, pop out from the trees in the darkness, laughing, and then try to violently enter my car in an empty parking lot. I do think the possibility is high that there was someone else present the whole time, which is a lot scarier to me. And it also leaves me wondering, who else was there, and where were they exactly? So, to the girl who wouldn't stop laughing while she tried to break into my car at 4 a.m. Let's not meet again. This one's quite an odd story, I know, but it's the only way that I can really describe what had happened. This happened a few years ago, right before the pandemic hit. In fact, I know the exact date because it spooked me to my core. It was February 18th, 2020. I was 14 years old, so you can imagine it was pretty frightening. It was a terrifying moment for a young girl. My mother, younger brother, and I went to see a movie. My brother wanted to see the new Sonic film, and I didn't really want to, so I went to go watch the Birds of Prey movie. I had already seen it, but I just wanted to enjoy the cinema popcorn and hot dog, and quite frankly wanted to watch it again. I had gone off by myself to the viewing room, and it was completely empty, just me in there, so it felt relatively safe. Being able to see the whole room had just given that little bit extra bit of comfort. I was also at the very top, so I had a pretty good view of everything around me. I also want to add that it's pretty amazing having an entire theatre room to yourself, at least until it's not. About halfway through the film, I went to the restroom. The soda didn't last long. So I went, and once again, after I returned, it was just me in there. Every room was currently running a movie, so nobody really wanted to miss the films. As I was finishing up, there was a elderly woman at the sink, about 70, I think. I thought I was alone, but I suppose not. She was washing her hands right next to me, moving from her original spot. Now, for context, before I say what she said to me, I'll give you a brief description of myself. I have black hair, green eyes, relatively sharp features, high cheekbones, and arched brows. Yeah, the typical Disney villain, which I somewhat blame for her response. I think I'm somewhat attractive, but nothing to lose your marbles over. Anyway, she looked over at me with the most subtle but unnerving grin, still with her hands under the water but not doing anything, and said, "Young lady, you are quite gorgeous, girl." I said, "Thank you," and she went on to say, "A beauty like you, that is only something an evil thing can have. Your eyes are just so hollow and soulless." She continued with that same damn smile. I was seriously starting to get creeped out, but I do live in the Bible Belt of Texas, so I chalked it up to her being some sort of nut job. But then she got closer and said with that smile on her face, "You shouldn't have that beauty." I hurried and left as soon as possible. I ran out the door and didn't even think about putting my hands under the dryer. I didn't like being alone with that woman anymore, and I waited outside the restroom where it was populated, but she never came out. After 5 minutes, I went back into the viewing room, and I was paranoid for the entirety of the rest of the film. I could not get that crazy lady out of my head. Like, who says that to a kid? I seriously considered getting exorcised by a priest after that encounter. After that, I told my mother, and she didn't let me go alone until I was at least 16. Never do I want to see that woman again. I still get paranoid after that. That any time that I'm alone in a public restroom, I'll see her again. In fact, to be fair, I'm now just avoiding public restrooms altogether, and I still don't know what to make of it. Anyway, crazy old lady in the movie bathroom. Let's not meet again. My mother was stationed at Kadena Air Force Base around the late 2010s, and being a military child at the age of 12, my life had reset once again. I didn't have friends. I had to learn an entire new neighborhood. I didn't really have anything that made me ecstatic. That is, except the Pokemon League that was held on base. It was run by a few people who earned their judges' cards from Nintendo and held tournaments and just open game nights. It was really fun picking up the card game, playing the video game. They even had a small gym, an Elite Four system. I made a lot of friends, and one of them was one of the judges, who I am thankful to still to this day, because if it wasn't for him, I may not be here right now. The judge in question, who I'll call Professor Getsu, for the sake of keeping them anonymous. They were a nice dude. He was the youngest of three and wore a white professor getup. He looked maybe on the edge of his teens, early 20s at most, with dark hair and glasses. He had a skinny frame. He was extremely helpful to newcomers, sort of like the big brother we could look up to and strive to beat in our children's cars and video games. Even if his name of Getsu was a bit nerdy, he was always one of the last people to leave, helping the cleanup, and he supposedly lived nearby. This last thing is important when it comes to what happened. It was a bit of a colder night when the event ended. I was sitting in the parking lot, scrolling through my memes, the ones that my friends had texted me, and waited for my parents to arrive to pick me up. I was kind of just zoning out as the time clicked by when I heard someone nearby call me. "Hey, girly, you playing Pokemon?" I would look up at some really big dude, kind of chubby looking. I saw him every now and then in the events, and he didn't really stand out that much. I gave him a small nod, said, "Yeah, I do," and he gives this wide smile, like creepy wide. He starts walking forward, and I am hit with his nasty smell, like bad body odor. I blink a bit as I see he's walking from a black sedan with its doors wide open. "I got this cool card collection. Come here, let me show you." Now, my parents have always taught me stranger danger, but my kid brain thought, hey, he went to the events and I saw him, so it should be fine. At least that's how I thought, until he grabbed my wrist and started dragging me towards his sedan. To say I immediately started screaming is an understatement. This guy didn't care though. He was still dragging me, saying how I will have fun and throwing out things about trading cards, like someone listening would think that he was dealing with a whiny kid. I honestly thought that I was going to be taken and that I would never see my mom and dad again. That I would be on the back of a milk carton and just never seen. Silly, I know, but I was a rather sheltered kid. And I didn't really know much about dying and death at the time. Thankfully, though, Professor Getsu had walked out that very moment, presumably on his way home. All I know is I hear the sound of fabric hitting this dude's face as Professor had swung his professor's coat right into the dude's face. I feel his hands go to where the dude's grabbing my arm, and I see his hand grab this dude's pinky finger and yank it back hard. This guy yelled like an animal as Professor pushed him and pulled me back. Behind me as he yanked his coat off the dude, he then kicked at the back of this dude's knee as he caused him to buckle. The professor then grabbed his wrist and pulled back on them. This beast of a man groaned. It sounded even more pained as Professor looked at him with just this cold look in his eyes. The big brother figure was gone and something else was in its place, and I think I was a bit scared of it. Professor's tone of voice when he spoke didn't help either, like icy daggers lingering with his words against this abominable human. If I see you back here or doing this shit to my charges, this will pale in the comparison to what Japanese prisons will do to you. The man scrambled away and got into his car and peeled out of the parking lot, Professor glaring at him till he was out of sight. He would then guide me inside of the venue, buy me some fish and chips, and sit down with me until my parents arrived. That cold persona that he had when he was kicking that dude was gone, and he was back to being the big brother. The one that I knew. To be frank, that frightened me. I didn't quite understand why the teenager was so aggro. As I said, I was sheltered. I only later learned that Professor Getsu was a black belt who taught kids how to defend themselves with his mother at the local activity center. I suspect he had something of a protective persona or something in his own life which led him to act in such a way. He explained the situation to my parents when they arrived. I wasn't allowed to go to the events in the league as much as I used to, but I did get to go from time to time. Professor Getsu was still his normal self at the events and helping people, but he would stop coming to the events a year afterwards, his license having expired and his father moving out of the country soon. Now that I'm reaching about the same age as he was, and I have a little sibling of my own, I sympathize with how, for a brief moment, he became something so terrifying just to make sure that I was safe. Oh, and as for that fat, stinking beast, he never showed up to the events. And that was either because he was banned or just scared of Professor Getsu. I wish the professor a good life, and I hope that he's doing well. As for Stinky, I wish that we never meet ever again. Evening, folks. This has been ongoing for some time now, but tonight was particularly weird. Please excuse any weird formatting. I'm doing this on mobile, currently under my blankets, kinda freaking out. So, some context. I'm 25, female, and live on the second story of my building across from a big city. We have lots of houseless people in my area, and there's a safe injection site right next to my home. I'll mention right off the bat that I have been houseless within my lifetime from the ages of 8 to 10, and grew up in the care of an addict. I completely empathize with folks who are having a tough go at things. However, I also value my safety and my neighbor's safety for that matter. So I will preemptively apologize if at any point I sound frustrated at this ongoing situation. I'm mad at the situation that has plagued both the life of myself and the houseless man who is tormenting my building. This all started about a year ago when my partner and I were nearly attacked by this houseless man while downstairs in our parking lot. To summarize the situation, we had just gotten home where my partner was going to drop me off. We didn't live together at the time. We kind of do now, but only on the weekends. And as we said our goodbyes, we noticed a man pacing in the visitor's parking lot who was seemingly having a rough time. We kept our distance, car doors locked and windows up, and eventually the man got the hint and left. Just to set the scene a bit here, my parking lot has 2 sections. One is a public parking guest area, and the second is a locked gate with a smaller locked door for residents to safely park overnight. The gate requires a FOB entry, and the door has a regular building key. Both were made with metal bars. This is important for later. I got out of the car and proceeded to walk towards the door, key in hand. My partner started up the car, which caused the houseless man to rush back into the parking lot and promptly attack the car. He hopped onto the hood, beating on the windows and trying to rip off the mirrors. I watched in horror as this terrifying situation evolved next to me, a mere 14 feet away. I quickly got my key into the lock and opened the door at lightning speed. The sound of my keys caught the attention of the man, and he promptly sprinted towards me. Thankfully, by this point, I had begun closing the door behind me. By the time he got to me, I slammed the door in his face and stepped backwards while he screamed at me. When my partner realized I was safely behind the locked door, he got into gear and drove away. Moments later, he called me and instructed me to get away from the door and safely upstairs. It was a good thing he did. I felt like I was in freeze mode. I couldn't move. My heart was pounding out of my chest as this houseless man screamed disgusting things at me, most of which revolved around essaying me and gesturing crudely at his groin and flicking his tongue. I finally broke my fear freeze, walked away as he chanted, pretty lady, want to taste, huh?" Those words are burned into my memory. I rushed upstairs and quickly closed the blinds of my windows. I heard him still yelling and chanting outside for a good few minutes after. But then I heard something unusual. A lighter clicking. The silence was deafening as the lighter clicked repetitively. Eventually the click stopped and he began laughing. I looked outside, peering through the blinds. I realized he was attempting to set our building's wooden fence on fire. Luckily it had rained, so the fence wasn't catching. I quickly hopped on a call with the emergency services, who sent a police car and fire truck. As soon as the cop car pulled up, the houseless man went ballistic and started screaming bloody murder. They apprehended him quickly and took him away in the ambulance. Months passed with no sign of him, but one day a resident in my building reported being attacked by a man who matched his description. After the incident, we, the residents, repeatedly heard him screaming, crying, moaning and laughing at least 3 times a week outside our building, generally at night. He also started trashing and damaging people's cars when they parked in the guest parking lot. Thankfully, we installed a new gate last week that closes off the guest parking behind another FOB-activated gate. The thing is, as soon as the gate got installed, the man left us alone. It has been quite a week. It's been nice, but tonight, about an hour ago, I was laying in bed scrolling on TikTok when I heard what sounded like soft sobbing. At first, I thought it was coming from TikTok, but after some scrolling, I realized it was coming from outside. I looked outside and there he was, sobbing and pacing around the back alley. He suddenly switched gears though and started jogging while groaning loudly and continuing to cry while occasionally hitting and attacking the new fence we installed. He has seemingly left now, but I'm terrified at this new habit. I'm really hoping he doesn't start crying outside my building routinely. I feel really bad for the guy, and I also feel bad making this post, but the whole situation is really freaking me out. I don't feel safe. My own home, and I just need to vent. Thanks for reading. If anything else happens, I'll update this post. This story happened to me back when I still lived at my parents' house. I was commuting to college at the time and had 3 siblings that also lived at home. My brother and 2 sisters. For some context, we live on 5 acres in rural Ohio, surrounded on both sides by woods and farm fields. Additionally, during the week, my dad normally left for work at 2 a.m., so I had always felt like it was my job to be the man of the house, because he was gone during the times when you would imagine something sketchy happening. However, on this night, because it was the weekend, my dad was home. I woke up to the sound of my brother's voice trying to get my attention. We had separate rooms upstairs, and coming out of our rooms, you could look down over the banister and see our front door. When I woke up, it took a few moments to get out of the haze and realize what was going on. I looked at the clock, and it was around 2:30 a.m. My brother told me there were 2 men at our front door. Of course, now, this is a real wake-up call. We quietly walked out of the room and peeked over to look at the front door. When we looked, there was no one at the door, but I noticed my parents off to the side, out of view of the glass on the front door. I whispered down to my dad, and he told me that there were 2 guys who had been talking to each other and knocking on the door. Hearing my dad say this freaked me out even more. I went back into my room and grabbed my pistol, quickly shuffling down the stairs after looking to make sure they weren't at the door. If they had been, they would have easily seen me coming down the stairs, as it is in direct view of the door. My brother is right behind me as we headed over to where our parents are, whispering to try to find out what's going on. My parents had woken up to our dog barking and come out to see these two men knocking loudly at the door. At this point, we see the men return and they begin knocking again, despite the fact that no one had come to the door and our dog was still actively barking. The fact that they were there at this time in a location where houses are spread out hundreds of yards and still knocking while the dog was barking made this situation even more terrifying. After a couple of minutes, the men walked away and we shuffled across the kitchen into the family room to peek out the windows into our driveway, which is lit up by our outside lights. There was a black Cadillac sitting there, but no one was inside from what we could see. Immediately, the question was, where did the guys go? They weren't in the car and they were no longer at the front door. Unfortunately, we figured out the answer when the handles to our back French doors started jiggling. They were actively trying to enter the back of our house, which enters into the kitchen. At this point, I just remember my mum frantically saying David, as pure terror overwhelmed her. At this point, two things happened. Adrenaline filled my body as I prepared my handgun, horrified at the very real possibility that I might have to shoot these men. Secondly, my dad finally grabbed his phone and called the police and calmly told them what was happening. Thankfully, after a minute of jiggling, they stopped at the back door and disappeared again, only to return to their knocking at the front. However, at this point, several minutes had gone by and suddenly we saw the local police fly up in multiple cruisers with their lights on. As they whipped into our driveway and the yard, the two men bolted away, attempting to run the long way around the house across the driveway. One of them disappeared out of view, but the other was intercepted by an officer yelling at him to get on the ground. He didn't, and he was immediately tased and fell to the ground. Some of the officers went around the house after the other guy, and one of them came back to my dad, and as we came out to the front, they ended up finding the other man hiding in my sister's little playhouse in the backyard. It appears both of them were drunk or high, as one of them had cocaine on him. While they were both arrested that night, we never did find out what they were charged with or what happened to them. Needless to say, the whole experience wasn't fun. So, random men at our door in the middle of the night? Let's not meet again.